You are listening to Supreme Magus by Legion 20, Chapter 40, 101, An Awful Start, Part 2. Also, since you're supposed to take Moroc's role if the worst happens, just tell me something about him. Something nice. Quilla saw her father's smug expression and shut him down. Heck, just tell me his favorite color. I dare you. Plaid. Orion knew about Moroc only what was written in his background check, and the things her daughter had told him. Nice try, Grandpa. Here's your scorecard. She handed him a piece of paper with a single, giant F on it. Either you study a bit, or I'll have to restrict your grandparent privileges, starting with babysitting time. You can't be serious, Orion blurted out in horror. I have been nothing but crystal clear. Quilla crossed her arms. I won't let your bad attitude about Moroc rub off on the twins. Either you learn to love him or you leave us alone. Orion stared at the F and sighed. He wasn't afraid of Giza, the Jernoffs, or the dead king. Yet the idea of spending quality time with the tyrant terrified him. Space. Meanwhile, in the living room, the many families were assembled in front of the fireplace, discussing their future. Are the twins big enough to boost my magic? Fria asked. Because I could use their help with my research on dimensional crystals. What are you, a Lith? Rena scoffed. That can wait. You should be planning your honeymoon. Hey, I resent that, Camilla said. We had our honeymoon and Lith didn't spend 1 minute in his lab. We had a wonderful time. Fine, Rena raised her hands in surrender. A lick then. Rena is right, dear, Jeannie nodded. You should have already left. There's no telling when the frenzy from the Indech and the Sapphire Dragon will fade and something bad will happen. Just go, don't even pack your bags. You can buy anything you want at your destination. Are you sure, Mom? Fria wrung her hands. What about you? I'll have more space and a bigger room, Jeannie chuckled. The Verhin house is a bit cramped for my taste, but it's safe. Don't worry about me and go. I can't wait to start my research instead. Solus trembled in excitement. Inviting Vorg for the Indech reveal was genius. Now we finally have something to do while everyone else experiments on their evolved human form. Isn't that right, Mom? Yes, Effie, Menadian replied via the mind link. I can't believe how good his staff is, and I'm not talking about the Yggdrasil wood. The design is brilliant, and the power core is a masterpiece. I'm proud the Royal Forgemasters I trained back in the day have progressed this much after my demise. Too bad the readings of the eyes are incomplete. She inwardly sighed. Still, it's enough to understand the staff's underlying principles and replicate it. Is it not? Solus asked. Most likely, Menadian inwardly nodded. If you, Lith, and I put our heads together, it should be possible. If you want certainties, however, we need to share this with Malishka and Lakra. Thanks, but I'd rather not. Solus shook her head. Aunt Loka is royally pissed off about the Indech and would probably ask for help with her evolved human form. As for Malishka, I trust her, but if we let her in, you and she will do most of the work. The Sage Staff is the weapon Lith crafted for me, and I treasure it no less than the Fury. I won't share its secrets with anyone outside of our family. Fair enough. Have you considered adding a spirit crystal? This way you could cast spirit spells and arrays via the staff. Also, we don't have more Balor eyes for the second set that will orbit over the staff. I was thinking. I said I can't wait to start my research, Mom. Solus cut her short. Not that I want to start it now. Be quiet and enjoy the family time, or I'll have Aunt Loka reforge the chains of Menadian. Space. Essaga region, city of Verlam, vaster household at the same time. No region had fared better against the upper attack, and the master had been showered with praises from every side. His subjects, the army, the association, and even the royals celebrated Vaster's name and his achievement. Yet everything felt hollow to him. Ever since witnessing the Indech, all the master could think about was Lith going so far while he was still stumped with 2 eyes and wings. I shouldn't be envious of Lith, and I have no reason to be frustrated by his success. Vaster thought. He is a self-awakened and became a hybrid long before I did. It's only natural that his life force stabilized and reached full maturity before mine. The fact that Lith is also an evolved human just confirms I was right in my decision to make him my heir. His life force contains all the aspects needed to complete my research, and with his talent, he'll have no problem bringing my children fully back to life. Alas, no matter how much the master wanted to believe his own words, they sounded empty to him. In the past, Vaster had considered Lith like a young version of himself, a mage of great talent who overcame his natural limits through hard work and effort. Now, however, Lith looked more like a Manohar to Vaster, not because he had become a genius, since his Indech form didn't affect Lith's brain, but because his perfect life force was a natural gift. The master believed that, just like Manohar's unparalleled intellect, Lith had done nothing to deserve his indetch form. It was something that life had served him on a silver platter, whereas Vaster had to shed sweat, blood, and tears to become an arisen. And while the master had made no progress since taking his first step as an evolved human, Lith had already crossed the finishing line without even trying. It was an infuriating, unacceptable thought. Vaster had no idea how long and hard Lith had struggled to stabilize his life force and master his powers. It was one of the many things they hid from each other. If Vaster had known about it, he would have been prouder of his heir than he already was. Instead, the venomous worm of envy had stirred again in his chest, taking the colors away from Mager and the joy from Vaster's heart. "I'm so happy for Kami Zager," Zinnia said, unaware she was stabbing the deep wound in her husband's pride. "She looked so beautiful in her indetch form. Do you think I would get wings too if I were pregnant with a little arisen?" "Absolutely." Vaster gave her a warm smile, kicking the bitterness in the farthest corner of his mind. "Unlike her, however, you can't expect to become more beautiful with your transformation. It's impossible to improve on perfection." "What a smooth talker," she chuckled and gave him a sweet kiss. "I'm so happy to have you home so often. Winter is definitely my favorite time of the year. The academy is closed, and I can have you all to myself." "Dad, we're back." Fria and Frey charged through the door while still covered in snow. "We won, Dad. Thanks to your teachings, our snow fort was the sturdiest." Chapter 40-102 Enemy Within, Part 1. Fria and Frey shapeshifted their clothes to clean them from the snow and hugged the professor, who felt both proud and flattered. Proud because his magicless children had triumphed against the Verhins and Fasteros with alchemical tools. Flattered because he hadn't done much. As a High Master, Vaster knew everything about building a fort and bringing it down. He had taught Fria and Frey just the basics for their winter games. He had no idea it would be so effective. Vaster had failed to consider that Lith knew little about engineering and Protector knew nothing at all. Their little ones just piled up snow and gave it shape with water magic, whereas Fria and Frey built load-bearing pillars and walls. While the other forts often collapsed under their own weight, it took quite the snowball power to put a dent in the Vaster's castle. "I stand corrected," Zinnia said while serving everyone hot chocolate and biscuits, "when we can have you all to ourselves. Glad I contributed to your victory, but I have to ask, Tezka, you didn't cheat to help them, right?" Vaster returned the hug and stared at the blue and red wolves that followed the children. "Please," the Sun-Eater scoffed. "I never meddle in pups' fights. We beasts had our own battle, and I won with a mere gaze." "Really?" Zinnia chuckled. "Yes," Frey took a sip of his hot chocolate. "The other Emperor beasts all flopped on their bellies and surrendered." "Yeah, but that doesn't count," Fria bit a cookie. "They started over after Uncle Tezka sealed his powers." "And?" Zinnia asked, while caressing her children's heads. "I won again, but it took me about 5 minutes," Tezka said. 5 minutes, the Master echoed in disbelief. "Were the other Emperor beasts that good?" "No, they joined forces and attacked me together," the Filgja sighed. "With only 2 bodies and only first magic, it took me a while to turn the tables and win." "You defeated them all by yourself?" Zinnia asked. "Didn't they get angry?" "Not at all. They called it the best training ever and crowned the second place as the victor, saying that I'm invincible and can't be counted as a contestant." Tezka didn't bother hide his bragging behind false modesty. The kids cheered and hugged their Tezka, feeding him biscuits. Seeing his family so happy only made Vaster feel worse. The venomous worm of envy in his chest was nothing compared to the bitter snake of helplessness that ravaged his heart. Over the years, the Master had changed as much as his eldritches. He still cared about his mission, but a vague concept like the greater good of humanity paled in comparison with the feelings he had developed for the members of his new family. Vaster knew how much Zinnia suffered from her inability to give him a child. She never mentioned it anymore and did her best to appear cheerful, but he could see her shoulders slouch and her eyes dim whenever she thought he wasn't looking. Too many times had he overheard the children asking Zinnia why everyone was getting a new sibling, and they didn't. When that happened, Zinnia always blamed her age and told Fria and Frey that some things were beyond even a skilled healer like the Master. Then she would find an isolated place to cry as soon as the children went back to their room. Every tear she shed hurt Vaster more than his envy ever could. He had grown so frustrated with himself that he resented his own research. "It's all my fault if I can't give Zin a child," he thought while everyone in the room smiled and laughed. "It's because of my arrogance that I'm now sterile. It's because of my repeated failures that Zin might never experience motherhood again. It's because of my recklessness that the fortune I've built will end up in my brother's hands, and Zinnia and the kids will be kicked out of this house upon my death. If only I reached the Indetch's level, everyone would be happy. Zin would have a baby, Fria and Frey could live here for as long as they want, and my bloodline wouldn't be entrusted to those two useless morons of Quifar and Zesser, damn it. I've lived all my life as a failure, and it seems I'll die as one too. The envy of the master hurt, but it was his heart as a father and a husband that bled the most. Lith may indeed fulfill Vaster's life project, but that would change nothing for Zinnia, Fria, and Frey. I will let her down just like I did everyone else. Vaster sighed. And that's still not the worst-case scenario. If my identity as the master is exposed, Zinnia and the children will be lucky to get out with their heads on their necks. They'll lose everything and curse the day we met. Later that night, Vaster had yet to make up his mind, but he stood on the precipice of a decision from which there was no turning back, and whose consequences not even Tezca could predict. "Is everything all right?" Zinnia asked once they were in the privacy of their bedroom. "You have been in a weird mood all day." Vaster looked at her and then at himself. He still couldn't believe that a woman so beautiful and kind had chosen to be with a monster like him. Zagar Vaster was a monster even to himself, but not for what he looked like, only for what he did in the secrecy of his lab. "Because you never told her the truth," a cruel voice inside of him said. "Zinnia loves you only because you hid your hideous heart from her. If she knew you are uglier on the inside than you are on the outside, she would have never proposed to you." "I need to ask you a question." Vaster shuddered, trying to silence the voice. "Do you still want me to awaken you?" "Are you serious?" Zinnia's face lit up with joy. Then before he could take those words back, she rushed to say, "Yes, absolutely yes." "I see." Vaster raised his hand to keep her away, and she froze in place, her arms still extended to embrace him. "I'm considering it, but there are a few things we need to discuss. First, you have to think about what to tell the children. If you awaken, there will be no more excuse not to let them," he said, and she nodded for him to continue. "Then, there is a serious issue I need you to consider. Becoming an awakened will make you stronger, and that's dangerous. If you refer to breakthroughs and training, I already know everything from Kami. I'll follow any training regime you want and study magic diligently," Zinnia said. "That's not what I'm talking about." He raised his head to look her straight in the eyes. "You might become strong enough to get pregnant, but not enough to balance my abomination half. If that were to happen, the baby would kill you unless I kill him first." At those words, Zinnia went pale, and every trace of joy disappeared from her face. "I don't want to make that choice. I don't want you to have to make that choice." Chapter 40-103 Enemy Within Part 2. "I don't want that choice at all, but it might present itself. So I need you to think long and hard about this, and then give me your answer. In the meantime, I'll do everything I can to solve the problem on my side, or at least devise a suitable birth control spell. If neither is possible, I won't awaken you. I won't risk your life or safety on a gamble. I've done many bad things as a mage, but I'd rather die than let anything bad happen to you because of me." A tense silence fell over the room. The master never averted his gaze, and Zinnia never stopped mulling over his warnings. "Thanks, Zagar," she said after a few minutes that felt like centuries. "Thank you for worrying so much about me. You're right, I needed to know those things, and I take back my answer. I need time to think." "A wise choice," he nodded. "I won't resent you if you want to move to the guest room. Until then, you need time and space." "Zagar," Zinnia said in outrage, "how can you suggest that?" "Let's be real," he shrugged. "I can't give you what you want, and I probably won't be able to until it's too late. Awakening or not, you are not getting any younger, and it would be egotistical of me to ask you to give up on your dream of becoming a mother." Zinnia was too stunned to reply, but the master took her silence for his cue to continue. "Don't worry, you and the kids can stay here for as long as you want. If you decide to leave, Tezca will follow you. Just because things didn't work out between us, I won't let the children." "Zagar, are you listening to yourself?" Zinnia couldn't take it anymore, so she grabbed him by the shoulders and cut him short. "How can you talk as if it's already over? How can you plan your future without us so coldly?" "Because I know how much you are suffering, Zin, and I'm offering you a solution," the master replied in the same tone he would use for small talk. "As I said, I can't give you what you want, and it's only a matter of time before you get tired of pretending that you're happy." Those words hit her like a slap to the face, not only because they meant that her constant efforts to hide her distress had been for nothing, but also because they struck a nerve that tormented her for a while now. You can't give me what I want, she asked. What about me not being able to give you what you want? You never asked anything of me, but I know that your only wish is for me and the kids to be happy. Your wish is so simple, yet I can't even do that right. Back when I was blind, I wanted the strength to leave Falmug, and you gave it to me. After I gained sight, I wanted my children back, and you gave them to me. Then you helped me invest my assets so that they generated enough annuities to allow me to live without working while I recovered. You've saved my children's lives and mine time and time again. Since you married me, you've given us everything we dreamed and even things we didn't even dare dream about. You give, and yet I keep wanting more. I'm never happy, and I always make you worry. I already knew I was a greedy, egotistical person, but after hearing you talk like this, I realized I was wrong. I'm a monster, Zogger. Zinnia started to sob. I'm so sorry for hurting you, for making you feel like nothing you do is ever enough. You did everything right, Zogger. I'm the problem. There must be something wrong with me. Of course there is. You're human. The master pulled her into an embrace. Look at me. Talented with magic, obscenely rich, noble, yet it wasn't enough. I had to inject myself with abomination tissues to become even more powerful, and here we are. We're a match made in heaven, Zin. His words made her chuckle amid her sniffling. I'm sorry for being so ungrateful, Zogger, Zinnia said after she managed to calm down a bit. I really am. Continue with your experiments and don't worry about me. I promise you I'll do my best to get over my issues and make you happy. And so will I, Zin, the master said, his resolve steeling. So will I. Space. Giera Continent, ruined city of T-Lekit a few days later. The in-depth reveal had dealt a heavy blow to the upper recruitment program, but Actton disclosing his success in becoming a divine beast brought it to its knees. The number of lesser divine beasts still interested in becoming an upper could be counted on one hand. The Emperor beasts had stopped coming as well, waiting to learn if the procedure could also be applied to those without a guardian progenitor before making an irrevocable decision. The only silver lining was that the number of Fae and plant folk had increased. They were the only ones unaffected by both the Indech and the Sapphire Dragon reveals. The plant folk's natural lust for power made the idea that everyone but their race would get stronger unacceptable. Everyone in the command room was in a bad mood, even Jorel. He was just better at hiding it. I have good news, my liege, Uriger, the Book of Knowledge, said. Unless a flock of divine beasts joined us, the term good news is an overstatement. Jorel checked the numbers over and over, but they kept being low. At this rate, Orpal will reach the bright violet before we might not have enough troops for a second attack. I mean good news for us. Uriger closed the door and hushed the room. The Black Throne finally answered my message. He's willing to meet you. We only need to set up a place and a date. Meet me? Jorel furrowed his brow. Not a chance. The Black Throne may not be a cursed object, but I'm nobody's fool. You, Salanoth, Actton, and a few uppers must be allowed to accompany me. We must be 8 minimum, enough to cast anti-guardian spells while someone opens the steps to retreat to safety. I won't walk into a trap alone and unprepared. Inform the Black Throne of my conditions for the meeting and set a date for a couple of weeks from now. A couple of weeks, why? Uriger asked. Because we need plausible deniability, you moron, Jorel replied. Once we know where the Black Throne wants to meet us, we can start scouting the targets in the surrounding area. This way, if Orpal puts someone on our tail, he'll see nothing relevant and recall him. Even if Orpal keeps the tail on us, we'll have the time to notice and lose it when the moment comes. If we go straight to the Black Throne, our tail would die on our first scouting mission, and Orpal would know we're up to something. Excellent idea, Uriger nodded. I'll inform the Black Throne first, and if he agrees to your terms, I'll inform the others. One more thing, Jorel gestured for Uriger to wait. Chapter 40-104 Setting the Trap, Part 1. You report only to me, and I'll take care of the rest. A general discussing with his soldiers is normal. Soldiers whispering to each other is sedition. Uriger nodded and left the storm Griffin alone. I hope that Uriger and Salanoth are right and the Black Throne isn't a cursed item, Jorel thought. Because that would mean that if I kill whatever gives it sentience, I would possess the first and maybe most powerful mage tower on Magur. Space. Verhin Mansion, a few days later. Urgek is here, Actton said. It's time for me to leave. The Patriarch came to pick you up in person, Lith raised an eyebrow. Yeah, honor guard and all, the Sapphire Dragon laughed. I guess I'm that important. Sounds like a trap, Morok said. If you need to be rescued, call Lith, Master Actton. Your concern moves me. The sapphire dragon grunted as the tyrant handed him Orion and Juria for the goodbye. "Remember to behave, children. I'll be back as soon as I can." The twins giggled and smiled, trying for the umpteenth time to fetch a shine scale. "Thank you for everything, Actton." Fria gave him a deep bow. "Without you, things could have gone really bad for me. If Fallow tried to become a divine beast first, my children and I wouldn't be here today." The thought still haunted her to that day. "Don't mention it, child." He dismissed the issue with a sweep of his hand. "My dragon greed was stronger than hers, and for once that was a good thing." After saying his farewells, Actton left the Verhin mansion and flew at dragon speed towards the Gorgon Empire with his escorts. "Where are we going exactly?" he asked. "The Valley of Life," Urgek replied. "It's where the entire Fire Dragon clan lives." "The entire clan?" Actton was flabbergasted. Emperor beasts liked their privacy and space. So many divine beasts living in the same place was akin to a human metropolis. It was hard to believe that so many dragons could live together without arguing for resources all the time. "And the entire valley," Urgek nodded. "You'll understand when we get there." The flight lasted 2 hours, but only because Actton took his first flight lesson on the way. Between Urgek's guidance and the dragon eyes, the sapphire dragons quickly learned how to fill his wings with wind and achieve both dragon speed and maneuverability. "Excellent, worthy of a dragon," Urgek said with a tone that Actton didn't like one bit. "The bastard timed how long it took me to master every technique he taught me and is now pushing to his top speed." The sapphire dragon thought. "He didn't trust me to possess real dragon eyes and a divine beast's body." "Here we are," the patriarch pointed below them, at the hills of obsidian rock and the plains grayed by volcanic ashes. The Valley of Life was filled with active volcanoes instead of mountains, and rivers flowing with lava instead of water. "Please pay attention. I can't lift the cloaking for more than a few seconds without taking unnecessary risks." "What are you talking, father of all dragons?" A snap of Urgek's fingers lowered the cloaking arrays, revealing the countless streams of world energy that flowed across the Valley of Life. Actton had never seen so many mana geysers so close to each other, and every single one shone under life vision with the radiance typical of a rich deposit of magical resources. "This explains everything. Every volcano holds a metal or crystal mine, if not both." Actton rubbed his hands and licked his fangs in greed, his eyes shining as only those of a dragon staring at a treasure could. "I'm glad you like it." Urgek snapped his fingers again and everything went back to normal. "For security reasons, I can't let you know where the entrance to our complex is. I'm going to warp us inside. Do I have your permission, brother?" "Gods, yes, I mean sure." Actton reeled in his dragon greed and forced his mind to focus on making sense of those events. "First Urgek rudely puts me to the test like a hatchling, and now shares such a big secret with me. What's the catch?" he thought, pushing his brain to the 11th gear. The answer hit the sapphire dragon like a blow to the head, the moment the warp led him inside the Fire Dragon clan's underground palace. The place was filled with powerful artifacts, priceless works of art, and several female dragons in human, natural, and hybrid form. They stood at attention to emphasize their respective features, and the vast selection ensured the Fire Dragon clan that at least one of them would match his preference and succeed in charming Actton. "Brothers and sisters, this is Actton, first of his clan and father of all the future sapphire dragons." Urgek put particular emphasis on the last part. "He'll be our honored guest from today onward. Grandfather himself recognizes Actton's talent as the second Drake to join our ranks." He patted the still-stunned sapphire dragon's back. "He's no guardian, but his intelligence is not inferior to grandfather's, so I hope you will all treat him well." Actton was no naive fool. He saw that everyone looked at him exactly like he had looked at the Valley of Life just a minute ago. Morok was right. This is a trap, a honey trap to be precise. Actton gave everyone a deep bow. "I should have seen this coming. I'm both the first of my species and the only one who can guarantee that all the Fire Dragon's hatchlings grow into divine beasts. If they manage to recruit me, even if a lesser species hatches from their eggs, their condition would be temporary and nobody would ever know. That's why Urgek was so eager to take me in. That's why he tested my abilities all the way here." "Actton, these are my blood brothers and sisters," Urgek said. "Make yourself at home. I hope you will get to know and love us like your own family." Space. Fria left for her honeymoon right after Actton and was blessed with peace and happiness. The Jernoffs, Orpal, and even the awakened council were too busy with their own problems to bother the Urnas. Am I a bad person for not sharing this with the rest of our family? Fria asked, while admiring the sunset reflecting on the ocean waters, while in Nalrund's arms. No, that makes you sane, he replied. I can't believe we've been so long without a kid screaming in our ears. I had almost forgotten what silence is. Same here, she chuckled. By the way, sorry for dragging you to the Blood Desert again. I know it brings back bad memories. Don't worry, I didn't lie in my vows. Nalrund kissed her forehead. I've left my past behind. Also, it wouldn't have been fun having to see you constantly shiver and hear you complaining about the weather. Stupid Hydra blood, Fria pouted. And even stupider winter, why's everywhere else so damn cold? They had tried exploring the kingdom, but Fria got sleepy the moment she left the safety of the hotel's fireplace. The Empire had been even worse. Between its violent snowstorms and frost gales, Fria couldn't leave the warmth of their bed without falling straight into hibernation. Chapter 40-105 Setting the Trap, Part 2. Their only options had been to go to the Blood Desert and ask Salark for hospitality in her beach house. The Overlord had graciously agreed, according to the couple, the same privileges Lith and Camilla had enjoyed during their honeymoon. Stupid calendar, Nalrund sighed. Our 15 days are almost over. Time sure flies when nobody tries to kill you. It sure does. I wait a second. Fria felt something tug at her consciousness and answered her communication amulet. The good news is that's not my parents. The bad news is that's Lith. Why is that bad news? Nalrund asked. When is the last time he called you just to chat? Fria grunted. He only remembers communication amulets exist when he needs something. Sad but true, why aren't you answering? He said. Are you crazy? Fria was wearing a bikini that left a lot of skin exposed, while Nalrund wore swim trunks. She had her armor cover her from neck to toe before pressing the rune. Put your clothes on. I do mind sharing. He chuckled but did as bidden. I'm sorry to bother you during your honeymoon, but there's something you need to hear. Lith said the moment his hologram appeared. Hello to you too, Lith. It's nice to see you again. How was your honeymoon? Ours was fine until you called. Fria smiled and her voice sounded sweet, but it dripped so much sarcasm that the rest of Maga ran out of it. Fine, I'm sorry, he sighed. To my defense, I'm not worried about you guys because Gianni and Quilla give me extensive reports every time they call you. There was no point in annoying you just to hear what I already know. Too little and too late, she shook her head. Get to the point. There have been several sightings of creatures that might be uppers, and the Crown asked me to investigate. Lith replied. I'm going with Tista, Morok, and Protector, plus 2 more helpers. Since your family is in need of merits to prolong your parents' leave, I wanted to know if Nalrund is interested in participating. What about me? Fria's eyes narrowed. It's cold and you're pregnant, Lith replied. Do I have to remind a fellow healer how dangerous the first time is? No, but if it's really a scouting mission, you can use my help to observe from a distance or retreat quickly, Fria said. Also, if the other 2 guys are awakened with a violet core, 8 is the perfect number. You can conjure an anti-guardian spell while I open a retreat warp. As for the cold, I'll crank the heating enchantment of my armor to the maximum. These are all fair points, but I've yet to hear Nalrund's answer, Lith said. Count me in, the Agni nodded. I'm itching to try my new spells, and I can use a practice match against uppers. That said, I'm not sure you should come with us, Fria. Me neither, she replied, surprising everyone. Believe me, I know the risks, and I'd never put our twins in danger just to prove a point. Yet this is going to be my first and last opportunity to go on a mission with my powers boosted. With my current abilities, I'm confident I can stay in the backline and make a difference. I promise you I won't do anything stupid, and I'll just shoot people from a distance with Thunder Crash. She noticed Nalrund's hesitation, so she added, If Narchet comes looking for us, he won't knock on our door or give me time to prepare. I can use a bit of practice against uppers as well, especially while I still have margin for error. If something goes wrong, one of you can save me. Fine, damn it, Nalrund sighed. When and where? As soon as you can, Lith replied. Our suspects are in the Nestra region in the western area of the kingdom. Give us 5 minutes and we'll be there. House or mansion? Fria asked. House, I'll wait for you in the barn. Lith out. The moment the hologram disappeared, Nalrund frowned at Fria. What, you said you were okay with me coming? She tilted her head, feigning ignorance. I was lying, he snorted. I didn't want to argue in front of Lith. Too bad, a victory is still a victory. Fria stuck her tongue out before rushing to the bathroom. There was no way she would go on a mission with a full bladder. She had lived with Quilla and Camilla long enough to know that some problems couldn't be underestimated. Space. Nestra region, Marana barony at the same time. Was it really necessary to expose our presence like that, Jorel? Actton the Bastard asked. There was no reproach in his voice, only curiosity. He considered the storm Griffin his mentor and knew that he would never make such a silly mistake without a good reason. We lost our tail, didn't we? Jorel smirked. Since Orpal doesn't trust us even after so long, I needed to get rid of his goon without arousing suspicions. I slipped up, and now he's too busy dealing with the army and association. And knowing Orpal, he'll blame the goon for getting caught. Actton nodded. He can't take it on you without admitting he had us followed. Melnarchet admitting he made a mistake, Salanoth scoffed at the thought. When the sun freezes over, maybe. Let's make this quick. If the kingdom sends someone after us and somehow they can find our traces, I don't want to get caught, Jorel said. Even worse, I don't want the existence of the Black Throne to be exposed. That's a lot of ifs, Uriger said while using the cleansing spell to erase their energy signatures as they flew towards the meeting point. Besides, even I don't know what the Black Throne looks like now. I never met him. All our communications took place via amulet while deliveries and payments were left at drop spots. Mere mortals would never recognize him, and even if someone stumbles upon our meeting, they'll never know what hit them. Space. I'm against this, Orion said as soon as Fria stepped through the warp gate in the barn. Me too, you should stay home and rest, Gianni nodded. Wow, 3 against 1, Fria snorted. Too bad this isn't a democracy, Lith. She's right, bye. A snap of his fingers brought everyone in the tower via the warp mirror. Here's Thundercrash latest model. Fria took the gun and imprinted it. Lock and loaded, what about the mission? Adding the reports to the library right now, Lith said, and a thick folder of papers appeared in everyone's mind. Strange movements had been spotted near numerous cities of strategic importance in the Nestra region, yet any attempt to follow and identify the unknown creatures had always failed. They were fast, discreet, and left no trace. If not for the tightened security measures after the first upper assault, the creatures would have gone unnoticed. On top of that, the multiple sightings had already ruled out the possibility of mere migratory beasts. According to the reports, just a few minutes ago, the arrays of Marana had detected a high-speed trespasser. While investigating what had triggered the alarm, the mages of the association had come across an upper. Chapter 40-106 The Black Throne, Part 1. The mages of the association had succeeded in overpowering the upper, but in the process had lost track of the creature that had triggered the alarm. At that point, the local ruler had alerted the royals, who in turn had called their best hunter. Lith. Wow, better than a mind link. Fria knew every detail of the reports and the map of the area like the back of her hand. Thanks, Sola said as she warped the tower to the nearest known mana geyser. What about the paper trail? Naland asked. How will you explain how we got here so quickly without using the warp gate? We are not here to stay, Solus replied. This is just to take a full scan of the area with the watchtower and the eyes without burning our brains. We'll go back to Lucia and use the official channels once we're done shit. Yeah, you can say that. Lith turned in the direction of the known energy signature. Whatever this is, it's big. Meln wouldn't send a cursed object for a grocery run. Everyone in Jorel's group wore a cloaking item and had never met Lith. Everyone but Uriger. From that distance, the eyes of Menadian would have failed to detect his energy signature due to his exceptional cloaking device. With the watchtower and the ears boosting its abilities, however, the artifact managed to pinpoint Uriger's position and even get a glimpse on his associates. Who are those other guys? Solus asked. Without anything to lock onto, she couldn't tell either the race or the power of the other members of Uriger's group. I have no clue, Lith replied, Rifa. I'm not sure, but if I had to take a guess based on the early readings, I'd say we are watching at 2 divine beasts, a few fae and plant folk, and 1 more cursed item, Menadian said. You can tell that much already, Mom. Solus was flabbergasted. I'm just guessing, sweetie, Menadian replied. I've used the eyes of Menadian a lot back in the day, and I've analyzed so many people that I can recognize their race even from partial data, yet it's not a science. Also, and I'm telling you this only because we know of that Jorel guy, and one of the 2 divine beasts should be a griffin. The other one belongs to a type I've never studied before. Could it be this? Lith gave Rifa the eyes data about Theseus. The other divine beast sighted fighting at Meln's side was a bastard. I'm sorry, I can't tell, Menadian shook her head. The energy signature is too contaminated by the eldritch side. It could be anyone. Let's wait what's happening. The tower shook violently, cracks appearing along its walls, and its lights flickered like during a power outage. The eyes of Menadian lost the signal, while the watchtower became nothing but a decoration. For some reason, the mana geyser below us has lost half of its power and keeps getting weaker, Solus replied. I don't know the how or why, but we don't have the time to waste. The tower is about to collapse. Luckily, Starforge had already accumulated the energy for the tower warp, and Solus used it to go back to Lucia. There, the tower received a steady flow of world energy that allowed it to repair the damage and restore its full functionality. Has something like this ever happened before? Tista asked. Never, Lith and Solus answered in unison. I have a bad feeling, Protector said. Let's go meet our allies. We don't know why Narchet sent his goons to Nestrar, but whatever their goal is, we can't afford them to achieve it. Space. Nestrar region, in the middle of nowhere at the same time. Magur Almighty. Back when Solus had spotted and tracked the uppers, Jorel and his unit were flying toward the meeting point with the Black Throne. They were still far from their destination, when a colossal building suddenly appeared before them. It was a majestic tower comprised of white marble of the finest quality, with gold inlays across its surface, and decorating every one of its hundreds of crystal windows. The building was at least 1 kilometer, 3,300 high and 200 meters, 656 across, standing like a lone pillar amid an otherwise barren flatland. The tower radiated a majestic aura of power that made the uppers' blood run cold, and the aura became stronger with each second Jorel and the others wasted trying to size up the building. What is this thing? Where did it come from, and how could we, or anyone else for that matter, miss it? Jorel asked. You are the Light Master, you tell us, Salanoth replied. What I can tell you is that this isn't dimensional magic. The place hasn't been stretched or deformed. What you see is the actual size, Uriger. Not any illusion spell I know either. The host of the Book of Knowledge shook his head. And believe me, I know a lot of them. It could have been an invisibility field, but the level of light mastery it requires is beyond me. The storm Griffin flew backwards, followed by his allies. Not to mention how it could see us if we couldn't see it, or... Gods, are you going to spend the entire day yapping, or are you going to get in? A rumbling voice said. It was filled with power, but it seemed comprised of the creaks of old bones and wood. It was akin to the voice of a god, but a very old god buried beneath the sands of time and crushed under reality itself. Are you the Black Throne? Jorel asked. No, I'm the fairy godmother. The voice replied with a dry cackle that sounded like the snapping of twigs. Of course, I'm the Black Throne. Who else am I supposed to be? What are you doing here? The storm Griffin recovered his composure and spoke to the legendary artifact like an equal. You wanted to meet me, and I didn't trust you. The Black Throne replied with a hint of respect in its voice. So I put myself in a spot you were bound to cross, but away from our convened meeting point to avoid nasty surprises. You wouldn't be the first one to attempt something funny on me, and you can be certain you won't be the last. I thought that something of your caliber. Something, the Black Throne roared, producing a shockwave that sent the uppers flying like leaves in the wind. Maybe you are something, Uriger. I'm not a thing. I'm a real living being, and you'll address me with the respect I deserve. Fine, the Book of Knowledge's Davros body was still vibrating from the impact. I thought that someone like you needed a proper energy source, like a mana geyser. I do need a mana geyser, and I'm standing above one. The voice sounded smug. What? Salanoth looked down, noticing that the Black Throne was telling the truth. A massive flow of world energy came from below the tower, yet there was supposed to be none. This makes no sense. The closest mana geysers are this and that way. The ring of space pointed southwest, and in the direction Solus Tower had been until a few seconds ago. Chapter 40-107, The Black Throne, Part 2. Correct, but I'm almost above one, and almost works for fireballs, meteors, and me. I'm currently sitting on a major world energy vein. Dig deep enough, and you can reach and tap into it, even if it means depowering a geyser. Now you either walk through the door at the ground floor or you scram. We don't have much time, the Black Throne said. Do you expect us to get in and be at your mercy? Jorel sneered. We can talk just fine from here. Nobody followed us. You fool, the voice boomed with contempt. You are at my mercy since you came into my presence. Inside or outside makes no difference. As for your second observation, you're wrong again. Magur hates when I do this. The old mudball gets bitchy fast, and soon it will kick me out. Yet this meeting won't last so long if you don't start following my instructions. Do you really think a 1-kilometer high mage tower is going to go unnoticed? Can't you cloak us? Salanoth asked. Of course I can, but why should I? The Black Throne laughed. If you don't get in, then I've nothing to say to you. You need me for sure. I might need you, but you first have to prove your worth to me. Jorel couldn't refute that logic, yet he didn't like the idea of being trapped inside an insanely powerful and probably demented artifact. You came all this way to meet the Black Throne. There you have it, the voice said. Yet this proves nothing. You don't know what I can do, and you need to check with your own eyes if I serve your purpose. You can only do it if you get inside. To prove its point, the Black Throne warped everyone but Salanoth on the ground floor of the tower. The ring of space managed to escape the sudden spatial dislocation, but failed to protect the others. Jorel had just the time to realize his deadly predicament when a second warp brought him back to Salanoth's side. As I told you, you already are at my mercy, the Black Throne said. I could have warped you inside a volcano or in front of the awakened council if I wanted. Now make up your mind and waste my time no more. Please open the door. Jorel landed and swallowed a lump of saliva. A wise choice. The Black Throne welcomed his guests with a red carpet, closing the door and turning itself invisible again the moment the last upper stepped inside. Space. City of Morana at the same time. Less than 10 minutes had passed since Lith had been summoned. It was a perfectly reasonable time to call his associates and prepare himself for the fight. It's about time, Crank the Hyperion snarled as Lith and his group walked out of the warp gate in Nestrar. I hope you are as good at tracking people as they say, Verhin. By now, those uppers can be anywhere. The guests saw only the sturdy room where the gate was located, but they were actually inside a magnificent castle that once had belonged to a powerful and rich countess who had betrayed the kingdom to join Thrud's army. After the Mad Queen's death, the castle had been seized and given to the newly appointed Baron Crank. The royals hoped that luxury and finery would motivate the Hyperion to work hard for the kingdom and increase his noble status. So far, their plan had worked. They can be anywhere because you lost them. Lith offered his hand, and the short honey badger in front of him stood on his hind legs to shake it. If they warped away, their trail went cold the moment you stopped to call me. Also, we don't know if they are uppers. What about the prisoner? Sad but true, Crank sighed. No prisoner, he died fighting. We did our best to capture him, but when it was clear it was either kill or let him escape, we went for the kill. Scourge, Lith was surprised to see Fillard there as well, but he shook the Lindworm's hand as well. Nice to see you. Ruler Menadian, I'll never thank you enough for my axes. Keep doing your job and you never will, Riffa replied. I'm getting better with modern forgemastering by the day, and I could do wonders with those two cute little things. The deal between Fillard and Lith still stood. For each person planning to capture a member of Lith's family whom Fillard delivered for interrogation, Menadian upgraded his axes metal, crystals, or enchantments. Time and plenty of victims had turned the twin weapons into minor masterpieces. I wish, he sighed. Those cowards seem to be hiding in their holes. Just because a few dozen of them mysteriously disappeared, all the job requests related to the Verhins have dried up. Those scoundrels lack ambition. Right, Lith didn't know whether to be happy about the Lindworm's success or angry about Fillard wishing for more kidnappers. Anyway, can you show me the records of the intruder? I need something to work on. I can't track thin air. I can do better. Crank established a mind link with everyone and opened a warp steps leading to the site of the sighting. Sorry for the mind link, but there is no time to lose. Here's what we saw. The Hyperion projected his and Fillard's memories into his guests' minds. An unknown creature had flown too close to a surveillance tower, triggering its defensive arrays by a hair's breadth. The creature was far enough away to avoid the magical formation's barrage of spells and had promptly blinked away, but the recording system of the watchtower had managed to capture his image. And you call this a picture? It's so blurry that I can't tell the arms from the legs, Lith said. I'm sorry, but these are the clearest images we got, Crank replied. That thing was damn fast and distance only made things messier, yet I'm willing to bet those are feathered wings and that's fur. I say it's a griffin. Maybe, Lith pondered. Now please shut up and let me scan the area. He activated his eyes and wings as a decoy while he put on the eyes of Menadian. Time, the energy blast from the watchtower, and the cloaking device had left nothing that even the artifact could pick up. Found him. Luckily for Lith, he had no need for a trace. Him, or rather them, went in that direction. I count 2 divine beasts, 2 cursed objects, and at least 4 fey and plant folk uppers. Lith pointed in the direction. The Starforged Tower had previously detected Uriger's energy signature, and presented Menadian's guesses as certainties. Good gods, you are even better than they say. Fillard was flabbergasted. It's no wonder no one ever shows their face when they put a hit on you and nobody accepts the job. If they fail, they'd never survive. Thanks, but I can't be sure from this distance. Lith raised his hands. The trace is very faint. We need to get closer. If we're lucky and this is really Jorel, we'll get all the backup we need to kill Narchat himself if he's here. Chapter 40-108 Majestic Form, Part 1. Space. Meanwhile, a few hundred kilometers from Crank's warp steps, Jorel and the others could barely believe their own eyes. The ground floor of the Black Throne had turned out to be a room 600 meters, 2,000, across with a tall ceiling, and decorated with high-end furniture of exquisite taste. From the silk-lined armchair to the paintings, everything was out of a royal palace. Even more incredible was the fact that the place wasn't tacky or overbearing. The priceless furniture wasn't ostentatious, nor were the gemstones studded into the paintings meant for bragging. They fueled the enchanted pictures, allowing them to recount stories so old that even the cursed objects believed them to be myths, until they saw them unfold before their eyes. The ground floor looked lived, in by a dignified noble who had taken his time to turn his home into a museum. This is it, Jorel furrowed his brow. What need do you have for human junk? When you live as long as I do, you learn to do it with style, runt, the Black Throne replied. Don't waste your and my time dilly-dallying. The things that barbarians like you would consider precious are stored in the underground floors, away from your grubby paws. I have no reason to show them to you. Not now, and probably never unless they become part of our deal. Underground floors, Salanoth echoed. Are you telling me this thing I mean your body doesn't just go up? Nice save, Trinket, the voice grunted. And yes, I have as many floors above as below. Now start walking those stairs, or it will take us all day just to meet. Why don't you just bring us to you? Jorel asked, stepping to the first floor and finding it filled with bookshelves and tomes. It was one of the biggest libraries the storm Griffin had ever seen, and every book had a powerful aura. Several hardwood tables and padded chairs were arranged across the room to allow the guests take notes while they examined the books. Weird, Jorel thought. Not only is it bigger on the inside, but I don't see any ladder or means to reach the upper shelves. Does it assume everybody can fly, or is there a secret to it? Where's the fun in that, runt? The Black Throne replied. I'm old and bored, or I wouldn't have bothered coming here. After centuries of isolation, I want to brag a bit. This way, after witnessing all the marvels in my possession, you'll grovel before me. The experience will teach you your place in our alliance if I accept to help you, and make you regret wasting this opportunity if I refuse. Either way, I'll have a good laugh. Jorel inwardly cursed and continued ascending the Black Tower. Space. Lith had to fly to pretend he was tracking his target and hide that he already knew Uriger's exact position. During that time, the group had the opportunity to make introductions and ask a few questions. What are you doing here, Fillard? I thought you were just a mercenary, Lith asked. I am a mercenary, and I don't usually get involved in politics, the Lindworm replied. Yet Nestrar is my region, and Morana is my home. I won't let the dead king mess with my livelihood more than he already has. After his attack, most of my regular clients had to focus on rebuilding their territories and can't afford my services anymore. If Narchat becomes even more powerful, I might be forced to move to another country. That's incredibly selfish of you, Tista said. Would you really sit there and do nothing if not for the lack of bounties? Yes, Crank replied for Fillard. He wouldn't even be here if I hadn't paid him handsomely for this mission and up front at that. Is that true? Lith asked, almost proud of the Lindworm. Yeah, Fillard sighed. I need the money for the house, the staff, and most of all the food. I've gotten too used to eating well, and raw meat doesn't cut it for me anymore. I've become a dandy, and now I'm paying the price for it. What about you, Crank? Solus asked. I'm the lord of this place, and the only divine beast the royals could call upon aside from the Verhins. The Hyperion puffed his chest out with pride. Also, they are paying me a king's ransom and promised that I wouldn't have to charge in this mess alone. They made me an offer I couldn't refuse. And how are you different from Fillard? Exactly. Fria had met the Lindworm twice back when he was still a Croxy, and she a fourth-year student of the White Griffin. Both memories were far from pleasant, and the opinion she had of the Lindworm was low. As I said, I'm the lord of this area. More funds mean I can better develop my territory, not just stuff my belly like that scaly pig, Crank replied. Also, I need a big horde if I want to find a mate. I was just a wandering awakened until a few years ago, and have nothing but what I earned with the War of the Griffins. Females are so damn expensive. Hey, Fria, Solus, and Tista said in unison. I'm not talking about you humans. No offense, but your kind is too small and furless for me. The honey badger-looking Hyperion raised his paws in apology. I meant my fellow divine beasts. They make a lot of demands, and I've yet to become a light master. I'm wealthy from a human standpoint, but for a divine beast, I'm dirt poor. What about Tista? Fria asked, drawing a killer glare from the Hecate. She is a divine beast, and according to her own words, she doesn't need much. Crank looked at Tista for a moment. Then, his expression filled with absolute indifference hurt her more than any wound she had ever suffered. Hard pass, scales are almost as ugly as your pink, squishy skin. Fria, I'm going to kill. Stop, Lith raised his closed fist, bringing the group to a halt and cutting Tista short. Something is wrong. The trace of our mark disappears here. He must have warped away, Fillard shrugged. If he did, I would still pick up the residual energy signature of the mana he used to conjure the steps, Lith replied. The signal just vanishes, Fria. She cast a few of her personal spells before answering. Lith is right. The only dimensional corridor that has been opened here in the last week leads down to the ground. There's nothing else. Even if the enemy opened another steps, and then relaxed the space of the exit point to stop us from following them, the entry point would leave dimensional distortions that I can perceive. Speaking of distortions, something is wrong and weird here. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it. Same. Nalron's scales curled up as his body warned him that they were getting closer to something dangerous. I agree. Morok's 6 eyes scanned the area. The world energy of this place is all over the place. It's like something is twisting it. The weird thing is that the light element is the most affected, but I can see just fine. Chapter 4109 Majestic Form, Part 2. I don't feel anything weird. Protector sniffed the air like a hunting dog. For what is worth, the smells of our marks don't disappear here, but at the ground level where Fria sensed the exit point of the warp steps. How is this possible? Solus asked via her bond with Lith. How can 3 people sense something that escapes even the eye's detection? Because you are using the wrong tool, Menadian replied. The eyes can be fooled by proper cloaking, but there is no enchantment that doesn't cause a ripple in the flow of world energy. That's why I made the ears. Fuck me sideways, Lith said the moment he donned the helm, and everyone could feel the tension in his thoughts. We have to leave without arousing suspicions. Follow my lead. He shapeshifted into a Tiamat, sniffed the air a few times, and then circled around the clearing, playing dumb until he pointed in a random direction and flew towards it. Nobody but Solus and Menadian knew what was happening, but they had the common sense not to ask questions. Whatever scared Lith's scourge is likely to terrify me. Better to be in the dark and alive than aware and dead, everyone else thought. Lith kept flying until the ears confirmed to him that they had escaped the range of the Black Throne's sensing arrays, and a small mountain hid them from conventional sight. I need you to stay calm, he said while hushing everyone for good measure. This is what we are against. The mind link showed with everyone the colossal figure of the Black Throne. The ears couldn't perceive the exact form, but it clearly showed the size and vigor of the world energy surrounding the Black Throne. Great Mother Almighty, Fillard said, is that the legendary Menadian's tower? Everyone turned towards Rifa, even though for different reasons. Those who knew the truth hoped she could explain the phenomenon, while the rest waited with bated breath for the revelation. That's not my tower. The answer made the Hyperion and the Lindworm groan in disappointment. But that doesn't mean it can't be another mage tower. The disappointment was gone, and now Fillard and Crank experienced the same dread as everyone else. This doesn't make sense, Protector said. Narchet already has moonlight. What need does he have for a second tower? None, and he's not the kind of man who'd give such a powerful weapon to his second in command, Morok pondered. Even assuming I'm misjudging his character, how did Narchet know where to find another mage tower? Something is fishy here. You guys make excellent questions, but we have no time to look for the answers, Lith replied. Maybe Meln has become more generous. Maybe he has nothing to do with him. Or maybe the reveal of my Indech form and Adjutor's sapphire dragon made Meln so desperate that he is willing to gamble on his followers. No matter the answer, we can't let him get his hands on another mage tower. Whoever is in there with the Book of Knowledge, We have to stop them before they complete whatever trial is required to take control of the tower. How can you be so sure they didn't just put a hand on a wall and imprinted it already? Fillard hated thinking, but there was nothing he wouldn't do to keep his scales on his flesh and away from a trophy wall. If that were true, why would the tower just be cloaked and let us pass? Menadian replied. Why didn't the upper just kill us all with their new toy? Maybe Narchat wants to keep the second tower as a secret weapon until he strikes again, Crank asked. It would be smart of him. Meln, letting me go unharmed instead of throwing a tantrum and giving me a speech about how awesome he is and I'll never catch up to him, Lith scoffed. Have you ever listened even to one of his public rants? Point taken, we can rule out his presence. If he were there, I bet he would have cast his blade tier spell behind the safety of the cloaking field and killed us with a surprise attack, the Hyperion said, winning the bet. We can also rule out that this tower is already under his control, Solus pointed out. If he had a new weapon of this caliber, Narchat would shout it to the world and use it to recover from the blow we dealt to his recruitment campaign. That's nice, but let's discuss what we do know for sure, Morok said. We can't go against a monstrosity over 60 meters, 197, high-armed with just good intentions. Even if this thing doesn't have a master, it's still a frigging mage tower. We won't. That's why I brought us out of its sensory field before stopping to discuss our strategy, Lith replied. I don't plan on charging ahead like a moron. I already have a contingency plan, but we need to buy time for it to work. Before that, is it normal for a mage tower to be so short, Ruler Menadian? Crank asked. I'm a bit disappointed. In all the myths I heard as a child, mage towers are as tall as mountains. Yes, it's normal, Riffa nodded. A mage tower is still an artifact and needs energy to work. Even a mana geyser can only produce that much power, and if your tower is 1 km, 3281 high, it means that either most floors are merely cosmetic or that the power of their enchantments is negligible. No one would invest countless priceless magical resources just to have the vertical equivalent of a mansion, Crank pondered. Each floor should possess unparalleled power to be worthy of a mage tower. Exactly, Menadian nodded. For what it's worth, the stories you heard as a kid hold a grain of truth. No one in their right mind reveals the true appearance of their mage tower to strangers. You always add a majestic form that's purely for show. Its purpose is to fool spies, impress your guests, and make it impossible for anyone you don't trust to map the real structure of the tower and where you keep your treasures. Ingenious, Lith said, adding on their private link. Why did I never hear about this before? The only time I saw something like that was when I first met Solus, and she showed me what the complete tower looked like. Because Effie doesn't remember about it, and the majestic form is one of the last enchantments the tower will regain. It has no defensive or offensive value, and is the least useful tool for a forgemaster like me, Menadian said. Then she opened the telepathic channel with the rest of the group again. There are 2 more things you need to know if you want to survive the experience. The tower is likely to have underground floors, so it's bigger than you think. Also, it should have a battle form, and if we enrage it, it will come after us. Lith didn't like Menadian sharing such things with Crank and Fillard, but she was right. They needed to know the truth to live long enough to serve their purpose. Besides, it was no shocking news. Chapter 40, 110, No Master, Part 1. Menadian showed the group the battle forms of Baba Yaga's and Silverwing's towers, since they had already been revealed during Solus' rescue mission. Hundreds of dragons, phoenixes, and liches had taken part in it. It was only a matter of time before one of them told the story to the wrong audience, and the events of the battle against the World Tree became public. I have seen the holograms of these things before, but I thought they were just drunken tales. Are you telling me they are real? Fillard pointed at Bloodhaven's Usura form, proving Riffa's point. Yes, so be careful, keep your distance from the tower, and do whatever Lith says. She looked all of them in the eyes, even Protector and Nalrond. Since you are such an expert, any idea what we are against? Morok asked. No, I've never seen a mage tower beside my own and Yaga's when I was alive. Lakra having one shocked me, mostly because of how poor its design was, Menadian said. How can you have not seen more than 2 towers? How is that possible? Nalrond was flabbergasted. Kid, I know I was born in an age of legends, but mage towers are damn rare. The mages who have one don't go around Maga parading it, Menadian replied. It's the reason they are so hard to build. If I hadn't met Yaga, I would have never succeeded in creating my own so soon in my life. It would have taken me centuries. Fantastic. Now everyone shut up, please. Lith took his council amulet out of his pocket dimension and pressed the rune associated with Jorel's bounty. What kind of lunatic is N. Verhen? The fire griffin looked bored out of his skull, his beak leaning against his fist until he saw who was calling. Did you spot the traitor? Maybe. Lith raised his hands in apology and explained the details of his mission. I followed the traces of a cursed item shaped like a book here. I never met Jorel, so I don't know his energy signature. Yet I'm pretty sure there is a griffin among the cursed book's companions. My senses and Baron Crank agree on this. Lith showed the blurred picture and included the honey badger in the hologram. Did you sneeze while taking this picture, Hyperion? The fire griffin glared at Crank with contempt. Don't answer, it was rhetorical. This is not much, Verhen, even coming from you. We are swamped following fake reports and tips. There are too many bastards who want the reward for useful information and think we griffins are a bunch of friendly, trusting idiots. He said the last part while staring at the Hyperion. I can't deny that, but I can swear on the book's presence. I'm sure of it, Lith replied. Besides, if I had seen Jorel, he would have seen me, and we wouldn't be having this conversation because I would be busy fighting for my life. You wanted tips to find Jorel, this is one. How many griffins follow Narchat? How many cursed books whose host has been turned into an upper do you think exist? If you don't trust two divine beasts reporting the same thing, you'd better take down the reward offer. Give me one moment. This is not a decision I can take alone. The griffin's hologram disappeared, putting Lith on hold. Why did you drag me into this? Crank snarled via the mind link, in case someone was listening from the other side. Because I need more than maybe, just maybe I found your guy to get us a storm of angry griffins as backup, Lith replied. Everyone's eyes went wide in understanding, as they sighed in relief. Good thinking, but why didn't you also tell him about the tower? Fillard asked. Because then the griffins' priority wouldn't be to rescue us and capture Jorel, but get themselves a mage tower, Lith replied. We need backup, not competition. If you think they wouldn't kill us just to keep the secret, you are a naive fool. Point taken, the Lindworm swallowed hard. If Jorel is not here, I'll take responsibility, Lith said. If he's here, we'll share the reward equally. Deal, Lith offered Crank his hand, who shook it promptly. Deal, what if the tower helps the cursed book or Narchat's goons have imprinted it by the time the griffins get here? The Hyperion asked. Then we bail, Lith replied. The mission for the kingdom would be complete anyway, and staying here any further would be suicidal. If the tower doesn't kill us, the griffins will. Yet if we run away and spread the word, there will be no secret to keep. I like this plan. Crank rubbed his paws, already smelling success in the air. Lith, Mom, there's something you should know, Solus said on their private link. My mana sense found something weird, and I've just finished confirming it with the ears and eyes. There is a mana geyser below the tower, but that's not the weird part. The world energy coming out of the geyser has the same frequency and output as the geyser we used earlier. I think that tower stole our power source. Is that even possible, Riffa? Your tower has always seized already occupied mana geysers, slowly but without fail. The opposite has never happened, Lith said. Because the things you overpowered were old junk, Menadian replied. This tower might be recent. Also, to screw Effie's tower over so easily, it must have been here first. The geyser was already taken, and you didn't notice. This is weird. We've been here before, and the geyser worked just fine, Solus pondered. Also, a tower needs a lot of power, yet that thing took a negligible amount until the uppers arrived. The only possible explanation is that this tower can somehow move, and that the uppers came here to meet it. Also, whatever means this tower used to overpower Starforge, it must come with severe limitations. Are you still there, Verhen? The fire griffin had just returned. I am. What's your clan's answer? Lith asked. The elders decided to trust you. We'll be there with all haste, the fire griffin replied. Just make sure Jorel doesn't run away. If that's not possible, at least memorize his energy signature. If you can help us to find him again, we'll make it worth your while. Space. Meanwhile, inside the Black Throne, Jorel sprinted on the steps, taking 3 or 4 at a time. He had no interest in sightseeing and no idea on which floor he would meet his host. After the library, he found what looked like an orrery, displaying the position of planets and moons in Magus' solar system. Hen, a luscious garden filled with natural treasures, a coliseum with battling gladiators, a luxurious tea room, an armory filled with all kinds of enchanted weapons, and several more floors that little have to do with magic. Guys, stop, the Black Throne is messing with us, Salanoth, the Ring of Space, said. We are running in circles. We have been visiting the same 2 floors until now. He simply alters their appearance after we pass and warps us back to the 1st floor the moment we open the door to the 3rd floor. Chapter 40-111 No Master, Part 2. Son of a bitch, Uriger said. Does he think this is a game? This is a game, waste of ink, the Black Throne replied. You are not here for a business deal, but for my amusement. Congratulations on reaching the 3rd stage. You've realized my trick and earned the right to meet me. 3rd stage, Jorel echoed. Yes, the first one was being brave enough to enter. The second was being smart enough to realize you were being played. The voice said, You got lucky. You were starting to look as dumb as fish in a tank, and you were just as boring. What if we failed? Would we have spent the rest of our lives trapped here? Actton asked. Nothing so fancy. As I said, that wasn't funny anymore, and Mager gets bitchy when I steal her mana geysers. The Black Throne mocked them with a cruel laughter. The moment Mager kicked me out, I would have killed you. This is a time trial runt, and the clock is still ticking. I don't know how long we still have, but when this crazy bastard comes at us, he'll find me ready. Jorel infused himself with a bit of life maelstrom, preparing to fight for his life. Welcome to your 3rd test. The Black Throne ignored the threat of the silver lightning. Present your cause to me and convince me that you are worthy of my time. When Jorel opened the door to the real 3rd floor, he found himself in a large circular room 30 meters, 100, across. Magic crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, lighting the room as bright as day and filling it with the power of all elements. The orrery turned out to be just the east wall, while a colossal map of Mager covered the west wall. Even in their inactive state, the maps depicted mana currents and secrets that Jorel hadn't so much as suspected existed until that moment. Both maps were also covered in notes that described in detail what lay on the ground and among the stars. On the opposite side of the entrance, a large glass window offered a panoramic view of the valley. Right in the middle of the room, there was a musty black throne of ancient design, and a tall mirror with a silver frame. He explored Mager and even went to outer space, so that must be some kind of surveillance mirror. Jorel didn't dare take a single step forward. What's the throne for? Why is the very thing that gives the first tower its name of such poor quality? Every single stone block of the Black Throne, every single piece of furniture and tapestry was a masterpiece that reflected the hand of the artisan. The black, grimy chair, instead, was a badly carved, twisted piece of charred wood. Even from the entrance, the burnt smell reached Jorel's nostrils, and his beak curled up in disgust. Tick-tock, little Finch, the voice said as the mana in the room thickened and grew so heavy that it forced the divine beasts to bow. Time stops for no one. Jorel pumped more life maelstrom into his body and walked briskly towards the throne. He extended a tendril of spirit magic to speed things up, but he didn't know if an artifact could form mind links or how it would react. An emerald tendril of energy emerged from the floor, establishing contact. Jorel showed everything since the moment Tyrus had banished him from the kingdom. It started with Silpha humiliating him and finished with his plans for the future. Interesting, very interesting. Entertaining, I'd say. The Black Throne mulled over the information. What's your offer, little Finch? Your favorite kind of deal, Jorel replied. Power in exchange for knowledge. You help us take down Meln Narchat, and in exchange you get to keep him knight and her mage tower. I'm told you can upgrade yourself. I can only imagine how much you could learn from studying the opus of the most powerful and ancient white core on Mager. True, the tower trembled in what the uppers assumed was a nod. But you want more, don't you? You need me to rid you of the fake divine beast and the horseman bonded to him, but you can't afford to kill him either. You want me to be Narchat's prison. Correct, Jorel said. We don't need Narchat to make more uppers, only his blood. If you can keep him contained, I'll have everything I need to build myself an army. I don't care about settling the score with my mother or world domination. My goal is to have a place where to live in peace and escape the persecution from the members of my bloodline. That's what you say now. The Black Throne emitted a mirthless laugh. Give yourself time, give yourself power and a whole army of divine beasts. Before you know it, you'll be Jorel the Conqueror to your allies and Jorel the Tyrant to your enemies. Do we have a deal or not? The Storm Griffin asked. You are scared, little Finch, the voice cackled. You are in a rush, you are wise. The second of silence that followed seemed to stretch for years. You passed my 3rd test. Now, for the 4th and last stage of our game, all you have to do is sit on the Black Throne. And what, become its master or just its latest slave? Jorel clenched his fists, using the life maelstrom to resist the pressure that forced his associates to their knees. Even Actton was helpless against the might of the Black Throne. His mana body offered him no protection from the heavy mana that smothered his origin flames like a drenched blanket. "I have no master," the voice snarled. "Nor do I need slaves." The transition from anger to calm took but the space of a heartbeat. "I haven't lied to you. I'm old and bored, and all I seek is amusement. I have had countless servants, and I killed them all once I grew bored with them." There is no uncertainty in blind obedience, whereas allies are unpredictable. Why do you think I helped so many upstart youths throughout Maugre's history? Because I wanted to see what they would do with my power. I wanted the thrill of not knowing whether they'd honor our agreement or try to put me on my knees and make me beg for mercy. This is what I want from you, Jorel the Storm Griffin, but that's just the bare minimum. Entering this place took a leap of faith. All I'm asking you in exchange for what you desire is to take another and sit on the throne. Another second of silence passed without Jorel moving from his spot, but the pressure didn't increase either. "What are you scared of? Don't you know that bonding with a cursed object requires consent? I have no need for a host, but even if I did, all you have to do is say no. Ask your Narchat. Ask your co-conspirators here." "He's telling the truth," Salanoth said, and Uriger nodded. "Besides, what need does he have of us? You heard the stories. The Black Throne had countless massed." The mana looming over the ring of space grew so heavy that her human host was squashed like a bug. Chapter 40, 112 Equal Partnership, Part 1. "Countless allies? The Black Throne had countless allies," Salanoth said via air magic, and her host was allowed to regenerate. "And they all died of natural death or in battle, all of them." "The trinket is right," the Black Throne said. "There is an enormous difference between an alliance, no matter how unwilling, and coercion, no matter how rewarding. I want you to fight for us. If you fight for me, you won't hesitate to betray me the moment things go south." "That's weird," Jorel said. "A while ago, Orpal used similar words to explain why he and Knight work together even though they despise each other." "That means your enemy is not as stupid as you think," the voice replied. "You need my help more than you think, little Finch." "Fine," Jorel sighed and took a step forward. The pressure in the room disappeared, allowing him to reach the Black Throne with ease. "What is this rancid smell, and why carve the keystone of a mighty mage tower out of something so undignified?" Jorel pondered for a moment before sitting on the throne and finding the answers to his questions. The armrests turned up, revealing themselves to be twisted arms that grabbed the Storm Griffin's wrists. A howling skull emerged from the backrest and released dozens of tendrils of spirit magic that seeped inside Jorel's head and mana core. The Storm Griffin shrieked and thrashed, but the twisted, mangled corpse of Elasar Rehin that fused with the remains of his equipment formed the so-called Black Throne, pinned Jorel down with the weight of his entire tower. Strong of the forbidden magic that kept his remains alive and millennia of experience, Rehin used the tendrils to force a mind link to sift through the Storm Griffin's mind. He forced Jorel to reveal every facet of the events he had shared with the Black Throne without omissions. Once Rehin confirmed the Storm Griffin's motivations to look for his help, he dug deeper in Jorel's mind. Rehin felt the Griffin's determination, his drive to survive against all odds in spite of his family, and Orpal's obsession with Lith. The channel he forced open, however, worked both ways. Jorel exploited the mind link to probe Rehin's memories, learning about his so-called ally and searching for anything he could use against the Black Throne. "This is a game two can play," Jorel snarled, discovering that Rehin couldn't care less about the intrusion. His mind was an open book, and so was his past. Elasar Rehin belonged to a time before guardians, magi, and rulers of the flames. He had been born back when awakened were considered and treated as gods by the mortal masses. Rehin had been considered an unparalleled genius and a master of all specialization, but even he was helpless against the passing of time. Rehin knew of the White Core, but never reached the enlightenment necessary to achieve it. He tried and failed until the lifespan he had left didn't allow him any more failures. That's when he searched for answers in forbidden magic. As the human representative, Rehin had hunted down many forbidden mages during his tenure and punished them for their crimes. He had taken all their creations and grimoires for himself to keep them away from those young or reckless enough to abuse such knowledge. Rehin wasn't young anymore, but he couldn't afford caution. He looked for the secret of immortality back when Baba Yaga had yet to be born, and sought to forge-master something that today would be easily recognized as an overcomplicated and oversized phylactery. Elasar Rehin succeeded in his quest, yet he also failed. During the final steps to Forgemaster El Jassard, the Tower of Light, he lost control of the life force of his victims that was supposed to bind him forever to his creation and make him as immortal as its stones. Rihin's frail, old body burned in the process, along with all his prized artifacts he wore as protection against the wild energy of forbidden magic. Rihin's flesh and bones turned into charcoal, mixing with the molten Davros of his armor and the charred wood of his staff. The spell had granted his wish, keeping death at bay as long as he was bound to his magic tower. At the same time, however, it had forced him to live in a wretched form that couldn't move, breathe, touch, or hear anything if not through enchantments. El Jassard worked as intended, keeping Rihin alive and his body immune to the passing of time. Alas, Rihin had meant the Tower of Light to preserve his aged but powerful body, not the ruined, molten mess that his final misstep had turned him into. He was dead yet alive, eternally frozen in the agonizing instant when his soul was about to abandon its mortal frame. On that day, Elisar Rihin and El Jassard died, and the Black Throne was born. Mad with power and pain, the cursed tower found no solace in his newfound, crippled immortality. As any good researcher, however, he wasted little time crying in self-pity and focused on finding a solution. As soon as the Black Throne mastered his new body and almighty abilities, he sought the domination of Magur. Yet he didn't care about ruling over those pitiful, short-lived races, whom he already considered as ants back when he was still a human mage. The cursed tower's goal was to conquer Magur's awakened society, to become the god of the gods and control everything through his less talented, but still useful former rivals. He needed their help to overcome the limits of his current condition and restore his body. The start of his campaign took the awakened council by surprise, and many fell at his enchantments before they could even understand what had killed them. To those he defeated, the Black Throne offered a single choice: servitude or death. Most awakened chose servitude, expecting the council to kill the monster swiftly and set them free. They were wrong, but so was the Black Throne. He was indeed invincible, but only while standing above a mana geyser. Away from an abundant source of world energy, every spell he cast would deplete his energy reserves, and every attack he suffered would crack his walls. The awakened council needed but one skirmish to realize the secret of the Black Throne's power, and never fought around a mana geyser, unless absolutely necessary. The battle lasted longer than the cursed tower, and his unwilling servants expected. He was the god among gods, but only in the right places. Everywhere else, the Black Throne was just a man with a powerful artifact, and time was once again his greatest enemy. Moreover, as it often happened in the magic society, the appearance of the cursed tower had sparked countless ideas in the minds of young geniuses and old monsters. They now knew that a mage tower was possible. With every battle, they uncovered more of the Black Throne's secrets and untapped potential. That knowledge was enough to light the way for the geniuses and monsters. If Elisar Rihin had done it, they could do it too. And they did, or rather a 526-year-old awakened human, Argon-4, did it. He forgemastered his own mage tower, Indomitable Will. The true first mage tower in Magur's history. Chapter 40, 113, Equal Partnership, Part 2. The true first mage tower on Magur. With Argon-4 and Indomitable Will at the lead of the awakened army, the Black Throne suffered many humiliating defeats before he lost the war. The god of gods fell less than 2 centuries after his rise to power and conquering, but a fraction of Magur. Even worse, by observing For's masterpiece, the Black Throne realized the failings and short-sightedness of his own design. What does this mean? Jorel thought, suddenly engrossed in the mind link as much as the Black Throne. Why have I never heard of this For, and how did he defeat the Black Throne? I need to know. Yet those memories were well protected, and all the storm Griffin could see was the Black Throne's escape. In the following centuries, the cursed tower had worked hard to improve his abilities. The fusion of the artifact's pseudo-cores with Rihin's mana core trapped him in a permanent near-death state, but it also turned the tower's enchantments into the equivalent of spells kept at the ready. The Black Throne was free to continue his research and replace outdated or poorly chosen enchantments with modern, more effective ones. Elisar Rihin was still alive after all. He could learn, adapt, and change. The cursed tower was part of him, so it could do the same. The Black Throne had suffered many a defeat throughout history, being captured more than once by a world tree. The custodians of Magur's knowledge did not do it out of the goodness of their wooden hearts, but to study the Black Throne's advancements and record them. He was like a fish periodically caught and released. The Black Throne didn't dislike that routine, because as the World Tree studied him, the Black Throne studied the Yggdrasil, with every trip. The connection ended abruptly, and Jorel found himself free from the restraints and still sitting on the ruins of Rahin's body. The Storm Griffin wanted to learn more about his newfound ally. He needed to know more, but like the rest of their relationship, the Black Throne dictated the terms. "I'm sorry, kid, but I'm not sorry for my little prank." Jorel could now hear the moans of pain hidden beneath the rough, raspy voice of the almost dead mage. "I needed to know who I'm dealing with. I needed to know if you can actually deliver on your promise. You have no idea how many incompetent fools manage to find me and ask my help to fulfill their idiotic dreams, promising me the world in return. Too bad that most of them lack the talent, the grit, and the willpower to achieve anything. They come to me hoping that I'll do everything for them and run away at the first sign of trouble. I don't waste my time with the likes of them. The moment they sit on the throne and I expose their lies, they die like the filthy dogs they are. Congratulations, kid, you are not like them. You have everything I look in a partner, and I'll help you in your endeavor." "Is night payment enough, or do you require something more from me?" Jorel asked. "I don't care if Rahin raises the ante. It's a risk I'm willing to take," he actually thought. "I need to understand if I'm overplaying my hand or overpaying him without even knowing." "More," the Black Throne laughed with honest amusement. "No, she's more than enough. She's perfect. Don't you see my body?" "Hard to miss it." Jorel's beak twisted in disgust at the rank smell the rotting corpse emitted. "You've seen my memories. My goal is to get back on my feet. Literally. If I can crack the enchantments Night uses to regenerate her hosts from scratch and use them on myself, I should be able to restore my body and survive the process." "Survive?" Jorel echoed in disbelief. "My body and the tower are one child," the Black Throne replied. "I found countless ways to heal myself, but they all ended the same way. My body starts to heal and my tower to crumble. I can't go back to being a man without losing everything I built to this day and dying of old age. If I can fill the wounds with Night's crystals, however, if I can put the pieces back, no matter how small they become, I'll walk again. I'll breathe again, I'll eat again, I'll see again. The gods only know how tired I am of deciphering rune strings and memorizing energy signatures. I want to see the sun, smell the flowers, eat an apple. I've been hungry for millennia, child. Thousands of millennia." "Why are you telling me all this?" Jorel asked. "Why have you revealed your weakness and goals to me?" "Because I know yours, child," the Black Throne cackled. "One call to the Griffin clan and you are dead. I can tell them where your dead king hides and what his plans are. I can destroy you just as easily as you can destroy me. As I said, I want a partner, not a servant. Now we are equal, child. Besides, why should you kill me? Without me, you have no way to restrain Narchat. If anything happens to me after we succeed, he'd be free and you dead." "I see," Jorel nodded. "What's our next move?" First, the lights of the cursed tower turned bright red and alarms blared. "What in the god's name is that?" "Space." Outside the Black Throne, less than a minute earlier. Mind links were quick, but Lith was decisive and arranged his own plans through a telepathic connection as well. "We can't wait for the Griffins. If the Upper succeed and leave with the tower by the time the Griffins arrive, they'll find nothing, Meln will get what he wants, and I'll look like an idiot," Lith said. "And what do you hope to achieve?" Fillard asked. "The Uppers are already inside, they have too much advantage over us." "I only need to draw Jorel out," Lith replied. "If he's here and I learn his energy signature, I can find him again. Also, if the tower has any consciousness, maybe I can persuade it to throw the Uppers out. I'm going to parley alone. You guys keep your distance and prepare for the worst. We might be against a mage tower, so you'd better hold nothing back." "This is madness." Crank didn't know Lith well and was still pissed off about what had happened with Salark, but he respected the Tiamat. "You can't go there alone. What if it turns hostile? What if the Uppers imprinted it?" "Then I retreat and you cover my escape," Lith replied. "I can move at dragon speed and have many aces up my sleeves. I have the highest chances of survival. You guys focus on making sure they stay as high as a kite." "Your chances are on drugs?" Fillard asked in bewilderment, drawing many contemptuous gazes on himself. "I'm going in," Lith said, ignoring the lindworm. "Weave your best spells and keep my retreat path clear." "At least take this. It will protect you." The Hyperion activated his Mana Body Bloodline ability and shrouded Lith with its lesser version, Mana Flow. Lith took a few deep breaths, shape-shifting into an Indetch just long enough to release Vital Storm. Chapter 40, 114 Under a Rock, Part 1. Tista and Morok took and amplified Lith's vital storm until it was enough to supercharge everyone and their equipment as Lith approached the Black Throne. "I'll be honest, I'm greatly disappointed in you guys," Fillard said. "Scourge is an asshole, but he's the bravest son of a viper I've ever met. He's going against a mage tower and maybe a lot of divine beasts alone, and you didn't move a finger to stop him. I know I'm a scumbag, but what's your excuse? Aren't you supposed to be his friends and sister? Why didn't you even offer to help him?" His words struck hard, and the worst part was that they couldn't say anything in their own defense. "There's no way to tell this idiot that we agreed on Lith's plan because we know how a tower works and how to counter its enchantments without betraying Solus' secret." Tista and the others thought in unison. "There's no time for recriminations." Solus conjured a small hologram of the Black Throne's known arrays and their area of effect. "Keep yourselves out of the magical formations, or Lith isn't the only one who might need to be rescued." "Will do," Fria nodded, checking Thundercrash's gauge nearing the full charge. "My spells are ready, what about you?" "Ready." Tista, Naland, and Morok took flight after receiving the Hyperion's mana flow as well. Crank, Fillard, Solus, and Fria remained on the ground, covering each a different side of the Black Throne. If things went south, the cursed tower would suffer coordinated attacks from every direction. "Whatever you are, whoever is in control of the mage tower cloaked before me, I come in peace." Lith's magically enhanced voice resounded throughout the clearing, betraying his presence and cutting the Black Throne short. "What in the God's name is that?" he asked as the intruder's image appeared on the surveillance mirror beside him. "How did he find us? Nobody knew of this meeting, and I chose this place less than 5 minutes ago. And how can he possibly see through my cloaking arrays? I'm still invisible, and so is my energy signature. The only possible explanation is that you've been followed, but I've looked into Jorel's memories, and none of you is that stupid." "We covered our tracks thoroughly." Jorel swallowed hard, aware that his ploy to get rid of Orpal's tail was likely what had brought Lith there. "But that means nothing. That man is Lith Verhin, the kingdom's supreme magus and best tracker. He is the source of the dead king's obsession, and one of his greatest enemies. Verhin might have followed my trail because he thinks I'm on a mission for Orpal." "What's a supreme magus?" The Black Throne didn't care for gossip and read nothing about the news of the past 100 or so years. "Never mind. The only thing that matters is how he found you. Your cloaking devices are really good, yet they weren't enough. Did you cover your smell?" "Of course I did. I'm no amateur," Jorel replied. "It's Verhin that's just that good. Don't forget that he found and killed the last word tree after invading their own fringe." "He did what?" The Black Throne had attempted such a feat many times during his imprisonment, and always failed. "Why did your mind link focus so much on this Orpal guy and leave out someone as dangerous as Verhin?" "Where have you lived until now? Under a rock," Jorel snarled. "The things I showed you are secrets that only I know as Orpal's second in command. Everything I know about Varen, instead, is public information to which anyone with a communication amulet and who can read my mother's language can access. Do you need me to inform you that the sun is yellow and the sky blue as well?" "My bad, no need to be so grouchy." The Black Throne accessed the interlink via his communication amulet and found enough information about Lith to fill a book. "Consider this our introduction gift, kid. I'll kill Verhin for you." "Space. Those who sought audience with you are uppers, O Ancient One," Lith said, unaware of the events unfolding inside, but forewarned by his rampant paranoia. "They are servants of an infamous criminal known as the Dead King. You can read about him, as well as about me, on any official source." "Damn if Verhin's right," the Black Throne cursed as he scrolled through the headlines of the too many events he had missed. "A magus above magi, rulers of the flames returning from the grave, hybrids of all kinds and races. I turn around for a single century, and Maugre turns upside down. You can't trust the uppers, and I don't ask you to trust me. Just kick them out, and I'll dispose of them." The Black Throne dropped his cloaking field, and mana flooded his inactive arrays, readying them to strike. "Well, fuck me sideways." A hail of flaming meteors rained from above at the same time as gravity increased 100-fold. Together, they were enough to nail a divine beast to the ground and blow them apart. Lith escaped the hypergravity area before it fully formed and dodged the meteors by moving in an irregular pattern. The Tower Tier spell chased the Tiamat, but he anticipated the movements of the molten swarm and always found a way out of their encirclement. "Seriously, who in the nine hells is that guy?" The Black Throne kept readjusting the position of the hypergravity field. but every time Lith moved away at the last second before the mana could gather around him. "You really don't know?" Uriger was flabbergasted. "He's the Tiamat." "What's a Tiamat?" the Black Throne asked. "More importantly, what can he do?" "That," Jorel pointed at the surveillance mirror. Lith had succeeded in lining up the meteors and the mana of the hyper-gravity field, making them easy prey for his dread flames. He had started conjuring them as he approached the Black Throne, and had accumulated the cursed elements through his wings slowly to minimize the strain on his life force. He shapeshifted into his Tiamat form and hurled a river of silvery flames that moved as fast as a laser, destroying the meteor shower and scattering the mana of the hyper-gravity field before crashing against the Black Throne's pristine walls. Enhanced by Vital Storm, the flame's blast failed to pierce through the cursed tower's defenses, but it was enough to shake it. "This is impossible," the Black Throne roared. "How could Verhin analyze my structure and the spell matrix of my enchantment so quickly? The bastard didn't just hit a random wall. Verhin struck one of the most vulnerable areas of my rune patterns." "On top of neutralizing all your attacks?" Jorel asked. "Yes." There was a reason Lith was so confident about his odds of survival. He donned both the monocle and ears of Menadian, allowing him to read the flow of mana around him and identify the spells aimed at him as not even a dragon could. That plus the Vital Storm and mana flow empowering Lith made him a very tough nut to crack. "Steady," Lith said via the mind link while darting in the air in sharp, irregular cuts to keep the Black Throne from locking his arrays on him. Chapter 40, 115 Under a Rock, Part 2. "I don't have the time to conjure a second blast of dread flames. I need to change approach." The Tiamat conjured a Tier 5 spirit spell, Primordial Roar, from his left hand, the Tier 5 spell, Final Eclipse, in his right, and hurled a river of void flames from his mouth. The black fire struck first, hitting the same spot as the dread flames. The Black Throne trembled in annoyance and conjured a powerful earth barrier that intercepted the shockwave from Primordial Roar. A simple darkness sealing array embedded in the tower's power core snuffed the Final Eclipse, or at least tried to. Lith activated void magic at the same time. The Black Throne powered up the magical formation, turning the Final Eclipse into Frozen Crescent. The pillar of frozen light hit the cursed tower's wall, putting its structural integrity to the test again. Even worse, it struck in the same mana focal point that the two mystical flames had already weakened. "Is that public knowledge too?" the Black Throne snarled. "Don't answer that. I'm done playing around. This wasp stung me one time too many." The world energy surrounding the cursed tower stirred, breaking the balance of its elemental components and taking the wind away from Lith's wings. Yet jamming elemental magic was the least of its effects. Now all the arrays of the Black Throne shone with power and unleashed the fury of their master. Dimensional distortions appeared all around Lith, changing his center of gravity dozens of times per second and tearing him apart. At the same time, the crystal windows of the Black Throne turned into elemental cannons that relentlessly fired at the intruder, and a prismatic cyclone swept the plains with the fury of a hexelemental spell. "Now," Lith said when he was on death's door, and every sensory array was locked on him. "Copy that." Fria fired Thundercrash while also activating her dimensional spell scope. The bullet left the barrel, entered a small spirit steps, and emerged from the exit point millimeters away from the tower's wall that Lith had already weakened. Fria was hundreds of meters away, but the Black Throne experienced a point-blank shot. On it, high in the sky, Naland activated the Tier 5 Light Mastery Array, Sieging Sun. Every rune was actually a construct, so the Agni only needed mana to multiply them and conjure 6 magical formations with a single spell. It was one of the applications of Dawn's lessons about the real light mastery that she had hidden from the Razar while they held her captive. "I hate to admit it, but I can't imagine how strong this would be if Dawn were here instead of me," he thought as the 6 arrays drained the light and heat that the sun rays released in the air and converted them into energy blasts 1,000 degrees hot. Nalrun's violet mana core was already empty, but he needed just a few breaths of invigoration to fill it again. On top of that, the magical formations would stay there for a while and were already charging up for the next volley. "What is it now? Who are these people?" The Black Throne snarled, trying and failing to intercept the attacks that were popping up on his detection field one after another. The elemental and spirit barriers appeared a fraction of a second too late, like gears grinding their way through sand. "Hit the tower with everything you've got before it understands what's happening." Tista activated her bloodline ability, prismatic wind, to scatter her feathers and form a magical formation that encompassed the cursed tower's defenses. Even a bright violet-cored divine beast was no match for a mage tower, but Tista didn't need to overpower the Black Throne. Her lost time array had the only effect of slowing down the magical formations it encompassed. Lost time's mana interfered with that of the cursed tower's arrays just enough to buy a mage the time for a blink, or in this case, for a barrier to form too late to stop the incoming attacks. Solus threw her fury from the opposite side as Fria, using the fury's flight enchantment to split it into 9 hammers. The air element conjured by their crystals increased their speed, while their gravity sheath made each hammer as heavy as a Davros anvil. She didn't shorten her hammer's flight path with dimensional magic on purpose. This way, not only did she create a delay between the attacks, but she also forced the cursed tower to shift his attention to the latest threat popping up on his detection arrays, without giving him the time to counter the previous ones. The Black Throne took every blow in full. His walls quaked and his lights flickered, but not a single crack marred the surface of his pristine walls. In respect for your efforts, I'll give you pests a painless death and won't dissect your corpses, yet that's as far as my mercy goes. The prismatic hurricane expanded wider and wider, blowing Tista's feathers away and covering the Black Throne from sight. The tower tier spell, Shattered World, crushed everything on its path as it advanced towards the hiding spots of the pests. It also freed Lith from the death trap and drained most of the world energy in the valley, leaving the cursed tower temporarily weakened. Phase 2. Lith emerged from the metal cocoon formed by his mana-boosted Voidwalker armor and activated Call of the Void. A dome of darkness covered the entire area around him, hiding his presence and that of his allies. Fria was the only one who warped backwards, while Morok, Crank, and Fillard appeared before the Black Throne, unleashing all the spells they had prepared at the same time. What is it now? Why can't I see? The cursed tower's arrays still pinpointed the enemy's position, but they failed to identify them or to explain how their numbers had suddenly multiplied. With Call of the Void shrouding the energy signatures of his enemies, the Black Throne couldn't discern the Awakened from the dozens of demons that Lith had conjured. Rifa, Tryon, Locrias, Vergrave, Valia. Go! Tista activated her bloodline ability, Queen's Blessing, and shared the power of her cursed flames with the demons of the Fallen as they charged through her blazing wings. The 5 demons dived down into the Call of the Abyss, focusing solely on flying in a spiral trajectory as fast as they could. Thanks to their connection with Lith, the darkness dome didn't blind them. The demons saw everything in shades of gray, but everything appeared as clear as day to them, and even life vision worked. They used it to identify the focus nodes of the arrays surrounding the Black Throne and set them ablaze with the cursed flames shrouding them. The 5 demons moved like wind in a storm, without ever stopping or slowing down to cast spells. It made it hard for the cursed tower to follow their movements at first, and impossible once they damaged his sensory arrays enough. Permanent magical formations could always be repaired as long as the power core of the Black Throne stood, but it took energy and time. To make matters worse, the 5 demons of the Fallen damaged the focus nodes almost as fast as the Black Throne restored them. Chapter 40, 116 Something Missing, Part 1. I know that something as big as a mage tower is hard to miss, but isn't facing it like this too dangerous? Crank conjured his mana body bloodline ability and the Mage Knight spell, Full Guard, to have at least awareness of his surroundings. I can hit this thing all day, but if it attacks me back, I won't notice until it's too late. Call of the Void blinded everybody but Lith, Solus, and the demons. The Hyperion felt the blackness brush across his thick fur like a living thing, and did his best to ignore the pressure that the unnatural darkness exerted on his sensory organs. Crank joined his fists, slamming them against the side of the Black Throne along with the Tier 5 spirit spell, Phoenix Smash, releasing a blast of emerald flames that burned at both the cursed tower and his arrays. Same here. Fillard hacked and slashed at the white marble with his axes in what he considered his version of blade magic. Each blow was accompanied by a spell released by the enchantments of his weapons, combining his physical and magical might into something greater than the sum of the single parts. I feel as helpless as a fish in a barrel, and I don't trust our bodyguards much. The members of the team were accompanied by a one-eyed demon of the darkness who stood right beside them, or, in Crank's, Tista's, and Protector's case, on them. They are not our bodyguards. Fria put down Thundercrash as she shapeshifted into her hybrid Hydra form. They are your eyes. The The demon next to her connected Fria to the demons that surrounded the Black Throne and allowed her to see through their eyes. In turn, Fria used the mind link connecting her friends with the nearby demons to give them the next best thing to sight. The angle was a bit off, and the field of view didn't change when the members of the group turned their heads around, but it was better than nothing. I have yet to master a single extra head, and now I need 5 of them, Fria inwardly cursed. Lith gave me the time to sync each head to a different demon, but it's still so damn hard. It requires my full focus and to keep all my eyes closed. To let the others see, I'm going to be as helpless as our enemies until Lith dispels the call of the void. Don't worry about that. Fria had kept those thoughts to herself, but Lith just needed to look at her expression via her guardian demon to know how she felt. The demon I assigned to you has 6 eyes and plenty of vital storm. You'll be fine. Besides, I'm going to send a thank you committee to the Mage Tower to return its warm welcome. Lith conjured a few one-eyed demons around himself and swapped places with them multiple times to hide his real position. Just like Solus, they shared his same energy signature. Under a life-sensing array, there was no way to distinguish Lith from his demons. At the same time, Lith used his breathing technique, Abyssal Grasp, to heal from his wounds and replenish his mana. New demons came to life all over the Black Throne's floors, hungry for vengeance. Jorel and the Uppers carried a few angry souls with them, but the cursed tower was much older and crueler than his newfound allies. The Black Throne had killed so many people, and subjected so many victims to his experiments over the millennia, that a small army of vengeful souls always followed the cursed tower. A few of them came to life that day, and were given the opportunity to settle their scores. Lith gave the demons just enough mana to form, raising only 1 soul per floor. The idea was to use the demons to scout the unknown tower and study it from the inside while also forcing the enemy to split its focus on multiple fronts. If that thing has even 1/100th of soulless power, giving the demons half an eye or 6 eyes makes no difference, Lith thought. Their ability to feed upon the enemy's strength makes them nigh indestructible anyway. My scouts stand above a weird mana geyser and inside a mage tower. They have everything they need to reach 6 eyes on their own. The vengeful demons trashed the furniture and clawed at the walls, feeding off the Black Throne's mana and life force via their abomination touch and making them their own. This doesn't make sense. I detect multiple people with Verhin's energy signature across my floors, but there was no breach. All my arrays and walls are intact. The cursed tower pondered. What are these things and how did they get in? He needed a mere thought to squash the vengeful demons, but the shadows rose again after a fraction of a second. I don't know who this Verhin is, but he seems a much greater threat to our plans than Narchat himself. The Black Throne tried to spot the real Lith, but there were too many demons, and the Tiamat's cloaking ring hid his strength. Meanwhile, on the outside, Protector could finally go all out like it hadn't happened for ages. Don't worry about me, Fria. I can manage on my own. Just be ready to assist me in case something goes wrong. For once, the Skull wasn't in his humanoid form, but in his true Emperor Beast body. Protector closed his eyes and enjoyed the wind under his wings, the countless smells of spells and allies. Then, he dived into the call of the abyss, relying on his instincts to guide him in battle. The Skull had already been fast as a blue core, but after reaching the violet, his speed had soared to new heights. Protector reached the Black Throne in an instant, releasing all the spells he had prepared from his huge paws as he bounced on the stone wall. A single flap of his feathered wings carried him away and unleashed his Tier 5 battle mage spell, Shadow Cutter. It released darkness-infused air blades that bombarded the Black Throne and acted as decoys for his escape. The cursed tower fired elemental blasts from the windows, but they seemed to phase through the Skull without encountering any resistance. The bastard moves so fast that my sensory arrays can't keep up with him. The Black Throne sounded more amused than worried. I'm aiming where I think he will be, but my spells arrive too late anyway. Time to blow shit up. Tista overcharged herself and her battle claws, Firefang, with Vital Storm before activating Ethereal Aegis. The Bloodline ability turned her into a living mass of Origin flames as she dived through the Black Throne and released the cursed flames stored in her weapons left and right. The cursed tower shuddered upon the impact, more alarms blared and more lights flashed. Alas, no one could see them. Not to jinx this, but is a mage tower supposed to be this lame? Morok intercepted the window's elemental blasts with his eyes, cleansing them of the enemy's willpower and weaving them into his own spells with no cost for his mana core. Chapter 40, 117, Something Missing, Part 2. I mean, where is the cool battle form Riffa talked about? Where is the power that can topple kingdoms and bring the awakened council to its knees? The tyrant asked. I know we have the advantage from the ambush and call of the void, but this is too easy. You're right, Lith thought while studying the situation through his demon's eyes. Something is off. According to my scouts, this mage tower should be able to blast us away with ease. Either it's playing with us or we are missing something. Inside the Black Throne, Uriger shared the same misgivings. Stop messing around. Activate your battle form. Bring out all the wonders that made you into a legend and kill those weak pests like the vermin they are. Battle form, Jorel echoed in confusion. All mage towers have a battle form, Salanoth replied. Usually it's a humanoid configuration that can move, blink, and use weapons like you and I. You surely don't expect a huge, immobile target to have a ghost of a chance against a pack of divine beasts or an awakened army. It makes sense, the Storm Griffin nodded. Yeah, hindsight is always correct, the Black Throne sighed. I don't have a battle form. Why do you think I bothered trying to subjugate the Awakened Council? Why do you think I need night? Learning how to replicate mana organs from Dusk's crystal is nice. Having my own source of origin flames, life maelstrom, and elemental flow is the dream of every Forgemaster. Yet what I'm really interested in is the horsemen's ability to heal and alter their hosts' bodies. I can change my enchantments, but I can't alter the number of my floors or rearrange my walls without dying. That's how For defeated you despite having much less time than you to research tower crafting. Jorel's eyes widened in understanding. His Indomitable will had a battle form and you don't. Correct, the Black Throne groaned. The bastard learned from my mistakes and danced around me with his stupid tower while I was a sitting duck. Yet I was still much stronger than him. I would have still won if not for the awakened army helping For. Then use those enchantments. How could you defend against such foes and be helpless against a few runts? Uriger asked. Because I'm being ambushed, you idiot, the Black Throne replied. I came here to meet and evaluate my potential allies. I didn't prepare for a battle to the death. The temporary geyser I established is not suited for fighting. Especially after I wasted so much power to keep you jerks in check. You cost me a lot of energy, and I can't afford to waste more. Is this about that thing you said earlier? That Mogger acts bitchy when you force a mana geyser into existence, Jorel pondered. Yes, but I can't create a mana geyser. I just steal the energy from Mogger and use it to force an instant mana geyser, but this pisses the mudball off. Why do you think I kept my energy at a minimum until you reached me? The more power I use, the faster Mogger gets angry. If I overstay my welcome, well, let's just say that I can barely survive the experience. You guys don't have a snowball's chance in the sun. So stop busting my walls and give me a hand. Consider this the first test of our alliance, the Black Throne said as the shaking of his structure intensified. Crank had just cranked his attacks up to 11 with his elemental overload bloodline ability, conjuring the closest thing to tower tier spells. Die, you bastard! The white streak across the Hyperion's body absorbed and amplified the elements, allowing him to exceed his limits. He had put together earth, darkness, and fire to sink the Black Throne in a pond of acidic magma. I'm going down in history as someone who faced and defeated a mage tower, he roared. Don't jinx it, you moron, Fillard rebuked him, or we'll skip the history part and just go down. As if to answer an unwritten rule of physics, Jorel, the cursed objects, and the uppers walked through the Black Throne's door a second after Crank made his claim. How are we supposed to find our enemies in this void? Jorel asked via the mind link connecting him to his allies. Just trust me. The Black Throne squashed the invading demons for the umpteenth time and shared his sensory arrays with Jorel's group. These bastards are looking for something. They are not dumb creatures. Verhin must be controlling them. Then we'll take him out first. The Storm Griffin infused himself, and the uppers with enough life maelstrom to boost either themselves or their equipment. He gave a second bolt of silver lightning only to Salanoth. There's no point taking the enemies down one by one. We must exterminate those with Verhin's energy signature in droves and find the real one. With him gone, the Black Throne can take care of the rest. On it, Salanoth, the Ring of Space, activated his most prized enchantment, Captured World, and a squad of 10 demons disappeared a heartbeat later. What just happened? Lith experienced his demons' shock and surprise, but by the time he had shifted his attention to them, they had all been destroyed. I could bring them back, but another squad has been wiped out already. What's the status on your blade spells? Lith was still working on Ruin when the situation had turned. Almost done, Menadian, Tryon, and the other demons who resided inside the void sigils replied. Are you sure you want us all to reveal that we can use blade magic? It beats being dead, Lith said as a third demon unit faded. This time he had paid attention and got a glimpse of the enemy technique. It was something almost trivial, with the uppers unleashing fire soul to burn the mana and darkness that comprised the demons' bodies until there was nothing left. Almost trivial because they captured my demons too easily. They tried to scatter and reassemble into a battle formation, but somehow those uppers froze the demons in place. In battle, a single second of hesitation is lethal. Finally, I can see something. The Black Throne focused his attention on Crank and Fillard, blasting them away with tower tier spells. Or rather, he tried. The Hyperion and Lindworm heard Lith as well and knew that the number of decoys was dropping like butterflies in a snowstorm. The moment their guardian demon warned them of the mana buildup, they warped back to Fria's position, saving their lives. Plan C or D? Crank asked. First, we must see if Plan B works. Fria cursed, struggling to muster the strength to conjure her part of Silverwing's annihilation. I'm just a reserve, but if the mage tower focuses on Lith, he won't be able to cast the anti-guardian spell. Prepare for Plan C and D, Lith said. With the two close-range fighters retreating and the uppers dealing with the demons of the darkness, the pressure on the Black Throne lessened significantly, allowing him to focus on the long-range attackers and fire tower tier spells at them. Solus, Morok, Protector, Tista, and Nalrond warped to Fria's position as well, outside the Black Throne's detection range. Chapter 40, 118 Ring of Space, Part 1. Everyone else fire at will. Upon Lith's command, the 5 demons of the Fallen unleashed their respective blade spells, putting everything they had into the combined attack. Their energy forms faded, their consciousness lingering just long enough to store their equipment in the pocket dimension before returning to their void sigils. Everything the 5 demons wore was made of adamant and studded with violet crystals, but the craftsmanship brought their power up a notch. Lith and Solus had forge-mastered every piece with the help of the eyes and ears, recycling the materials and improving the designs whenever they learned something new. That and the vital storm empowering the demons made up for their rough technique. Only Riffa had truly awakened and gained the violet core on her own. The other 4 just relied on Lith's memories and teachings, without having experienced any enlightenment about the mystic arts. I wish I spent a bit longer on the battlefield and a bit less time in the forge. Even I can tell that the destructive power of my blade spell is average. The first ruler of the flames inwardly cursed. Truth be told, Menadian judged herself as strictly as she judged others, and used Lith as a skill benchmark. The demons actually used their blade spells masterfully. They simply lacked the finesse of someone who had been born awakened, and had learned to control his mana flow before he could walk. Alas, the Black Throne was much older than the first ruler of the flames, and after experiencing countless battles, had become even stricter. What's this, amateur hour? I've seen many poorly executed blade spells in my life, but these pests take the cake. The cursed tower conjured a Silverwing's bastion, placing it so that it would take head-on Menadian's unstoppable hammer, the most dangerous amongst the 5 blade spells, and deflected the others. The demons used their willpower to regain control of the blade spells and sent them against the Black Throne, but without unstoppable hammer, and with their formation disrupted, the destructive power of the blade spells was more than halved. The cursed tower split the bastion into 4 smaller and much weaker barriers, yet it was enough to nullify the attacks. His skill saved him from using more mana and bought him a bit more time. Most of the attacks on the Black Throne had ceased already, but the tremors had never stopped. On the contrary, they were getting worse by the second. I can conjure another bastion, maybe even an annihilation as well, but if I do that, this entire place is going to blow up like a firework. Forewarned is forearmed, the cursed tower said via a mind link. Shit, Jorel took the word out of everyone's mind. You heard him, we need to speed things up. The uppers released all the spells they had at the ready and those stored in their spell-holding rings, raining fire, ice, and thunder on the demons of the darkness, while rock spikes erupted from below to impale them. Shit, Fillard said, taking the word out of everyone's mind. All that work for nothing. The creepy tower didn't get a single scratch from our attacks, and those bastards are all divine beasts, whereas we have only 2 of them. Hey, Tista said, I'm a divine beast too. You are? The Lindworm was honestly baffled. I'm sorry, but you are so short and weird-looking that I thought your karate bloodline was a lesser Tiamat. Hecate, what even is karate? Tista replied. Also, I'm not short, I have armor issues. Tista had reached the bright violet for a while, bringing her to the full 30 meters, 100, of an adult divine beast. Unfortunately for her, the refinement of Iksha's honor in the spark hadn't progressed that fast, forcing her to restrict herself to 20 meters, 66, of height to ensure the maximum protection. I see, Fillard nodded and pointed at Solus. Does she have armor issues too? Hey. No, she's just a midget, you dimwit, Tista replied. Hey, Solus yelled harder. Less talking, more casting, they have spotted Lith. Uriger, the Book of Knowledge, could conjure all the spells recorded in his pages as long as he or his host had enough mana. It granted him a near-instant cast and unmatched firepower since his host could use invigoration to replenish both their cores. Lith had easily intercepted the incoming Tier 5 spells with Ragnarok and neutralized them with the water element infused in the Davros, which had exposed his position. Wild demons had little skill and no equipment, so Uriger needed only one spell to blow them to bits. A mysterious demon who could block 3 and take no damage had to be the Tiamat, or at least the Hecate. I found Verhen, Uriger said, switching to Silverwing's Annihilation and completing his part of the Anti-Guardian spell in a heartbeat. Kill him. Jorel moved to the center of the six-pointed star, taking control of the Annihilation and of the spirit magic element that comprised it. Lith replied by recalling the Call of the Void and unleashing his blade tier spell, Ruin. The mouth helped him to complete it faster, and without the burden of Call of the Void, Lith's mind focused like a laser. Vital Storm tripled the power of his mana core and every piece of his equipment. Silverwing's Annihilation was fueled solely by the mana cores of the 7 uppers, but the Life Maelstrom amplified their power tenfold. The two spells fought to a standstill for a second before the Annihilation resumed its advance. Aside from Uriger and Salanoth, the uppers only had a violet core at best, but Jorel's Life Maelstrom made a difference, especially when he injected one more bolt in the Annihilation to overcome Ruin. Plan D. Lith poured every bit of mana into the blade spell before blinking to safety. A second Annihilation joined the fray and quickly turned the tables. Tista had infused everyone with a new dose of Vital Storm while preparing the Anti-Guardian spell, or it wouldn't have been enough to overpower the uppers. I need that bastion. Now, the Storm Griffin said as the red and the prismatic pillars of light joined their forces and threatened to vaporize him. As you wish, but from now on, you are on your own. The Black Thone replied, using just enough power to neutralize what was left of the combined spells after overpowering the upper's Annihilation. The ground under the cursed tower now shook so violently that Fria could feel the vibrations from her position. Magur was one drop of world energy away from teaching the Black Throne a lesson. Ignore the tower, Solus said. It's losing power fast and is not a threat for now. Focus on the uppers. Everyone used the respite bought by the Black Throne's bastion to recover their strength with invigoration, but so did Jorel and his team. No talking and no quarreling, the Storm Griffin said. Teamwork is essential if we want to kill them all before one of them can escape. If Orpal learns about our alliance with the Black Throne, our entire plan will collapse. Then stop being stingy with the Life Maelstrom, Salanoth said. I can ensure our victory, but fighting against so many enemies will take a lot of juice. Chapter 40, 119 Ring of Space, Part 2. Chapter 40, 119 Ring of Space, Part 2. Jorel's reply came in the form of 2 bolts of silver lightning, one for the Ring of Space and the other for her host. Yes, the cursed ring felt her pseudo-cores brim with power and wondered if she would always experience such ecstasy if she had a power core. This is how I should be, invincible. Tista, cover fire, Lith said, hurling a river of bright violet origin flames. On it, she did the same, and the 2 streams of fire merged into a burst of primordial flames the size of a freight train. The remaining demons, instead, joined their origin flames into 1,000 flames and shot them at the uppers from every direction. Much to everyone's surprise, the uppers didn't react, nor did they alter their flight path. Salanoth bolted forward at the primordial flames, activating Captured World when the roaring white fire was a little more than 100 meters, 330, away. Got you, the Ring of Space thought as the primordial flames, 1,000 flames, and Lith's group jolted to a halt while the rest of Magur kept moving forward. The uppers blinked out of the flames' way and behind the enemies, outside the area of effect of the full guard spells. Captured World also jammed the ears of Menadian, leaving Lith and the others blind to the upper's position and helpless against their next move. "What is going on? We can still think and talk via the mind link, so time has not stopped," Lith said. "Then why can't we move?" "Time stopping is a ridiculous concept," Fillard snorted. "Where?" "The problem is not with time," Fria said, cutting the Lindworm short. "This is a matter of gravity and space. Take a better look at your flames." The primordial flames moved slowly, but their speed was noticeable to the naked eye. The cursed ring must have been crafted by a dimensional mage, and is using a spell or enchantment to seal the area around it. Yet primordial flames still burn whatever energy the ring is conjuring and advance by filling the gaps they create, she said, and she was right. If Uriger's creator had crafted the Book of Knowledge to be the apex of the spell-holding rings, Salanoth had been created to be the ultimate dimensional ring. The only one of her kind who could not only store anything in her pocket dimension, but could also project her containment field outwards. Living beings and anything carrying significant amounts of kinetic energy couldn't be stored, but the dimensional field projected by Captured World hypercompressed the space surrounding its victims, achieving the next best thing. Gravity and dimensional magic enveloped everything and everyone within Captured World's area of effect, applying an equal force with opposite direction that locked even energy in place. The enchantment, however, was far from flawless. Salanoth couldn't stop something that possessed an energy or carried a force above her own. Moreover, since she was the source of the hypercompressed space, she always suffered the effects of Captured World as well. She had dashed forward to get away from her allies, or they would have been captured by her enchantment along with the enemy. Even with that precaution, the uppers couldn't attack until she recalled her ability. Otherwise, once their spells or weapons entered Captured World, they would be stopped as well and drain Salanoth's mana. Her enchantment trapped its victims, but also protected them, isolating them from any external danger. Despite its limitations, Captured World was an amazing tool. The surprise effect paralyzed Salanoth's enemies' minds just like the enchantment paralyzed their bodies, while the Cursed Ring's allies were free to move to a favorable position. Two kinds of mystical flames are too much to handle. The Ring of Space Cursed. I can't hold them for more than a second, or I won't have enough mana for another Captured World, and that if I consume all the life maelstrom. She dispelled her ability and blinked away, but the white fire had gotten too close. Half of her body turned to ashes despite its upper mass, but since it wasn't the half carrying the Ring of Space, she didn't care. I can regenerate my host as much as I want, but I need the others to buy me time for tonics and invigoration, or I'll be useless, she thought. Jorel didn't disappoint. The uppers and their prey started moving at the same moment, but while the uppers attacked from the high ground and had prepared spells tailored for that situation, Lith and the others had to improvise a strategy, cross their fingers, and hope for the best. Use spells to cover your advance and use Thunder Soul for the killing blow. Sickly yellow lightning arched across Jorel's body first, quickly followed by the rest of the uppers. No Frost Soul, or we'll hinder each other. If we cut off the world energy, Salanoth and the Black Throne won't be able to help us either. Keep our options open. I knew that following Jorel was the right move. Actton inwardly grinned. I've learned more by standing by his side in the past few months than in the centuries I spent with my foolish, peace-loving clan. The storm Griffin charged at Lith, and Actton focused on Crank, while Uriger and the uppers would take care of the non-divine beasts and Tista. A savage joy coursed through the corrupted divine beasts as they looked down at their smaller, helpless opponents, who scrambled just to turn around and face them. Fria wasn't supposed to fight, she is too vulnerable. Naland looked at his wife and swallowed hard. A glancing blow is enough to kill her, and even if the Hydra blood saves her, what about our children? He wanted to jump in front of her and blink her away, but with life vision exposing his exit point, Fria's demise would be delayed by a split second, and he would die with her. Fria had barely the time to drop to one knee and shapeshift into her Harbinger form before the wisp of Willupper was upon her. A wave of her right hand unleashed the Tier 5 gravity magic spell, Distortion Field, while a flick of her left conjured a simple dimensional array, Restriction. Distortion Field amplified gravity tenfold and changed its direction, while Restriction limited shielded Fria and her allies from Distortion Field's effects. The uppers stopped in midair for a second before being sent flying. Then Thundercrash fired, punching a hole the size of a car in the wisp of Willupper's chest. The impact made the awakened firefly stumble while the shockwave produced by the bullet damaged his organs, but it wasn't enough to kill him. Yet it was enough to make the corrupted divine beast lose his focus and allow Fria to lunge at the open wound with her rapier. She used Floria's Tier 5 Mage Knight spell, Master Sword, to release all the spells she had at the ready from Dreadnought's tip and inject them into the already injured upper's flesh. "Thank you, my babies," Fria thought. "I'd never be able to handle so many spells without you. You saved Mommy's life." The awakened firefly died instantly, reverting to his original size before his dead body collapsed to the ground. Chapter 40, 120 Frenzied Battle, Part 1. Fria blinked away to get some distance and weave more spells while the uppers still couldn't believe what had just happened. Not only had the human woman's spell cost them the surprise advantage, but it had also allowed her teammates to scatter around. "We've lost a teammate, and Salanoth's captured world is useless now," Jorel said. "Split up and take them down before that woman prepares more spells, or we'll end up like Sikro." The storm Griffin conjured dozens of hard light shields, using them to restrict Lith's movements and field of view as he swung his twin maces, Dusk Wraith. The Tiamat answered by unleashing a Tier 5 spirit spell, Primordial Roar, that sent the constructs flying and robbed the storm Griffin of his momentum. The air element created a powerful shockwave whose strength was boosted by the fire element, while water froze Jorel, earth locked his joints' movements, light needles seeped through the cracks in his armor, and darkness strengthened all other elements. Blocking maces with a sword is stupid. Blocking maces infused with Thunder Soul is suicidal, Lith thought while lunging at the stunned Storm Griffin. He infused Ragnarok with all elements and activated the air aspect of the Davros, further boosting the effects of Vital Storm. Jorel grunted and needed to cross Dusk Wraith to stop the blade's charge, but he succeeded. "Whatever that golden lightning of yours is, it's not much. You're slow, Verhen." Life Maelstrom and the Griffin's physique made up for the mass gap between them, giving Jorel the speed advantage. "About that," Lith exhaled a burst of void flames from his hand, having it move along the clashing weapons and wash over Jorel's body. The black fire and silver lightning negated each other, leaving Jorel as stunned as he was weakened. The Fu, a highly compressed final eclipse, hit the Storm Griffin's face and cut him short. The stream of darkness-infused fire threw Jorel off balance, leaving him open to Lith's thrust to the head. If not for the constructs putting themselves in Ragnarok's path and Jorel infusing himself with another bolt of life Maelstrom, he would have died there. "If only I could use Griffin fetters, I would never let him escape," Lith inwardly cursed. "But I remember what Grandma taught me. Forcing a Griffin into a slugfest is like planning your own funeral." In close combat, weapons are faster than magic, and with the physical gap between us, he only needs life Maelstrom to kill me. Meanwhile, Naland was in a pinch. All he could do was to stack his hard light constructs on himself and release heat rays from his limbs to propel himself out of harm's way. He had nothing that could stop a divine beast's rampage, and there was no known protection against Thunder Soul. He extended the bone spikes from his wrists and knees while stretching his limbs in a cross pose. "Remember this?" Dawn's lessons echoed through his mind. "My tower is not the only reason I faced through and almost defeated her. When I fight a divine beast, I always use my equipment as a framework for my constructs. It gives them the equivalent of a skeleton, something that supports my constructs and softens the strain they suffer with every impact. Otherwise, a construct of that mass would require too much mana and collapse under its own weight." Naland conjured the Tier 4 Mage Knight spell that Fria had taught him, Phantom Blade, and combined it with the light mastery he had learned from Dawn. The mystical energy of Phantom Blade used Naland's bone spikes as a template to extend them temporarily, tripling their attack range. The Agni then used light mastery to expand the Phantom Blades to a size that could threaten a divine beast. The heat rays he released from his feet allowed him to move like a living missile and be faster than the life Maelstrom-infused upper. That, coupled with the sudden appearance of the Phantom Blade, took the corrupted divine beast by surprise. Naland released a Tier 5 Raging Sun as he punched through the enemy, leaving behind a smoking hole the size of a tunnel. "This is not barbecue smell?" The Agni performed a U-turn and noticed that the upper's wound was healing at a noticeable speed. "This is burned wood smell. The bastard is a plant folk." The corrupted divine beast bolted after Naland, who was forced to escape. "My favorite elements, light and fire, are useless against plant folk. I need to the upper covered the distance with the Agni faster than he could think. To make matters worse, the corrupted divine beast shapeshifted his arms into countless tendrils, each infused with thunder soul, and all of them whipped at the Agni. The tendrils covered an area too vast to dodge them all, and thunder soul made them impossible to block. Naland released a heat ray from each of his limbs, using the sudden acceleration to escape the death trap. Alas, it wasn't enough. Naland wasn't used to flying with light mastery, and what he gained in speed he lost in maneuverability. He could only move in an almost straight line, something that didn't escape his opponent's notice for long. While the Agni needed sheer focus to outrun his enemy and conjure a water-based spell, the upper had an emerald wall appear on Naland's flight path. The impact broke his focus and stopped the heat rays, propelling him forward for a second. The upper's vines shattered all the hard light layers with which the Agni had wrapped himself, losing so much momentum in the process that they failed to break past the final spirit barrier protecting him. The thunder soul the vines carried, however, had no such problem. It struck Naland's internal organs, making him cough up blood. Cheating is a game two can play. He channeled what mana he had left in a powerful heat ray that blinded the upper, and allowed the Agni to ride the momentum of the blow to avoid the second fist that was about to end him. Space. I've dreamed of this moment since I learned of your existence, you traitor, Actton snarled, lunging at Crank with his spear ashen dread. You abandoned your country. You sold yourself for a pile of gold coins while Verendi rots. The flurry of attacks hit the Hyperion like a meteor shower, and to make matters worse, all thrusts were aimed at his vitals. I didn't sell myself for a pile of gold coins, kid. Crank's fur, armor, and mana body were all boosted by Vital Storm, allowing him to suffer only shallow cuts. I sold myself for a shitload of gold coins. His Warshackle's armor was formed by countless long, barbed hooks that, under normal conditions, overlapped perfectly, giving the impression of a flat surface. When the armor was hit, the hooks would spring out and stab at the aggressor, trapping them. The hooks had been coated with a short-range but powerful gravity spell that worked akin to a universal glue. Even if the enemy used a blade, claws, or anything that the hooks couldn't pierce, they would get stuck anyway. A strong tug was enough to get free from the hooks, and with life maelstrom boosting his body, Actton didn't notice the trap until it was too late. Chapter 41-21 Frenzied Battle, Part 2. Each lunge of his spear was weaker and slower than the previous due to the hook's gravity spell, robbing Ashen Dread of its kinetic energy, until it became slow enough for Crank to grab the spear's haft. Get over here. The difference in strength between the Bastet and the Hyperion allowed Crank to pull Actton close and deliver a solid counter-punch to his face. The hooks covering the fist failed to pierce through the Bastet's tough hide and armor, but they managed to lock him even closer. How can you still stand after taking so many hits? Actton asked, while the Hyperion rained clawed punches and kicks without ever letting go of Ashen Dread's haft. What about my Thunder Soul? It hurts like hell, I have to give you that, Crank replied, but Hyperions can eat all 9 hells for breakfast. The white crest across his spine lit up, and Crank released a Tier 5 War Mage spell, Graveyard Shift, from point blank after boosting it with elemental overload. A deep pit filled to the brim with darkness opened below the divine beast's feet. The fall hurt neither of them, but only the Bastet was affected by the entropic energy surrounding them. Space. Solus sidestepped the Dryad Upper's attack with a speed that surprised the plant folk, and countered it with a hammer blow that punctured the Upper's lungs and squeezed the air out of them. Thank Mom I have the weight of a divine beast, she thought. We both have a deep violet core, but she doesn't know I have the mass advantage. Knowing there wasn't a moment to lose, Solus threw the Fury in a Fury's flight, ripping the Upper's head off and consolidating her advantage. At the same time, she wielded the Sage Staff and used it to conjure the Tier 4 spell, Dark Ages. Darkness was the bane of all living beings, while cold temperatures neutralized the plant folk's regenerative abilities. The water in the vines that comprised the Dryad's body froze and expanded, deforming her limbs. She tried to reattach her head, but Dark Ages blocked the flow of nutrients and sapped her strength. You bitch, she roared, dispelling her Thunder Soul bloodline ability and setting the world energy ablaze with Fire Soul. The bloodline ability dispelled Dark Ages and hurt the Dryad, but without the ice, she healed faster than Fire Soul charred her body. Yet the pain remained. The Dryad planted her roots deep in the ground to absorb the nutrients she needed and launched a barrage of fiery punches. With only Vital Storm supporting her, Soulless was too slow to dodge them all. On top of that, the reach gap and fire soul sealed her best moves. The corrupted fire set soulless constructs and spells ablaze, making the former crumble before they could solidify, and the latter lose most of their destructive power. She tried to conjure a few arrays with the sage staff, but with her size, the upper dodged them with a single step, foiling soulless, strategy, and wasting her mana. Size does matter, Soulless cursed as she activated the Fury's flight enchantment again, the only attack against which the Dryad was helpless. I need to find her root and do it fast. She conjured the eyes of Menadian, obtaining her answer along with a massive headache that slowed her even further. Fuck, the root is in her thigh, and I aimed at her midriff. Let's see how you like this. The upper ignored the fire soul burning her flesh and the Furies breaking her bones, since they were too far from her root to be a threat. She released a blast of corrupted fire that engulfed Soulless and kicked at her with a foot the size of a truck. Soulless raised her arms and conjured a spirit barrier to block, but the fire soul ate at the emerald barrier, compromising its structural integrity. The Dryad's foot smashed through the cracked barrier, Soulless' arms, and hit her like a freight train. The impact sent Soulless flying and skipping on the ground like a flat pebble on the surface of a lake. Soulless, Tista yelled as she stepped back to avoid the upper's longsword by a hair's breadth. You should worry less about your friend and more about yourself. The corrupted divine beast laughed, pouring more thunder soul with each swing of the blade. The Hecate ignored the taunt and took a deep breath. The upper charged forward to strike her before Tista would open her mouth, but that was exactly what she hoped. A twin jet of origin flames erupted from her battle claws, Firefang, and doused the upper. The mystical fire stopped the cursed divine beast in her tracks, and more importantly, ate at the thunder soul. Tista pushed the longsword away with a battle claw while lunging with the other, drawing the first blood. It barely hurt, and whatever this woman is, she's not a plant, Tista thought, watching the upper Dryad raising her leg to stomp Soulless to death. I'll finish her off and go save Soulless. If anything happens to her, Lith is going to die. Lith and Soulless had never told anyone about the bleed to protect Menadian's reputation. The Hecate was unaware that the forbidden floor was currently saving both her brother and friend. So when the upper recovered and lunged at her, Tista used ethereal aegis to let the corrupted divine beast's blade phase through her and stab at her heart and head with Firefang. Her bloodline ability neutralized the edge of the longsword, but had little effect on Thunder Soul from so close and in so little time. The full might of the upper blow punctured Tista's heart at the same time she killed her. The Hecate fell to the ground, reverting to her physical form as blood gurgled from her mouth. This is not good. Protector's speed allowed him to dodge the upper's axes as if they moved in slow motion despite the life maelstrom empowering them. Luckily for Tista, Naland, and Soulless, I took my time studying my opponent and kept an eye on the battlefield, or they would be in trouble. He rescued the Agni first and saved Soulless from being squashed underfoot like a bug next. Tista's opponent was dead, so he kept her for last. The Skull dodged the combined attacks of the two flabbergasted uppers with enough ease to employ invigoration on his comrades. Stop chasing the dog, you morons, Uriger, the Book of Knowledge, said. He's making us a favor. Now that they are all in the same place, I can kill our 4 little birds with 1 fusillade of spells. The cursed book opened to the page of the Tier 5 spirit spell, Mana Storm, instantly conjuring a barrage of emerald bullets. Each one was as big as a nut, and thanks to Life Maelstrom, it carried the destructive power of a wrecking ball. The uppers nodded and went to help their comrades. Do not come here, Salanoth and I will deal with Verhen, Jorel roared, and the Ring of Space answered his call. Space. Sorry, not sorry. Fillard bolted like a serpentine bullet, alternating mad sprints to blinks to escape the upper chasing after him. If you can't beat them, bomb them. Chapter 41-22, Turning the Tables, Part 1. Bamwa, the upper's laugh died in her throat as the Lindworm's personal spell, Blasting Barrage, blew her foot off. It combined the fire and earth elements, compressing them to the size of a marble. Fillard had woven them with body casting and scattered them behind himself as he ran away. The upper had missed them due to the colossal size of her body and ego, and now she paid the price for it. The first explosion dug a hole deep enough to make the corrupted divine beast lose her balance. Fillard exploited the upper's moment of weakness to jump to her face and breathe a thick cloud of his corrosive breath right into her open mouth. Pain and lack of oxygen made her falter, and the Lindworm bodily slammed into her while unleashing the full power of his axes. His combination of attacks and enchantments brought her down, and the rest of the blasting barrage Fillard had left inactive until that moment blew huge chunks of her body, spraying the area with her black blood. "How can you still be alive?" the Lindworm cursed when he noticed a second upper approaching. He hacked where the jugular was supposed to be one last time before running away. "Good job, you stupid Minotaur," the upper said while rescuing her with invigoration. "You're lucky I'm a plant folk, or you'd die of shock before an ordinary healing spell could take effect." A hammer blow to the head pushed the Minotaur upper beyond salvation and left the Furbolg stunned. "Not a chance," Morok recalled Grimnir to his hand as he turned around to face his opponent. The tyrant had escaped the ambush as well thanks to his energy wings. They didn't need to flap to gain speed, and the moment captured world had disappeared, Morok had taken off like a rocket simply by pumping them with mana. The upper had never seen a tyrant with wings before, so he had gotten too close and got burned for it. The prismatic trail Morok left behind was comprised of pure elemental energy that burned, froze, healed, rotted, calcified, and electrocuted at the same time. The corrupted divine beast had taken the twin jets in his face, giving Morok all the time he needed to escape the encirclement while the upper was blinded. Vinir, the tyrant's silver eye lit up, and a bright light wreathed his twin battle hammers, increasing their mass. He launched them with excellent aim, but the upper was faster and far away enough to read their trajectory and dodge them. Stormnado! Morok put all the vital storm Tista had given him into a thunderstorm filled with air blades and noxious gas on the flying path of the upper. Why does he keep shouting his M? A flick of Morok's wrists recalled his hammers, striking the upper in the back and pushing him inside the thunderstorm. Raging Sun came silently and infused with the tyrant's vital storm, completing the attack. The combination of the two Tier 5 spells resulted in a violent conflagration that covered the upper in deep wounds and burns. Grimnir dealt the finishing blow after being infused with darkness and another dose of vital storm. 5 minutes break, Morok asked the angry Furbolg upper who had come to avenge his dead comrades. "No," the Furbolg replied, while lunging with a long glaive entirely made of wood. Meanwhile, Lith found himself between a rock and a hard place. Getting too close to Jorel put him at a disadvantage, but getting too far would play into Salanoth's hand. "If she blocks me again, I'm dead," Lith thought. "I can't deal with two enemies at the same time, not if the cursed ring keeps messing with my rhythm." Salanoth could alter the area of effect and duration of captured world at will. Lith's movements had already stuttered more than once because of her, and each time it had cost him to miss the timing for a dodge or pressing on after a successful attack. She and Jorel always kept themselves on opposite sides, so that the Tiamat couldn't focus properly on either. "Don't feel too bad about this, Verhin." Jorel shapeshifted half of his constructs into weapons. "You fought well, and when your brother will learn someone else killed you, he'll probably have a stroke. It won't kill him, but I will." "Meln is not my brother," Lith thought, refusing to waste time with banter while his life was on the line. "The only silver lining is that Solus can't be hurt too badly, or the tower would drain my vitality to heal her. Still, she needs my help. They all need it." The eye in the middle of his forehead watched Protector dodge Uriger's mana storm, but the emerald bullets always curved and tried again. "Actually, I'm hurt pretty badly. My wounds didn't affect you only thanks to the life force stored in the bleed," Solus sighed. "Anyway, don't worry about me and focus on these bastards." "Any suggestions?" he asked, relieved to hear her voice. "Yeah, one," Solus replied. "The cursed ring uses a dimensional field too vast and powerful to rely solely on the mana she and her host possess, an enchantment that size needs world energy to work. And I can bend world energy to my will with Tiamat fear." Lith completed the phrase for her. He spread his aura as far and fast as he could, while exchanging blows and spells with the storm Griffin. "The bastard is not giving his all. He's just searching for the perfect spot from which to strike once the cursed ring stops my movements again. I need to play this smart," Lith thought. Once Tiamat fear covered the area around him for 30 meters, 100, Lith stopped its advance and increased its density. The world energy and the willpower it stored became thicker by the second, so when Salanoth activated captured world again, things didn't go her way. The hypercompressed space now had to overcome the multiple layers of world energy that, driven by Lith's willpower, fought captured world's effects tooth and nail. Jorel put all his weight into the attack and used the constructs surrounding Lith to strike at him from every side at once, expecting captured world to mess with Lith's tempo again. The plague storm erupting from the Tiamat's scales caught Jorel by surprise, and so did the spirit-infused darkness projectiles, ignoring the effects of captured world. Spirit magic gave the bolts of darkness both speed and mass, so that when they reached the storm Griffin, they hit him like a barrage of counterpunches before seeping inside his body and sapping his strength. The plague storm also blew Jorel's constructs away, so that when captured world broke past Tiamat's fear, it froze the hard light weapons first. Lith exploited the storm Griffin's moment of hesitation to breathe another blast of void flames at Jorel, and open a deep wound in his shoulder before Salanoth's trump card forced Lith to a halt. The black flames dispelled the life maelstrom once again, and without it, the storm Griffin couldn't avoid Ragnarok's deadly lunge. Yet he was far from helpless. Jorel changed the trajectory of his maces at the last second, aiming for the angry blade's hilt. Chapter 40-123, Turning the Tables, Part 2. The strike was awkward and carried little destructive power, but Thunder's soul only needed a conduit. Despite the full length of double edge and the jamming effects of the angry blade, the corrupted lightning tore the muscles in Lith's hands and cracked their bones. Captured world arrived just in time to stop Lith's advance, and allowed Jorel to infuse himself with more life maelstrom as he retreated. Cunning bastard, the Thunder Griffin spat out a clump of blood and saliva. Salanoth stopped playing around. On it, boss, she said with a smug grin. Lith was still trying to understand what she meant when the nightmare began. He and Jorel had just resumed probing each other's guard for openings when a swarm of magic wands surrounded him. The alchemical tools fired a single shot each before disappearing into the thin air from which they had appeared. A storm of hail, fire, and lightning rained on the Tiamat, who was forced to conjure his spirit barrier to save his life. The spells were at the peak of Tier 3, and even though a single one of them would do nothing against Lith, so many would have created the opening Jorel needed to win. That moment of pause allowed the storm Griffin to gain the high ground, and the ring of space to conjure an adamant chain behind Lith. That cursed object is a storage ring, Solus warned him. A storage ring that can release all the artifacts it contains in a wide area and use them from a distance as if she's holding them. I noticed. Lith had perceived the exit point with full guard, but no matter where he looked, he couldn't find the entry point because there was none. The adamant chain, Snakebite, grew in size and slithered at Lith, trying to wrap itself around him at the same time as Jorel charged ahead. Lith used a final sunset to repel the chain and Ragnarok to keep the storm Griffin at bay, but when captured world arrived, only he and Snakebite stopped. Jorel just adjusted his angle, and when the space relaxed, he struck again. The blow sent the Tiamat into the adamant chain's embrace, leaving him open for more. The second Dusk Wraith hit Lith with such strength that it sent him crashing against the ground, opening a meter-deep crater and breaking his dominant arm. We need to help him, Solus said. We need to help them. Morok wasn't faring any better. He was exhausted, whereas the Furbolgupper was at his peak strength. The wooden glaive had a massive reach advantage, and Morok struggled against the air displacement while dodging the blows. If I block and get hit by that thunder soul thingy, it will kill me, the tyrant thought. Morok wasn't faring any better. He was exhausted, whereas the Furbolgupper was at his peak strength. The wooden glaive had a massive reach advantage, and Morok struggled against the air displacement while dodging the blows. If I block and get hit by that thunder soul thingy, it will kill me, the tyrant thought. I know, but I'm already at my limit. Protector used Wild Hunt to push his perceptions to the limit and anticipate the enemy's moves, yet it was barely enough to keep him and the others alive. Mana Storm was just Uriger's opening act. After that, he had conjured the Thunder God, Midnight Dread, and Fiery Eruption arrays. Lightning bolts the size of a truck rained on the skull from every direction. The air had turned toxic, and small fireballs turned into massive explosions that blinded his senses and disrupted his flight. Of course, each one of the magical formations was strong enough to kill Protector if he stopped. As it was, they dulled his perceptions and robbed the skull of his strength, allowing a few Mana Storm bullets to hit Protector from time to time. Placing multiple arrays in the same area was a nigh-impossible task. Not only did weaving one of them require time, but unless their placement were perfect, the magical formations would implode on themselves with no effect. Uriger could conjure any spell recorded in his pages just by infusing them with mana, and millennia of practice had given him a level of skill that even Master Wardens could only dream about. On top of that, his host could use invigoration in battle to constantly replenish the Book of Knowledge's mana reserves. In his long life, Uriger had killed countless so-called expert mages and many divine beasts. He had never been defeated in one-on-one combat, and it took a small army of mages just to force him to retreat. But that was back when his host was a weak human who could be easily beaten, draining Uriger's strength. Now he was a divine beast, and he could swat a battalion of soldiers with a single sweep of his colossal limbs. 1442. Another of Uriger's pages lit up, conjuring a raging sun above and another below the staggering skull. The explosions would have killed Protector and his passengers if not for multiple spheres of golden light protecting them from the onslaught. I can't hold on for much longer. Naland conjured more shields and shot down as many emerald bullets as he could, but there was no end to them. Me neither. Tista breathed twin bursts of cursed flames at Uriger, but he dodged everything with well-timed blinks. Can't you ethereal Aegis out of here and bring the fight to him? Solus asked, while using a mana storm of her own to fight the deadly swarm. My bloodline ability just turns me into origin flames, Tista replied. I can't be hurt in that state, but the flames can be smothered by a spell strong enough. If that happens, I'm dead. Space. How long does it take to kill you? Crank snarled. Graveyard Shift gave him an advantage, and Hyperions loved themselves a good brawl, but Mana Body protected him as much as it protected Actton. The two golden auras sparked with every clash, and Thunder Soul wounded Crank even if he blocked. Longer than killing you. The Dryad Upper jumped into the darkness-infested pit and struck the Hyperion in the back with her mace arms. The heavy blow and the Thunder Soul it carried turned the tables in Acton's favor. The Bastet hurled a jet stream of origin flames that disrupted Crank's mana body so that the Dryad's next blow reached his lungs. The Hyperion was pushed off the Bastet and sent sprawling on the floor, gasping for air. You fought well, traitor? Actton hurled origin flames again and again until not a speck of golden light was left on Crank. Now you die. Space. Yes, this is all nice and dandy, but it's time to leave. Jorel was diving at Lith with his maces crackling with silver lightning when the Black Throne warped him inside his walls. All the uppers found themselves inside the Cursed Tower, just seconds away from killing their enemy. Why did you do that? We could have killed them, Jorel snarled. You don't know that. The Black Throne pointed at the spell aura surrounding the Tiamat, the Tyrant, and the Hydra hybrid who was coming down to help the Skull. I instead know for certain that if we don't leave now, we're all dead. The image on the surveillance mirror changed, showing a storm of griffins large enough to blot out the sky. They rode the winds of a colossal thundercloud while using the chain maelstrom ability to empower each other and the natural disaster they had conjured. Fuck, Jorel slammed his fist against the nearest wall. How long do we have before they get here? Chapter 40, 124 Words of Caution, Part 1. The Griffin will be here in less than 3 seconds at best. The Black Throne focused the world energy he had left in his underground floors while turning his roof into a sharper, more aerodynamic form. Then the Cursed Tower exploded the world energy in a burst of prismatic fire that propelled him into the air, and past the barrier of sound, faster than anything Lith had ever seen. Is that a missile? Lith was flabbergasted. Why does a mage tower need to turn into a missile to travel? He released the spells he had at the ready and focused on healing. He had adjusted his fall to move away from Salanoth. It was a desperate gamble, but at least Lith had a chance of winning against Jorel without the ring of space interfering in the fight. Probably because it can't tower warp or run on chicken legs. Solus replied as a dimensional blade distorted the space where Uriger had been until a moment ago and turned it unstable. It was Fria's best spell, Shattered Core. The following explosion was hard to dodge, and if one blinked, it would have just made their exit point just as dangerous. Thank the gods, Morok sighed in relief. I only had one barrage of eye blasts up my sleeve. If that failed, I was dead. Lucky you, Crank dug himself out of the hole dug by his Graveyard Shift spell. I had nothing. I went this close to turning into a dashing pile of minced meat. Where's Fillard? The Lindworm had never stopped running, and had already put dozens of kilometers between himself and the battlefield. I have a better question, Protector landed, wheezing like a bellows. Why did the Upper stop their attack and retreat one step away from victory? The answer arrived in a rumble of thunder and a flash of lightning. Suddenly, the space for almost a kilometer was sealed, and the entire area was filled with bloodthirsty griffins crackling with life maelstrom. Where is he? A griffin wreathed in fire asked, Where is the traitor? You just missed him and saved our lives. Lith pointed in the direction the Black Thone had escaped and then extended his hand. You have my thanks. And you have mine, the Griffin nodded. I'm a shanner of the Fire Griffins. Was Jorel really here, Verhin? Yes, he was. Lith conjured a hologram of the Storm Griffin's upper's form and equipment. The bastard really did it, a shanner snarled, soon echoed by the rest of his storm mates. He tainted Mother's sacred blood with Narchat's filth. Did you at least memorize Jorel's energy signature? Yes, but he wears a cloaking device, and he's gotten too far already, Lith replied. I can't find him more than I can find Narchat, but now if either of them ever comes close to me, I can spot them from kilometers of distance. Then it was worth coming here, a shanner said. You'll get your reward. 1 full bolt of life maelstrom for the Verhins, 1 for the Hyperion, 1 for the Weird Wolf, and another for the couple. Why does Crank get 1 and we have to split ours? Solus asked, pointing at herself, Tista, and Lith. The reward for a tip is 1 bolt, and I can't split it between you all, a shanner replied. It's only fair that each party gets its own. Fine, Solus was too tired to argue. She needed the sage staff and Lith, just to keep her human body from fading away. Is there something else we should know? The Fire Griffin asked. I'm not sure who or what we just fought, and I'm not talking about Jorel and his allies, Lith replied. They came here to meet someone who lived in a building that resembled a mage tower, and I'm afraid they have struck a deal. A mage tower? The Griffins weren't greedy creatures, but their eyes shone with ill-concealed longing at those words. Are you sure? Was it Menadian's tower? I'm sure, but it didn't belong to Menadian. Lith conjured the first ruler of the flames. You can ask her if you want. It was nothing I've ever seen, but I'm sure it was a mage tower, she nodded. I'm also sure no upper imprinted it. Their energy signatures didn't match, and none of our opponents demonstrated the power a tower master is supposed to possess. So either Narchat has gained the support of a tower master or another tower. A shanner liked neither scenario. I don't know, Lith replied. There was something fishy. Narchat wasn't nowhere near, and he'd never let something that powerful out of his grasp. This might be Jorel's ploy, and Narchat knows nothing about the new mage tower. Betrayal, the Fire Griffin raised an eyebrow. That's good news, yet it raises a question. If there really was a mage tower here, how did you guys survive? There is no mana geyser here. Solus pointed at the now barren land surrounding the Black Throne's temporary spot. The tower had limited power and used it all to support the uppers. When it sensed your arrival, the tower used its remaining energy to run away. No Griffin had ever had a tower, so everyone looked at Rifa. She's right, Menadian said. Towers are not omnipotent, they need an energy source. Without a geyser, once it runs out of mana, it would have been no better than an ordinary stone building. Damn it, a shanner roared. If only we arrived sooner. Jorel would have escaped sooner, Lith shook his head. With that mage tower here, it was never a matter of if, only when. You came exactly at the right time. We learned the abilities of Narchat's cursed object allies, and you saved our lives. We lost nothing and gained precious knowledge. I count this as a victory. Still, the Council will freak out when they know we are against a mage tower, Crank said. That's why it's better if we keep this encounter a secret, Solus said. If Jorel is really betraying Meln, revealing the tower's existence would bring us only trouble. Jorel just has to introduce it as an ally to soothe Meln and raise the morale of the upper troops. The chances of success of Jorel's coup would plummet, and the young awakened would line up to become Meln's thralls. If we share this news only with the royals and the council representatives instead, we can actually profit from this. Jorel will keep plotting against Meln, we'll keep our morale high, and no one will rush to become a upper. Also, we just need to wait a few hours to know what's really happening. If Meln doesn't release a bragging video about his newfound powerful weapon, it means he knows nothing of the mage tower. At that point, we'll be certain that Jorel is planning a coup, a shanner pondered. We can make sure that Narchat and the tower won't fight together and keep them two separate threats while preparing for both. You truly are a descendant of ruler Menadian. A shanner gave Solus a deep bow, and she promptly returned it. You are as smart as you are beautiful. Are you free for dinner? Yes, I mean no, Solus blushed. I'm beat. I need to eat rest, and then I have a mountain of work to do. Sorry. Chapter 41, 25 Words of Caution, Part 2. Maybe next time. The Fire Griffin exchanged communication runes with her first, drawing Menadian's glare and ire. I'll let you deal with the Council Verhin. I'm sorry, but we are not interested in whatever Narchat does. Only in Jorel. Call us the moment you spot him again, and we'll take care of Jorel and any ally he has. As for the tower, finder keeper," he said before bolting away with the rest of the storm. "You know he's only after your bloodline, right?" Much to everyone's surprise, after the Griffins left, Crank spoke before Lith. "I do," Sola sighed. "It's the Verhin's burden. Being Menadian's heir makes it even heavier." "Look at the bright side." Crank reverted into a honey badger and patted her shoulder. "That son of a snake Fillard left us high and dry, and the Griffins returned him the favor. He missed his reward." "Serves him right," Sola said with a chuckle. "Now what?" "Now I'll gladly accept a ride home." The Hyperion took food out of his dimensional amulet and offered it to his guests. "I have an entire region to take care of and a mountain of paperwork that needs my signature back home. Can I leave contacting the royals and the council to you, Verhin? There are too many prying ears in my mansion, and all it takes to ruin our advantage is one nosy moron." "I'll talk to them and let you know their decision. I'll also ensure you are properly rewarded, Crank." Lith nodded. "Speaking of morons, what about Fillard?" "One moment." The Hyperion took his dimensional amulet and called the Lindworm. "Cranky, you're alive." The joy in his voice was honest, but Crank didn't miss how fast the background moved. Fillard was still running away at his top speed, just to be safe. "Not thanks to you, you bastard," the Hyperion said. "You can take your time going home. An entire storm of Griffins came to our rescue and drove the uppers away." "Tell me another," Fillard scoffed. "That's too convenient. The uppers must have captured you and are trying to lure me back and get rid of the last loose end. Don't worry, my friend, I'll make you a great tombst." "Wait a moment. Verhin did call the Griffins before we attacked." "And they arrived." Crank expanded the hologram to show everyone and the now empty spot of the Black Throne. "What about the reward?" The Lindworm came to a screeching halt, his tail shaking in excitement. "We'll talk about that when you get back home," Crank replied. "Until that moment, don't tell anyone about what happened. You know what would happen if people thought Narchet has a second mage tower, right?" "Wrong," Fillard shook his head. "We'll talk about that as well then," the Hyperion sighed. "Until that moment, keep your mouth shut, okay? As long as dinner and drinks are on you, you have my word." Fillard out. "What if he demands a part of your reward in exchange for his silence?" Lith asked. "Then I'll have to share," Crank shrugged. "Or I might just kill him, whatever comes easier." Space. It took Lith a few minutes to bring the Hyperion back to Morana, and from there, one step to reach the Verhin mansion from the local association's gate. He sent a message to Camilla to tell her the mission was over and everything was fine, but he didn't go to meet her. Lith set the tower in the keep to allow Solus to recover and moved straight to business. "Everybody stay with me, please." Lith took his communication amulet out of his pocket dimension. "I'll try to be quick, but we might be questioned one at a time." He used the emergency call to summon both the royals and the Firwall. It was up to her to contact the rest of the council representatives. "I have some news," Lith said the moment the last hologram appeared. "Whether they turn out good or catastrophic, only time will tell. Let me talk until the end before asking any questions, or this will take all day." Lith told them everything that had happened after they had picked up Crank and Fillard. The audience turned interested when Lith revealed that he had recognized Uriger's energy signature from such a distance, and then terrified when he reported the encounter with the Black Throne. He used holograms to show them every detail he had noticed about the cursed tower's appearance and enchantments. Then, he proceeded to recount the fight against the uppers and the deadly abilities of the two cursed objects. Lastly, he told them about the Griffin's intervention and Solus' assessment of the current situation. "Thank the gods you had contacted the Griffins and they came with all haste," the king pondered. "Otherwise, this story might have had a very different ending. I don't like your decision not to report to us sooner and ask for reinforcements, but you made the right choice, Magus Verhin." The queen massaged her pulsing temples. "No one else could have come faster, and the risk of a mage tower falling in Narchet's hands was too great. Necessity superseded protocol." "I can guarantee you that Jorel didn't get the tower, Your Majesty," Fria said. "It already had a unique life force and energy signature when we found it, and it was still the same when it left." "A mage tower." Firwall had a hard time repressing her dragon greed. "Did Riffa recognize it?" "No, I didn't," Lith conjured the first ruler of the flames. "I can tell you this, though. All its enchantments were modern. It possessed both Silverwing's Annihilation and Bastion. I recognized many modern spells that didn't exist until a decade ago, so it must be recent. Bottom line, it might be superior to my own tower." Those words filled everyone with dread. Can a mage that talented go unnoticed by awakened and fake mages alike? Maron's question caught everyone by surprise, mostly because he used the term fake mages to refer to himself and the queen. Sadly, yes. Ragu's temples pulsed so hard that Silpha had a mild headache in comparison. Our community discourages talented youth from stepping into the light. Take Verhin, for example. You discovered his talent years before we did. Moreover, if he didn't attend the academy because his family had the skill and means to forge-master a tower, I bet the council would know nothing of him to this day. Lotho sighed. What if nobody recognizes this unknown tower not because it's new, but because it's older than us all? Maron pondered. What if we're dealing with the Black Throne? What is that, Your Majesty? Lith checked all the tomes stored in the library, but found no mention of the name. A quick mind link with Menadian confirmed to him that not even the first ruler of the Flames knew about it. It's just a legend, Ragu snorted, the boogeyman for young and stupid forgemasters. As Verhin said, let us speak until the end, or this will take all day. Silpha gestured to the others for silence. Back when Verhin went to Verendi and fought against the local council, Lady Tyrus came to us and showed us the images of the conflict. Then, out of nowhere, she warned us about the Black Throne. Chapter 40, 126 From Pawn to King, Part 1. I don't know why Lady Tyrus did that, only that the royals of the Griffin Kingdom have learned the hard way never to dismiss the words of the first queen, Silpha said. From that day, we have searched for any mentions of the Black Throne in the royal library. Sadly, there wasn't much to find. The Black Throne appears only in some of the most ancient records that our archaeologists have salvaged. In those texts, the Black Throne is described as an evil mage tower. Allegedly, it was created with forbidden magic by a mad mage who wished for immortality. Moreover, the Black Throne is capable of improving its enchantments, and even growing by feeding on the innocents. Its story changes according to the source, but the gist of it is always the same. The mage tries to conquer Magur until a hero stops him. I know it sounds far-fetched, and if not for Lady Tyrus' warning, I wouldn't even mention it. This is indeed far-fetched, but you are right about something, Silpha, Firwell said. Never ignore a guardian's warning. I'll start researching the archives of my people for more information about the Black Throne. And so will I, Lotho said. Even if the Black Throne is not the monster the legends say, we can't afford to underestimate a mage tower born out of forbidden magic. I will look into it too, but enough blabbering, Inzialot said, anxious to go back to his lab. What matters is that Shortstack there is right. We need to keep things under wraps or it will be chaos. War might erupt, and I would have to leave my lab in the middle of a crucial step of my research. I'm not short, damn it, Solus puffed her cheeks in annoyance. We need to prepare strategies that take this mysterious second tower into account. No matter if John's coup succeeds, we'll have to deal with the bulk chrome sooner or later. Also, if Short's theory is correct, we already have a perfect contingency plan. The moment the Derp King puts us on the back foot, we can expose Jalpi's betrayal to split their ranks. We'll fan the flames of Nelba's distrust and trigger an internal conflict among the uppers. While they are busy tearing each other apart, we'll sweep in and massacre both sides. The end. A solid plan. Firwell and the rest of the representatives nodded. I need a detailed picture of the tower and the other two cursed objects you've encountered, Lith. It will make it easier to identify them. Send a copy to all of us. Even if this is not the Black Throne, we might be able to discover something about Jorel's tower abilities. Ragu nodded. If there's nothing else, we'd like to discuss the reward of our subjects, Maron said. They've put their lives on the line for us all and have brought back vital intel that might save countless lives, maybe even our own. Such loyalty and dedication can't go unrewarded. If the council isn't willing to pay its share, then this is a private matter. The idea of gifting magical resources that they wouldn't be able to use for their own research was enough for the council representatives to rush to end the call. Yet Lith's raised hand stopped them. There is one more thing. As I told you, against an unknown enemy and a tower at that, I had to use Vital Storm to ensure our survival. Jorel noticed its effects and limits, and so did the rest of his team. We have no idea what you're talking about, so you'll need to be more specific. Ragu frowned, leaning forward on her chair. Vital Storm can be easily produced, but its effectiveness is less than 1/3 of Life Maelstrom. With the enemy already in possession of that knowledge, Lith regarded keeping his allies in the dark a foolish move. Also, it has no offensive value. It always boosts the mana core and the body of those who receive it. He could see a mix of excitement and disappointment on the faces of the council representatives. Disappointment because they had hoped that the Indech would represent a reliable source of life maelstrom that would break the Griffin's monopoly. How easily can it be produced exactly? Inzialot asked. As much as I want, Lith shrugged. I didn't lie at Lady Erna's wedding, I just glossed over Vital Storm's flaws. So, it's easier to master compared to life maelstrom, puts a lesser burden on the body of the user, and has no recharge time. The violent violet light burning in Lotho's eyes made it hard to understand whether he was happy or angry. Correct, Lith nodded. In other words, one can practice as much as he wants with Vital Storm for research and prototypes, and save whatever life maelstrom he has to craft the final product. Inzialot said, taking the words out of everyone's mind. Intriguing, it seems that looking into human evolution might be worth my time. As he spoke, his rotting flesh regenerated at a speed noticeable to the naked eye. Soon the Lich King looked like a handsome yet emaciated man, dressed in rags whose eyes shone with the red light of undeath. Gods, what is this pain? He doubled over, his stomach emitting eldritch sounds. Judging from your appearance, you are hungry, severely dehydrated, and constipated, Quilla said. When was the last time you had a meal? When did you use a bathroom? Yesterday, Inzialot said, and no one believed him. According to him, King Valoran had been crowned 1 day ago. Also, Arthon had been executed a day ago along with his daughter Thrud, and Nero the cat was also 1 day old. What's the last thing you remember? Firwall sighed. I ate yesterday. I'm sure of it because I was with Zalgrish at that fake city for Velkist's apprentice exam. Inzialot replied while pointing at Lith. That was almost 2 years ago. Quilla was flabbergasted. Really? Inzialot's farted with such vigor that his desk trembled, and with it his hologram. Yes, Lith snarled. Bottom line, Jorel knows. This gives Narchet 2 reasons to rejoice and removes one of our hidden weapons. If he makes no announcement on how my Vital Storm is a pale imitation of his great powers, we can be sure Jorel is staging a coup. Then why are you saying it like it's bad news? King Meron asked. Because it is, Lith replied. I fought with Jorel and I almost lost. Those words made the royals gasp, and the council representative tense. He is nothing like Narchet. Jorel is cunning, a skilled fighter and light master, and has no qualms about asking for help when he needs it. I haven't noticed a single character flaw we can exploit. Moreover, with Life Maelstrom and his bloodline abilities, he's superior to me with Vital Storm. I never fought a Griffin before, and I must admit that it's a humbling experience. Lith sighed. If someone like him becomes the master of a mage tower, he'll be a much greater threat than the dead king, especially with an army of uppers at his back. A tense silence fell over the room, only broken by the splashing of water. I'm leaking lemonade, Inzialot said. Why am I leaking lemonade? Chapter 40, 127 From Pawn to King, Part 2. For the gods' sake, either you go to the bathroom or revert to your undead form, Ragu snarled. This is all, Lith said. He was glad when the holograms of the council members disappeared, and the dripping noise finally stopped. Space. By my mom, I feel so useless, Sola sighed. One kick, and I was out. I had blown that bitch's head to bits, and she regenerated it like it was nothing. Fae are so unfair, pun not intended. Tell me about it, Tista snarled. I almost died like a moron because of my arrogance. I was so certain that the origin flames of ethereal Aegis would have avoided the Thunder Soul, or at least nullified it, that I let that upper hit me. Sure, I killed him on the spot, but I also became a liability for the team. I rushed to save Solus, only to need someone to save me. If not for Protector, I would be dead. Solus flushed in embarrassment at those words. Maybe we should tell Tista the truth, she thought. She has no reason to blame herself. If only she knew about the bleed, she wouldn't have been defeated like that. Yet if I come clean with her, what will Tista think of Mom? At least you are a divine beast, Nalrund grumbled, rescuing Solus from her inner turmoil. You still managed to kill your opponent in one blow. I almost won only to get the tables turned on me because of the mass gap. That's unfair if you ask me. Don't be too hard on yourselves, guys, Lith replied. Solus, you lack battle experience, and without the ears you were an easy target. That dryad was infused with life maelstrom and was too fast for you. Not to mention that with your broken life force, you can't afford to be hit so hard. We miscalculated our power and paid for it. I know, but what chances would you have had against Jorel and that ring without the ears? Solus asked. Almost none, Lith had to admit. Tista, I would have made the same mistake in your shoes. There was no way to know that Thunder Soul is effective even on your energy form. Adjator's spirit fusion and a phoenix's molting essence would have fared no differently. Thanks to you, we've learned something important, and we can now warn our allies. I'm sure that every phoenix's life that this information will save will earn you Grandma's eternal gratitude. That's true. Tista's lips curved into a thin smile, feeling better about herself. And you, Naland, you were a mortal amid titans. You have rich battle experience, but none against divine beasts. They are a unique opponent that demands unique strategies. You did great, too. Everything you learned today will help you to survive tomorrow. Still, I did worse than him. The Agni pointed at Morok. He killed his opponent and kept fighting. I'm used to being the little guy. The tyrant shrugged. I had to fight against bigger and stronger opponents my whole career as a ranger. I never charge in recklessly because I have no light mastery to save me. Also, at least you have Dawn to teach you the ropes. She's kicked many divine beasts' ass. You can ask her advice. Yeah, that's the dream, Naland replied. The realization of how much my techniques improved since we started our lessons is already humiliating. If I need her to learn to fight divine beasts too, I might as well start calling her master. And if you do that, the next time you face an upper, you'll come back to your wife and children alive again, Morok pointed out. Your choice, man. I wouldn't bitch and moan so much in your shoes. Compared to me, you're lucky. Naland was about to reply when Fria's stare froze him on the spot. She was angry, but mostly scared. Gods, I hate it so much when Morok is right, the Agni thought. Pride won't save my life against the next divine beast I fight, while Dawn's teachings might. The choice is simple, yet far from easy. Please, Fria asked, and he couldn't muster the strength to refuse. Fine, I will talk to Dawn, Naland sighed. I'm starving. What do you say if we stop tormenting ourselves with our failures and go fill our bellies? The motion was unanimously approved. Once they reached the dining hall, the kids cheered for the returning heroes while their parents sighed in relief. Story time, the triplets chanted and Fenrir joined them. Sure, Lith exchanged a glance with the others before projecting an embellished report of their latest mission. He removed all the bloody parts and made the final fight look much less desperate than it had actually been. Much to his surprise, even with the bad ending, no one complained. Orion and Gianni flinched at the mention of the new threat to their daughters and kingdom, but said nothing. They just held their hands and used a mind link to discuss the situation, reaching Lith's same conclusion about Jorel's betrayal. You can relax a bit, Morok said to the Erna's couple. The royals guaranteed us that with this mission we have earned enough merits to buy you another leave extension. The Erna's honor is safe. Thanks, son, Orion said, taking back at least 1/10 of the bad things he thought about the tyrant. Dad is so cool, Laren said. You saved everyone. I bet that if it weren't for that, you would have taken the bad guys out all by yourself. Thanks, son, but I'm the protector for one reason, Ryman replied. I'll always prioritize saving a life over taking one. He didn't mention how the bloodline abilities related to his pack didn't work at such a distance, limiting his potential. Don't beat yourself too hard, big brother, Aaron patted Lith's knee. The bad guys cheated. They had a mage tower. He and Lyria needed sheer willpower not to look at Solus and ask her why she hadn't even the field. About that, what kind of tower is that, Grandma Riffa? Lyria asked while pointing at the hologram of the Black Throne. I don't know. Menadian's left eye still twitched every time someone called her Grandma. We'll ask Grandma Yaga when she answers our message. Space. After a hearty dinner and a few hours of rest, Lith had recovered most of his strength. No news from Meln, he said after checking his communication amulet again. There is no way a mage tower joined his side, and he doesn't make a long rant about it. The only possible explanation is that Jorel has promoted himself from pawn to king. Great, can we now talk about something else? Camilla clinging to the camellia, and its 3 blossoms was a solid clue about her worries. Sure, sorry about that, Lith replied. What's the matter? Are you serious? She said in mild annoyance. You got 7 eyes and you missed this. Camilla pointed at her swollen womb. Of course I didn't. Just tell me what bothers you. Lith held her hand, feeling it tremble in his own. It's a long list, she sighed. I'm pregnant, and after he almost died today, my dumb husband is more worried about his mad brother than his children. That came too close to home for comfort, and stung quite a bit. Chapter 41-28 Competition to Avoid, Part 1. Also, I'm bloated. I'm huge, not Quilla huge, but still, Camilla said. Believe me, I didn't miss that detail. Lith said while staring intently at her breasts. Pervert, she giggled. I mean that I feel weird about myself, and I'm worried about what's about to come. Your birthday is around the corner, and I'll have to attend a gala while I still look like this. Then Ral should be born soon after, and I'll have to attend another gala while struggling against my depression after losing my powers. Then it's Elijah's birthday, and I'll have yet another gala. Camilla started to sob, her emotions going up and down like a roller coaster. I'm afraid of what might happen this time. I don't want to waste my time moping instead of welcoming Ral into this world. I don't want Elijah to see me like that, not now that she is old and intelligent enough to understand what happens around her. I don't want her to think that Ral makes me miserable or worry if she had the same effect on me as well. All the while, you have your special bond with our children, and I won't be able to communicate with them anymore. I can see why you are nervous. Lith caressed her hands with his thumbs. You've given this a lot of thought. I have too much free time, she sighed, and you going on missions and risking your life doesn't help. Do you want to get back to work as a constable? He asked. No way. Camilla's snarl was too enthusiastic to be a lie. The crazy eating and bathroom routines are something I wouldn't show anyone. On top of that, once Ral is born, I want to be there for him. There will always be criminals, whereas he will have only one first word and first step. If I miss those, I would never forgive myself. About that, Mama, Lith whispered to her womb, making her chuckle. Remember to say Mama, Ral, the fate of Magur depends on it. The baby boy kicked in reply, making Camilla flinch. Also, I'd really like to take a short vacation before those damn galas, she said. A bit of peace in between storms would do wonders for my mood, and if we wait for too long, I'll give birth and be unable to move for the gods know how many weeks. At least with Ral in your womb and Elijah in your arms, nothing can happen to you. You won't be this safe after giving birth. Lith pondered. It's funny. If Magur had months, I'd be born mid-December and Elijah mid-February. What if Ral is born mid-January? That's far from funny in my book, she groaned. One birthday per month is already hard. If the children also spend the rest of the year arguing about who shares the most special connection with Dad, it would be a nightmare. Still, it's better than being born in the same month or sharing the birthday. Lith shrugged. Gods, don't make me think about it, Camilla whined. We'll take our vacation as soon as things settle down, Kami, I promise, he said. Not so fast, Magus. She showed the moon pendant hanging from her neck. We need to think about something to give Ral. Elijah can't be the only one. Great, Lith joined her whining. More work. Space. Gorgon Empire, Regalia Plains, over a powerful mana geyser near the borders with the kingdom. What's taking you so long? Jorel snarled. We have to go back to Giera or the dead king might suspect something. I'm reading about this Virhin child and analyzing thoroughly every bit of news available, the Black Throne replied. Besides, you have no reason to be so impatient. You can't return so soon to your former lord. You need plausible deniability for the death of the uppers that accompanied you. I thought about that. Jorel paced the control room nervously. I can just say that the upper whom Orpal sent after us got caught and that the kingdom's troops found us too. I can blame everything on Orpal, but that's not the issue. What if Virhin spread the news about the new mage tower at the service of the dead king? If your existence gets exposed to the public, all my careful plans and preparations will be for naught. Unless what I'm reading is shameless propaganda, Virhin is too smart to do something like that. The cursed tower kept reading, finding many new questions and very few answers to his suspicions. What do you mean? The storm Griffin asked in confusion. Think about it, the Black Throne replied. What does he get from exposing your plans? What if he keeps them a secret instead? You're right. The moment Jorel regained his cool, his situation didn't look so dire anymore. Quite the contrary. Virhin will wait for Orpal's bragging message, and when that doesn't happen, he'll remember what I said to him and realize I'm staging a coup. Exactly. The Black Throne read about Lith's exploits in chronological order, studying the meteoric rise of the Supreme Magus with the same care as if they were his research notes. Virhin hates his brother. He wants you to succeed. Even better, he can reveal your betrayal the moment the upper faction gains too much momentum and split your forces without moving a finger. At least, that's what I would do. Why fight two towers when you can put one against the other? Why fight an army of upper when you can spark an internal struggle and dispose of whoever emerges victorious yet weakened from the conflict? That would be stupid, Jorel nodded. Which means we need to push my plans forward. We must get rid of Orpal before the war he's going to start reaches a turning point. That's what we'll do, and you'll succeed, child, because you have me, the cursed tower replied. Yet once the dead king falls, Verhin will come for us. We can't be caught unprepared, because while we plot against Orpal, Verhin plots against us. What do you propose to do? The storm Griffin asked. We start by understanding our opponent and the threat he poses. The Black Throne finished reading the news about the rebuilding of the Temple of the All-Father and started back from the beginning. According to my sources, he's suspected to be bonded to a cursed object, correct? Correct, but that was just the whining of the Golden Griffin before its destruction. Jorel dismissed the idea with a wave of his hand. There is no proof of it. Verhin almost died multiple times since he was a child, and his life force is crippled. Where was this alleged cursed object when Verhin fought against Balker's Valor's Nalar, or when he almost got killed by a wyvern during the 5th year? Why is there no trace of it when he fought in Kula or Kalga? There were plenty of witnesses during most of Verhin's feats, yet no one suspected anything until the Golden Griffin came up with that bullshit. What you say is correct, but I've found many inconsistencies during my readings, the Black Throne replied. Ever since Verhin was a kid, he was too good a forgemaster. Chapter 40, 129 Competition to Avoid, Part 2. He learned multiple branches of magic faster than anyone I've ever known, and reached heights that make no sense for a masterless awakened who has yet to reach 21 years of age. My question is, what if no one saw it because it needed a specific condition to be of any use? What if that condition is a mana geyser and Verhin possesses a mage tower? It would explain many things that currently make no sense about him. Yeah, right, Jorel shrugged. Too bad that it would also pose many more questions than it answers. In what sense? The Black Throne asked. First of all, where would Verhin have found a mage tower? Jorel asked. He came from a backwater village that didn't give birth to a single famous mage before him. Verhin put Lucia on the maps, not the other way around. The cursed tower pondered those words for a bit, and then nodded for the storm Griffin to continue. If you want more proof, read his biography at the part where he joined the academy, Jorel said. There is a biography? How could I miss that? The cursed tower wasn't aware of the existence of Lith's web of knowledge and needed help to find the free books section. Here, Jorel said, Verhin knew nothing of the tier of magic above 3. The list of books he borrowed from the Academy's library is indeed impressive, but that doesn't change the fact that he needed those books. The first artifacts he crafted matched the contents of the lessons of the 4th year of the Academy, and he lacked any equipment until the kingdom or one of his patrons gifted it to him. To put it simply, yes, if Verhin had a tower, we know why he's so strong whenever a mana geyser is available, and how he can forgemaster such amazing pieces like the Dulorian, the Voidwalker armor, and the Sage staff. Yet then we would have to explain how a tower can contain no treasure, no library, nothing that would make the life of a young, grassroots mage easier. Before you start with his weapon or light mastery, the former comes from Salark and the latter from his mentor, Falul. They became light masters at the same time, and the technique they use is almost identical. Indeed, I was missing several pieces of the puzzle. The Black Throne flipped through the pages of Lith's life, written by Count Lark, Mirim Distar, and Headmaster Linjos as quickly as if they were a grocery list. A tower is not just mere strength. It's also knowledge and treasures. An empty tower would be of no use for a mage that young. Quite the contrary, it would be a curse. Any youth would be tempted to brag about it with his friends and turn his life into a nightmare. I know, Jorel nodded. Not to mention Verhin rarely left the academy during his student years and after becoming an assistant professor. What fool would leave a mage tower alone for so long? What if he found it later? The Black Throne asked. Where, at his boot camp at 16? Jorel scoffed. Or maybe during his tour as a ranger. Please, there are countless reports of his missions, and most of them have dozens of witnesses who hate his guts. If he had anything like a tower, the undead courts in Author or the nobles of the cities he protected wouldn't have covered for him. Also, answer me this. If he has a mage tower, why didn't Thrud just say that and let the rest of Magur kill him for her? Why did Histar mention a cursed object, and only when he was on the brink of death? The Mad Queen had kidnapped Verhin's ex-girlfriend and confidant, so she was bound to know every secret he had, yet none was ever released. The answer was that Thrud had never dismissed the idea of her own defeat. After Jormund's death, she had decided to follow her husband's dying wish and entrust Valoran II to Lith in case anything happened to her. She had protected Lith's secrets to protect her beloved baby, and the slave mark on Histar had prevented him from saying anything until it had crumbled along with his power core. "By the way, do you know about any cursed mage tower besides yourself?" Jorel asked. "No, the community is small," the Black Throne replied. "If there were someone else, I'd know just like Uriger knows about me. Unless our enemy hid for its entire life and decided to come out right now, I'm the only cursed tower ever created." "Even if I'm right, your hypothesis still has merit." The Storm Griffin mulled over their previous conversation. "Maybe Verhin has found a tower recently or crafted one. What do you think of this?" Jorel showed all the videos regarding Lith employing the Prime Engine against the upper forces to protect the Stonewall Fortress and Ruget of the Earth. "Crafted?" The cursed tower laughed so hard that the uppers had to shield their ears with magic. "A 20-something-year-old baby has no way to collect the necessary materials, let alone forge a mage tower from them. This Omega Prime thing is indeed strong, but there's a reason I didn't put it among the evidence of Verhin owning a tower. Do you know how a battle form works?" "Not a clue," Jorel shook his head. "Well then, let me educate you." The Black Throne conjured the hologram of a colossal golem standing beside an adult dragon. "A tower's battle form allows a mage to best divine beasts, cursed objects, and survive battles against guardians or lost cities. The mage is supposed to stay at the core of the battle form, safe from harm while he casts his best spells, and controls the tower's enchantments without having to worry about the threat of his limbs being cut off. The Omega Prime instead is an armor. It covers Verhin and is powerful, but it's not very thick. It cracked against both your uppers and Ruget, exposing Verhin's scales. Why have a battle form with such a thin frame that it endangers its master?" "You're right, it makes no sense," Jorel replied. "Also, only a divine beast would even consider crafting something like that, because they are the only ones who could wear something that big. Otherwise, an armor form would be the biggest waste of an enchantment anyone can think of." "Do you know of any divine beast with a mage tower Verhin might have found?" the cursed tower asked. "I know of no divine beast ever crafting a tower," Jorel snorted. "If anyone so much as suspected Verhin had gotten his hands on a bloodline treasure, griffins, phoenixes, and dragons would have let him go scot-free like that." "There you have it," the Black Throne replied. "The Omega Prime is no tower, yet that makes Verhin even more dangerous. A mage tower would have explained the secret of his strength and provided us with ways to cripple his strength. If Verhin has achieved so much without a tower, he's an enemy we can't afford to underestimate. Or rather, he's a competitor we'd better avoid. He also wants to weaken Orpal, but while we want to capture the dead king, Verhin wants to kill him." Chapter 4130 Old Yet New, Part 1. "Fighting Verhin right now would just be a waste of time and manpower. Let's leave him alone unless it's absolutely necessary and focus on undermining the dead king's authority while you grow yours," the Black Throne said. "I like how you think," Jorel nodded. "Maybe we could also pit them against each other to keep them both in check. I could leak information about missions involving Orpal's most loyal followers and let Verhin kill them for us." "I'm glad I didn't judge you wrong, kid." The Black Throne sounded like a loving grandfather talking to his favorite grandchild. "You have a good head on your shoulders. Let's do our best to keep it where it is." Space. Giera Continent, ruined city of T-Lekit a few hours later. Jorel returned to the headquarters after completing the scouting mission. He was supposed to perform near Marana and coordinating his story with the surviving uppers. The Black Throne had followed them, preparing his best spells on the nearest Mana geyser. "There's no telling if Verhin has somehow contacted Orpal and forewarned him of my betrayal," Jorel thought. He should save such news for a critical moment, but maybe he aims for an immediate advantage. If Orpal and I fight, the dead king will lose his strategist and almost a quarter of his army. Moreover, each side of the upper civil war has a mage tower, and Verhin could sit down and wait until our conflict betrays our position. Even worse, the upper recruitment campaign would go down the gutter. Flying close to his side, Actton shared none of his worries. "A mage tower. I've met a real mage tower, and we have a working plan to get rid of Orpal," he thought. "Once this is over, I must ask the Black Throne to support me. With his help, unifying Verendi under my banner will be much easier. More importantly, if the Black Throne becomes my patron, I won't have to worry about Jorel turning into a new dead king. I like Jorel, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. I hope he won't stand in the way of my dream, but if he does, he'll find me prepared. Remember what to say, and most importantly, what not to say." Jorel slowed down as the ramparts of T-Lekit became visible on the horizon. "Orpal is not as stupid as he looks, and Night is just crazy." If either of them sees past our cover story, we need to be prepared to run. We have no chance of victory in a direct confrontation. Orpal would kill us all with moonlight long before the Black Throne reaches us. When they landed on the fortress's keep, they found no guards armed to the teeth waiting for them, and the city's arrays were powered down. There's no trace of Orpal, but this could still be a trap, Jorel thought. Generals Jorel and Actton, you are late, an upper elite soldier said, his voice full of spite. The dead king has been waiting for your return, and your report is long overdue. The storm Griffin recognized Ethril, the Redcap, one of Orpal's loyalists. He was always aggressive toward Jorel, but this time his belligerent tone sounded ominous. Where have you been all this time? The dead king welcomed the storm Griffin, and the rebel uppers in his throne room with a snarl, making them inwardly sigh in relief. How could a scout mission take so long, and how could you get half of your team slaughtered? I was just performing my duty, my liege. Jorel gave Orpal a bow, his tone contrite. It would have returned to your side sooner if only you trusted me. What do you mean? The dead king's poker face, as he feigned ignorance about the encounter with the kingdom's forces, was good enough to increase the storm Griffin's worries. The tale you put after me, my liege, Jorel replied, and he was happy to see Orpal flinch. He was so focused on escaping our notice that he triggered one of Morana's arrays. The city lord caught him and sent a full squadron of mages after us. Your agent exposed our position and compromised our mission. We are lucky to be alive. I trust you, Jorel. You are my right-hand man. The dead king lied through his teeth. I sent no one after you. It must have been someone overly loyal but poorly skilled who acted without my knowledge, I assure you. I want to believe you, my liege, yet I find it hard too. Jorel played the victim in the hope that Orpal would loosen his surveillance long enough to set the board. Do as you wish, but don't let your groundless doubts poison your mind. I'll hold you responsible for any failure caused by you being overly cautious towards me. Are we clear? The dead king grunted, angry that his lies were being questioned. Crystal, Jorel frowned. Now let's forget about this incident. Orpal dismissed the argument with a wave of his hand. I want your full report. Tell me everything you have discovered and how it should help us in the next phase of our plan. As you command, my liege, Jorel replied, his beak imperceptibly curling up into the tiniest of smiles. Space. Baba Yaga listened to Soulless' message when it was already late at night in Lucia, so when she arrived, she found everyone asleep. I told you to move that old ass of yours, Silverwing snarled in annoyance. Now we are left out of the arrays like beggars. And I told you that with another tower on the loose I won't take dumb risks, the mother snarled back. I had to warn all my children, pick up Dawn, and then you. Whatever this thing is, maybe one of us can recognize it. Also, with 2 enemy towers at play, we need to be extra cautious. Is that why you gave me Sunrise, Mom? Dawn asked. Yes, Baba Yaga nodded. Don't you ever go out without it. You are not just Meln's target anymore. This Jorel might come after you. Why would he do that? Dawn asked. To kill you and keep Meln to get his hands on your crystal. The mother burned with cold fury. Or maybe to use you as a practice target for his plan to defeat Night. After all, you are weaker than your sister now, and if Jorel can't beat you, he has no chance against her. Your mother is right. Akala held Dawn's hand. His voice was warm, but his gaze was as hard as steel. Wake me up when the sun rises. I want to be there in case something happens. Space. Nothing happened during the night, and Baba Yaga contacted Alina as soon as she noticed the curtains of the mansion being pulled open. I'm honored by your call, Lady Yaga, Alina said after deactivating the protective arrays of the tower long enough to let her guests in. Also, I'm a bit surprised. Why didn't you contact Soulless? Because if she's anything like I remember Effie to be, she's still asleep, and I didn't want to bother her so early in the morning, the mother replied. Is Lith awake? Yes, but Camilla is not, Alina said. He can't leave the bed until she wakes up. She gets moody if she doesn't find him next to her. Chapter 40, 131 Old Yet New Part 2. Babies can do that to you, Baba Yaga sighed. At least it means that Lith and Soulless are both in good health and that this is not as urgent as I feared. It actually is, Alina said. Don't worry, you won't have to wait long. I have my methods. She walked to the kitchen and turned on the stove, preparing a fresh pot of tea, coffee, and hot chocolate. Do you want to join us for breakfast? I don't want to intrude. Akala cleared his throat in embarrassment. Yes, please, Dawn cut him short. I'll take 1 serving of everything, and so will he. Of course, Alina chuckled as she prepared pancakes and cooked a fresh batch of biscuits. And what he won't eat, you will. Nailed it in one. Dawn sniffed at the oven like a hunting dog, right beside the hunting dog. Lucky the Erna's family pet moved his big, round eyes from the bacon sizzling in the pan to Alina, hoping for an early snack. You really remind me of Solus, Alina said. Do you also like eating? Very, Dawn nodded. It's a new thing for me. I've got my own body only for a short while. Sounds like Solus. Alina smiled, glossing over the part about the excuse getting old. As the sweet scent of chocolate, pancakes, and cookies wafted through the air, many stomachs grumbled in hunger. Cookies, Solus reached full awareness the moment her nose recognized the familiar smell. Syrup, Camilla said, her body ready to face the challenge. Bacon, ice cream. You can eat anything you want in any combination you prefer as long as you don't do it in front of me. Lith felt his stomach churning. Spoil sport? Camilla used spirit magic to lift herself and bolted out of the door almost too fast for Lith to follow. I'm not going to miss this, he grunted. I heard that, she yelled from a distance, her mouth already full and her voice muffled. I'm not going to miss the super hearing either, Lith snorted. I heard that too, Camilla grunted. Gods, Lith can be so insensitive at times. Word, sister, Solus munched angrily. Solus Kami, please say hello to our guests, Alina said, clearing her throat. Only then did the two women stop eating like famished trolls and recognize the presence of unfamiliar faces sitting at their table. Malishka, Solus tried to say, but what came out of her mouth was mostly biscuit crumbs. How long have you been sitting there? Long enough, the mother frowned at Solus' eating habits. Where's Riffa? Isn't she going to join us? I'm right here. Menadian arrived a few steps ahead of Lith. I need privacy to get dressed and take on a human appearance, and Lith was so kind to wait for me. I'm so sorry. Camilla and Solus stopped eating in embarrassment. Food, Lilia and Laren arrived first, but Fenrir was hot on their literal tail. I get it, you are hungry. Stop howling, Celia said. Salkar couldn't escape from his crib, but he knew how to be heard. After an awkward, long breakfast, Lith and the others moved inside the tower and shared the events of the day before with the White Cores and Dawn. I'm sorry, I've never seen anything like that in any of my travels, the horseman said. Dusk and Night never encountered it either. We've always shared information about the mage towers we encountered. You fought against mage towers? Solus' eyes widened in amazement. Of course, Dawn nodded. They are rare, but when you live as long as I did, you're bound to stumble into a few of them while searching for rare ingredients or magical resources. We horsemen keep a meticulous record of mage towers because, aside from White Cores, they are the only thing that can defeat us. We couldn't afford to underestimate a mage possessing a tower, since Mom didn't allow us to take our steeds without a valid reason. Gods, I'm over a millennium old, and you managed to make me feel like a naive young girl, Silverwing said. I've only seen 2 mage towers my whole life, Riffa's and Yaga's. No offense, but horsemen's steeds do not count. None taken, Dawn snarled. I've never met this thing either, but I might have heard about it. Baba Yaga watched the recording of the fight against the cursed tower in puzzlement. You see this? She pointed at a gravity array. That's Fakar's reality break. It's a magical formation less than 100 years old. In theory, it means that this mage tower has been crafted with modern magic. Why do you say in theory? Lith asked. Because this traveling method, she moved forward to the Black Throne's escape. It's much older, it's inefficient and outdated to be precise. Back when I was building Bloodhaven, I researched all known mage towers to make the best one I could. Baba Yaga looked at Riffa with envy. This method was described in a few books, but they were older than me and explained the history of tower crafting. Using world energy for propulsion requires wasting an entire floor. Even back when I built the first version of Bloodhaven, giving your tower a traveling form or dimensional magic was a much better and more versatile choice. This doesn't make sense, Solus replied. How can a modern enchantment and an outdated tower coexist? I thought only you and Grandma could use creation magic, and if the master of this tower knows it as well, why not change that floor? If that tower is what I think it is, it can't, Baba Yaga replied. I believe that the royals are right and the thing you faced in Nestrar is the Black Throne. What's that? Silverwing asked. It's a name that circulates in the Cursed Objects community every now and then, Dawn replied. Sometimes it's referred to as the oldest living legacy on Magur, if not even the very first. What it does and what its purpose is, however, changes with the person telling the story. It's all hearsay. The "I know a guy whose cousin says that his friend witnessed the Black Throne in action" kind of rumor. So the Baba Yaga equivalent of cursed objects. Riffa furrowed her brows. Sounds like bogus. Very ancient cursed objects die because they become so obsolete that even a common artifact can destroy them. The only exceptions are lost cities, and only because of their size and the weird powers that allow them to increase their strength indefinitely as long as they meet certain conditions. Something as old as the Black Throne should be as dangerous as a scrap heap by now. What Riffa says is correct, but Dawn isn't wrong either. Baba Yaga's words made her audience frown. I read about the Black Throne in Ligoin's library back when I was one of his priestesses. I had already started researching a method to craft my mage tower, so I consulted every piece of information he had on the subject to learn from the mistakes of my predecessors and draw inspiration. The Black Throne was mentioned multiple times in many old legends, so old that they predate the Guardians, if not even Tezca. According to most versions of the story, the Black Throne is the first mage tower of Magur. Chapter 40-132, Lost in Time, Part 1. The most powerful artifact of its time, to which its maker gave sentience and independence, Baba Yaga said. In the most ancient and fragmented stories, however, the Black Throne is described not as a mage tower, but as a powerful cursed object shaped like a tower born from a mage's obsession with immortality. In this version of the myth, the Black Throne was forgemastered by a powerful awakened at the end of his lifespan who had tried and failed to achieve the white core. His idea was to become one with his creation, to fuse his body with the stone and his mana core with the artifact's pseudo-cores, forcing his way into the white core by sharing the burden that such power entailed with the tower. It's a terrible idea, Silverwing said. A white core is more than a power source. Sure, if his project succeeded, the self-repair enchantments of his tower would have stopped his aging process, and he could have preserved his remaining lifespan by burning the world energy via the artifact, but there are countless ways it could go wrong. For example, his body might have exploded because incapable of withstanding so much raw power, but thanks to the bond with the tower, he wouldn't be allowed to die. He might have ended up trapped in an eternal cycle of death and rebirth. Given time, the agony would be enough to drive even the best of us insane. A terrible idea indeed, but when death is a certainty, it doesn't look so bad, Baba Yaga said, especially when you use forbidden magic to cut corners and make others pay the price for your foolishness. Ethics and prudence aside, why do you think we met the Black Throne? Lith asked. I was getting there. The mother raised her hands. As I was saying, the old Awaken wanted to achieve eternal life and the power of a white core. Alas, forbidden magic rarely gives you what you want the way you want it. The ancient stories tell that instead of reaching the white core, the mage accidentally obtained a mage tower. Moreover, something went terribly wrong with the spell, and the mage then tried to enslave the awakened council to find a cure for his condition. The council later defeated the Black Throne with the help of Argon IV, the mage credited with building the first real mage tower. Yet they failed to kill the Black Throne due to his nature as a cursed object, and he managed to escape. This is nice and all, but it doesn't explain how such a relic could be more than a dignified paperweight today, Menadian said. That thing was good. Its cloaking system fooled my eyes. I don't think it was more powerful than my tower, but it sure pulled a few tricks not even Starforge can perform, like draining a mana geyser from a distance. That's because it's not a thing, Riffa. It's a person, Baba Yaga replied. Body and core fusion, remember. The members of the Awakened Council who survived the enslavement and the conflict wrote that the Black Throne can replace its enchantments. You can consider each floor as a huge spell-holding ring that can permanently store any form of magic until the Black Throne finds something better. The ancient Awakened witnessed the mind behind the Black Throne stealing their bloodline legacies and making them his own. Unlike the other cursed objects you've met, the Black Throne is capable of altering itself without creation magic. It would explain how it possesses modern spells and arrays, and how it survived until this day. What about the propulsion system? Dawn asked. If he can upgrade himself, why not change that to a more efficient enchantment as well? As I said, it can't. The mother shook her head. Enchantments are just runes and energy. Just like you can conjure many different spells with your mind, the Black Throne can alter its enchantments. The structure of the floors, however, is linked to the body. Assuming the Black Throne knows how to tower warp like Starforge, or to run on legs like Bloodhaven, he would need to rearrange its entire structure to implement them. Both enchantments require a synergy between multiple floors of our towers. Starforge marks a geyser that it can later track and use as a dimensional beacon, or it couldn't cross such long distances. It also needs the ability to read and ride the flow of world energy. As for Bloodhaven, those simple chicken legs require the ability to move faster than dragon speed without breaking under the mass of my tower or killing those inside. Then there is the ability to perceive and avoid obstacles while moving at that speed, or Bloodhaven would trip on every hill and trample across every city I meet. There is, of course, more, but you get the gist of it. The Black Throne can't do anything like that. His floors can't synergize with each other because he didn't think about it in the planning phase. Even worse, the Black Throne can't even rearrange the order of his floors more than you can swap your lungs with your kidneys. The bond between artifact and body limits the alterations the Black Throne can apply to his physical structure. The slightest change would require the equivalent of body sculpting, and you all know how dangerous that is. How did they defeat him? Solus asked. The details are unclear, Baba Yaga shrugged. A great, majestic battle of good against evil and all that nonsense. I doubt half the people mentioned in the victory record did half of what they claim. The only thing I believe about the records of the battle is that they overpowered and outnumbered him. I doubt For's Mage Tower was much better than the Black Throne, but he didn't fight alone. What about him? Lith asked. Why isn't his name sung and celebrated in the awakened records? I mean, he forge-mastered the first tower and played a key role in defeating the Black Throne. Why credit the bad guy? Because as soon as the battle was over, For was killed by his allies, Baba Yaga said. Or rather, the awakened of the time claim he succumbed to a mysterious poison during the victory banquet, but we all know that's bullshit. The awakened spent more ink whining about For's tower self-destructing upon his demise than about the circumstances of his death. They even blame him for adding such an enchantment to his tower, and for not entrusting his legacy to the future generations. So they killed him and blamed him for not playing ball and leaving them nothing to plunder. Lith raised an eyebrow. Exactly, Baba Yaga nodded, and since his tower was gone and the Black Throne was still up for the grabs, there was no reason to leave records of their betrayal and leave a permanent mark of infamy on their bloodlines. Menadian completed the phrase for her. For's tower was already lost, so they preserved only the memory of the Black Throne. If you ask me, they did a pretty poor job, Dawn said. Why did the story change so much? Why did so many crucial details get lost in time? Chapter 40-133 Lost in Time, Part 2. Because the Black Throne disappeared for centuries, and when he reappeared, he acted no different from a normal artifact, Baba Yaga said. There are many records of powerful mages, some awakened and others not, who found the Black Throne and achieved greatness thanks to it. They weren't enslaved or bonded to it, and they all died either in battle or of natural causes. Once again, people recorded only the things that mattered to them and not sullied their achievements. It's a very plausible and sad explanation, Lith sighed. I assume you've never met the Black Throne, Yaga. Correct, she nodded. I never met someone who did, and neither did my firstborns or any of the Guardians. Until this day, I believed the Black Throne was just a myth. Yet if you really met him, it changes everything. It means that the Black Throne avoided me, and all those more powerful than a bright violet core on purpose. That, for some reason, he didn't want to draw attention to himself and wanted to avoid pointless fights. To change the Black Throne's mind and push him to fight you, Jorel must have offered him something that's worth the risk of alerting the Guardians. Like what? Solus asked. Jorel is an outcast and a relatively young Griffin. Something like night, Baba Yaga pondered. My horsemen, like Solus, possess the ability to alter their host and be altered in return. Their enchantments allow them to manipulate their bodies safely and without body sculpting. It wouldn't be a stretch to try and apply it to the Black Throne to overcome the limits of his physical structure. Are you saying that we have to protect Night from the Black Throne? Lith said in outrage. That we should warn Meln? Not at all, the mother replied. I'm just saying that the Black Throne might rid us of Night and your accursed brother, Lith, but that in doing so, he might become a greater threat than my mad daughter ever was. Space. Meanwhile, in the mansion's park, the morning routine continued as usual. Gianni and Orion let Orion and Juria explore their surroundings by flight after putting them in a harness with a long leash to ensure that they couldn't get too far. I don't know whether this feels more like flying a kite or walking a dog. Orion grunted as the baby boy changed direction many times in an attempt to break free and almost dislocated Orion's shoulder. Dad, it's my children you are talking about. Quilla wanted to sound outraged, but her voice was a sleepy groan. You are spending quality time with them like a good grandfather. I don't know if I'd call this quality time, but it sure makes a good training. Gianni had to spin and sidestep to avoid being trapped in the leash while also controlling her grip's strength not to let go or harm the baby girl when she abruptly pulled away. Mom, Quilla yawned. Juria just wants to play with you if I weren't so tired from night feedings and my mana deprivation. Her voice trailed off in a soft snoring. Thanks for the help, Morok said, a hushing array around Quilla and another for himself. We need to make up for the lost sleep. The mission drained me, and changing the diapers of those party poopers is a full-time job. You are welcome, Orion yelped. Orion had just flown between his legs and then had gone up, crushing Orion's gonads with the leash. And don't listen to Quilla, Morok said, a heated chair next to his wife. I'm certain the kids know exactly what they are doing. Be careful or they'll fly away again. Don't worry, this isn't my first rodeo. Gianni often changed the grip on the leash to tire the wild tyrant out without hurting her. Luckily, baby tyrants don't have much stamina. Orion and Juria were hybrid kids with a deep red core, and flying consumed a lot of energy. It never took them long to get hungry first, wet later, and sleepy last. In another corner, Garrick and Ryla practiced the breathing technique to circulate the 6 elements inside their bodies and stabilize their life force. Thanks for keeping me company, Mom. This is one of those moments I feel left out, Garrick sighed. Aaron, Lyria, Lilia, and Laren were practicing Silverwing's hexagram with Camilla and Celia, something only an awakened could do. Don't mention it, sweetie, Ryla replied with a warm smile. I need to work hard too, or I won't be able to travel Mager with you once your life forces merge. She had no idea if that would really happen, but she spoke with confidence to reassure her son. Glemos had altered Morok's tyrant bloodline so that he would allegedly produce an Indech-like offspring by mating with Echidna. Morok had indeed gained unique properties after awakening and reaching the violet, but that was it. As for Garrick, Glemo's plan was for the harmonizer to stabilize and fuse Garrick's tyrant and Falmer life forces, turning him into an existence above both his original bloodlines. I don't care if Garrick becomes an Indech-like human, or if he has to choose between his life forces like a regular hybrid. Ryla had no trust or care for Glemo's plans. All that matters to me is that he's healthy and can have a normal life among humans. Thanks, Mom, Garrick interrupted the exercise to hug her tightly. I love Uncle Lith and Big Brother Morok, but I want to see Mager with you. I wouldn't be able to enjoy my freedom if you remain trapped here despite all of your sacrifices. I made no sacrifice, silly boy, she returned the embrace. It's only natural for a parent to help their child however they can. Fluffy is the one making sacrifices, or rather, he's forced to. Mother and son turned to look at the bike running laps around the mansion. Nock chased him while Thula cheered for her son's tormentor. Mom, how could you do this to me? Fluffy panted. It's winter, I should be fattening up for hibernation. You have enough fat for 3 winters, and this place is as hot as spring, Thula snorted. Since you have the energy to complain, let's add 10 more laps. On it, Nock reached and bit Fluffy's hindquarters, making him speed up. Mom, and now they are 20, Thula replied. Do you want to make that 30? Fluffy gritted his teeth and said nothing, knowing that even cursing would have been taken as a yes. I don't care what everybody says, winter is my favorite time of the year, Nika the vampire said while strolling along the park with her mother. Short days, long nights, and there are so many clouds that I can walk around with just a parasol. That and the eternal dusk array, dear, Calla the White said. Remind me to thank Lith for adding it to the standard magical formations of his mansion. The array drained part of the light element, allowing undead like Nika to avoid falling into a slumber. It did not affect the direct sunlight's deadly effects on her, but thick winter clothes covered her from the neck down. I'm glad to have you back, Mom. I missed you, Nika said. Chapter 40-134 New Normal, Part 1. What do you mean? Calla asked in puzzlement. We lived together in Lightkeep. I never left Vladian's home for over a year, and neither did you. How could you miss me? No, I lived in Uncle Vlad's home. You segregated yourself in your lab, Nika snorted. I managed to see you only once in a few months, and when I did, you couldn't wait to get rid of me. Now we eat together, spend time together, and even take a walk while talking about books that aren't about magic. Was I such an absent mother? Calla was flabbergasted. Mom, what do you remember of the past year, before we moved in with Lith? The vampire asked. One moment. The White pulled out the notebook she used to plan her daily activities back at Lightkeep. Due to her forgetful nature, Calla had marked breaks to drink, eat, and even go to the bathroom. Fainting due to hunger, thirst, and sudden stomach pain had ruined one experiment too many, forcing Calla to include those breaks in her schedule. She knew that wasting so much time to indulge her physical needs annoyed her, because she had left plenty of whining notes along the margins of the pages. It seems I kept myself busy. The White could feel a scolding looming over her head, so she did her best to soften the blow. You can say that, Nika snarled. How many times is my name and Nox written in there? Well, Calla flipped the pages, finding mostly identical repetitions of the same day and whining. Over 10 times. She said, hoping no question about those 10 times would follow. Let me guess, it's always something along the lines. Remember to scold Nika for interrupting me in the middle of my research. Or say happy birthday to Nock, because if I forget about it again, my children will never let me hear the end of it. I don't know what you're talking about, Calla said while setting the notebook ablaze with first magic to destroy the evidence of Nika's claims. How can you have such a low opinion of your mother? First, I was there. You read out of that notebook every time you had a spontaneous desire for quality family time with us. Second, I can see you trying to destroy the evidence. A quick spell snatched the notebook and doused the flames. Fine, the White sighed, rolling onto her side. I'm sorry, I missed you too, dear, at least I think I did. Please be merciful and don't make me suffer too much. Mom, why do you always assume I'm going to kill you? Because you always do. You attempted on my life yesterday, Calla replied. That was a nightmare, Mom. It never happened, just like Nock never led a greed of fire dragons to storm your lab and steal the eyes of Menadian. Nika wanted to scream in frustration. We are not responsible for your imagination. Then how do you explain that my eyes are missing? Calla whined. For the umpteenth time, Mom, you gave the eyes to the fire dragons of your own will, Nika replied. They'll return it to you in a few months and give you their ears of Menadian. Gods, I can't believe those two have this very same conversation once a week. Camilla chuckled as fury and frustration lit the vampire's eyes with blazing red light. That's an improvement, Celia said. Until a while ago it was once per day, and Calla asked me who I was every time we met. Please be silent, Mom, Laren said. This is hard. He was the youngest of the group and had awakened last. Keeping control of one of the 6 elements of Silverwing's hexagram required Laren's full focus. I'm sorry, dear. Celia hushed her son and kept talking. I know that you have awakened before all of us, and you are at the apex of the pregnancy boost, Kami, but your talent for magic is impressive. I don't think I would be able to hold my part of the hexagram while having a snack, even if I had much more experience with the exercise and a green mana core like you. What are you talking about? Camilla said, while getting rid of her craving for salted meat and onion rings. Aaron and Lyria are covering for me like they always do when I have to take a break. I can't handle 2 elements at a time, sis Kami, Aaron said. I only have a deep green core. Same, Lyria sighed. We are 7 years old already, but Uncle Lith forbade us from practicing accumulation for more than 2 hours a day until our bodies get stronger. Besides, if we took over for you, the elemental light above your head would disappear. Then how is it Camilla choked on her words in half an onion ring as the only possible answer dawned on her. Ral. As if answering to her question, a short burst of red origin flames incinerated the onion ring stuck in her throat. No, no, no. Camilla took deep breaths to calm down and regain control of her portion of the hexagram. I'm so sorry, Ral. Mommy didn't want to make you worry. Please don't be like your dad and stop training. You are too young for that. Normally, controlling and balancing a single element of Silverwing's hexagram would have been impossible for a red core like Raldorak. Yet just like his mother drew strength and mana from him, he could draw strength and mana from her if necessary. The child had learned the exercise by rote after experiencing it countless times through Camilla's body. Since his mother did it often and carefully, Raldorak assumed it was important and helped her however he could. The moment Camilla focused on the array, the baby boy fell asleep. Grandpa, help, Camilla called, and Ligon answered immediately. The Guardian's human form looked like an albino man about 176 meters, 59, with a lean build, silver hair and vertical slitted pupils, just like usual. For the occasion, however, he donned an elegant black mage robe with gold embroideries. Aside from the color and the much higher quality, it closely resembled Lith's supreme Magus uniform. Moreover, Ligon's irises were one black and the other red. Dragon blood, you are my only true friend. You never disappoint me. he said as he walked through the dimensional opening, grinning from ear to ear and smiling at Camilla's womb like a loving father staring at his firstborn. Is Ral okay? Did practicing magic so soon endanger him in any way? The Guardian's proud expression annoyed Camilla to no end and made her feel stupid for asking such a question, but she needed to be sure not to have hurt her son. Of course he's okay, Ligon replied while cooing at her swollen belly. He's perfect. Didn't you see what a good, smart baby boy he is? He handled that hexagram like a real mage. He's not a mage, he's a baby, Camilla snarled. For the gods, I mean Maugre's sake, he's not even born yet. All the more reasons to be proud of him, Ligon tutted. Why do you think I'm wearing this ostentatious bathrobe and my eyes look like this? You have finally noticed Ral's talent, and we have to celebrate the good news. Chapter 40, 135, New Normal, Part 2. For the love of, Camilla hated how even cursing at the Guardian ended up praising him instead. Grandma. Is everything all right, child? Salark appeared in a red Supreme Magus dress, her eyes matching Ligon's. I was getting ready for the party. You too, Camilla lowered her head, hiding her face between her hands. Okay, fine, I forgive you both. Just be honest with me and tell me how long this has been going on. Ever since you started snacking in the middle of your practice, child, Salark replied. It's a really bad habit. Silverwing's hexagram is inert, but other spells would have blown in your face. You should be more careful. That means soon after I entered the 3rd trimester almost a month ago, Camilla whined. Why didn't you tell me anything? It would have made you worry for nothing and maybe even brought you to stop practicing magic, Ligon said, and Salark nodded. Now you know it's safe and you've made a beautiful memory. After you lose the dragon scales and you'll be depressed again, remind yourself of this moment. Ral has just demonstrated how much he loves and cares about you without any mystical bond, but through action. Indeed, now you don't need bloodline abilities or fancy words to know how much you mean to your children, Salark said. We planned to keep it a secret until you felt down and needed to cheer up, but Celia's big mouth ruined the surprise. The Guardian glared at the huntress, making her blood run cold. I'm sorry, but how was I supposed to know? Celia swallowed hard. Congratulations, Sis Kami. Aaron went for a hug and broke the tension. Soon everyone but Laren rejoiced at the news and congratulated Camilla. The young boy was still hushed and believed that someone else had failed to hold the hexagram first, giving him a few minutes of rest. Oh, right, Celia dispelled the hush after calling her son multiple times and receiving no answer. What about Lith? Shouldn't we tell him as well? He's in the middle of a serious conversation. Salark heard the theories about the Black Throne by expanding her senses. We'll share the news with him once he's done. Believe me, he's going to need it. Space. Just as the Guardian had predicted, Lith left the meeting room with a sour mood. Maugre sure has a twisted sense of irony. If I reveal Jorel's alleged betrayal, I can split the upper front in two, but at that point, Meln is likely to hide until he is done rebuilding his army and finding a more reliable second in command. It would be tantamount to helping him. If I don't, Jorel might get rid of Meln for me, but only after becoming powerful enough to take his place as the leader of the uppers. I have no winning move. I can only pick a poison and hope it doesn't kill me. The group was still discussing what the best way to deal with Meln and Jorel was when the sound of music and laughter reached their ears. Oh gods, Tista froze on the spot. Do you think what I think? Lith asked. I do, Tista nodded. It's too soon for Ral to be born, and our mission in Marana went south. The only reason our family can have to celebrate is that either Mom or Renaa is pregnant again. Why do you say it like that? Solus asked. Wouldn't that be wonderful news? Are you kidding me? Tista replied. They already pester and nag me for being childless at my age. Now they'll never let me hear the end of it. I was about to ask her how things are going with Badia and how he has taken the news of Adjeter's dragonhood, Solus thought. After all, Tista could introduce Badia to Firwall, and he becoming a divine beast would be a wonderful flip-off to his bloodline. Oh well, I guess that will have to wait. Luckily for Tista, her prediction was wrong. Thank the gods, she sighed in relief. This is indeed wonderful news. Why, what did you expect? Camilla asked in confusion. Nothing, Tista lied through her teeth. Congratulations to you and our little one are in order, Kami. Many women say they have a mystical bond with their children, but in your case it's actually true. Kami is not the only one, dear. Elena grabbed her daughter's arm before she could realize she had fallen into a trap. I'm sure it would be the same for you. You are a great mage, and I'm sure you'd make a great mother as well. Mom, How are things going with Badia, little sis? Renat took the other arm, locking Tista in a two-pronged hold from which there was no escape. You guys have been dating for a long while now. Have you discussed the important things? Like if he wants to become a divine beast before or after you have children. Renat, please, I beg you. Let's ask him. Badia, please come here. Elena's voice was warm and full of joy, yet it froze Tista like a harsh winter. Space. This is incredible, Lith mumbled once he and his wife moved to the privacy of their room. I know, right? Camilla replied. I mean, I awakened at birth, more or less, and that was supposed to be the top, Lith continued. Yet Elijah awakened in the womb, and now Raldorak is also practicing magic. Is it me, or are the kids trying to one-up each other? Are you really making this a measurement contest? Camilla was flabbergasted. Please, I'm not so egotistical that I'd put myself in competition with our children, Lith replied. I was worrying about what the next one will do if they follow in the footsteps of their siblings. The next one? Camilla's eyes went wide. We've got hundreds of years left to live, Lith shrugged. Do you want to stop it too? I don't know, but after 2 children back-to-back, this isn't a funny topic for me. She plopped on the bed. Especially with the twins' fever in the air, I don't want to be the next. Don't worry, judging from Mom's subtle nudges, Tista is a much more likely candidate, Lith chuckled. That's true, poor Tista. She became indetred without the need to shapeshift. Camilla giggled. Jokes aside, I'm sorry about what happened. I didn't mean for Raldorak to start training so soon. I wanted our son to have the most normal childhood someone with our blood can have. As if on cue, Sharjin and Manohar II flashed before their window, flying in a tight formation. They were flying across the park with powerful flaps of their wings and Quilla's twins clinging to their backs. Orion and Juria propelled the wormling and the baby boy forward with their energy wings, acting like small jetpacks and pushing them to a new speed record. Which isn't much to start with. Lith couldn't help but smile at the contrast between the worried screams of the parents and the happy giggling of the twins. That's true, Camilla laughed her head off. I can't believe just 3 years ago I fainted at the idea an emperor beast could have a human family, and now this is normal to me. Chapter 40-136 Menadian's Heir, Part 1. Mom, Elijah asked in confusion. Baby-induced chaos and mayhem were the norm for her. Don't worry, baby girl, everything is fine. Camilla took Elijah in her arms. Just remember that as a big sister and a powerful mage, it's your duty to take care of your little brother. Camilla covered her hands in dragon scales, allowing the baby girl to experience her mother's and brother's feelings. No pro, Mom, Elijah said, puffing her little chest with pride. Me goo lu ihaho. She drew what looked like an asterisk in the air, and released a jet stream of cinder that bolted out the open window and exploded in the sky like a firework. Please don't, Camilla yelped when Elijah tried to reach for her hand again to teach Raldorak about the rune for the stable, cursed element of fire. No, Elijah stared at her mother with her eyes filled with sadness, afraid to have done something wrong. Ral is too little for that. Lith lifted Elijah and reassured her via his dragon scales. You can show Daddy how it's done, though. Daddy, the baby girl giggled and smiled. Lith, Camilla sighed as their friends and relatives came one after another to ask if everything was all right, and what that blast was. Yes, Kami. Do you remember when you said that the kids seemed to one-up each other? Camilla asked. Of course I do, Lith replied. It was less than 5 minutes ago. Congratulations, she said while looking him in the eyes. I think you jinxed it for us. Space. Congratulations, young lady. Baba Yaga gave Elijah a curtsy, receiving a pat on the head in reply. You have taught us all a new mirror magic rune and given me a reason to stick around. Me goo, Elijah giggled. Gods, I wish time travel were a thing, Silverwing inwardly sighed. I'd pay my weight in Davros to go back and kick my own ass into oblivion. I would teach myself a lesson in patience before I ruined my relationship with Lith forever. Now I'll never get the opportunity to study his Indetch form, and without it, there's no telling how long it will take me to access my apex form. Learning what it can do will take me even longer since my mana organs are bound to be atrophied by centuries of inactivity, and I'll have no mentor. Being cut off from the research on stable mirror magic just adds insult to my extensive, deep injury. You are not good, Ely, you are the best. Roz gave the baby girl a bow, letting her pat and play with his thick hair. Are you sure Elijah's magic is not dangerous, son? I mean for us, not for her. Don't worry, Dad. We already explained to Elijah the dangers of mirror magic in the desert, and she remembers it. Lith replied. We just had to tell her that Aratho is mirror magic just like Jerak. So why? Elijah nodded, making her hood fall forward and cover her head. She and Valoran had been changed into small Supreme Magus robes for the event. Camilla wore a loose Supreme Magus dress with a small hood on her baby bump to include Raldorak in the celebration. Will you keep training, Kami? Solus asked while paying her respects to the baby girl. Yeah, what's done is done, Camilla shrugged. Besides, we know for certain that it's safe for Ral, and I need the practice. I'm following Quilla's example and focusing on the basics. I'm also taking note of all my observations, after dumbing them down enough for me to understand them, after I lose Ral's affinity for the elements. Speaking of training, I need help. Naland wanted to beat the horseman and her husband to an inch from death, but he managed to keep his tone neutral. I still can't win against a divine beast at my level of skill. That's all, Dawn tilted her head, feigning confusion. I need help, Master Dawn, Naland growled. That's better, she replied with a smile. I'll see what I can do. Space. Later that afternoon, Lith and Solus moved to the tower to work on the data collected on General Vorg's Yggdrasil staff. I think that's it, Lith sighed while looking at the many gaps in the spell matrix of the artifact. Past this point, further analysis isn't going to yield more than isolated runes. I agree, Solus nodded. Even with the eyes, the ears, and agitator, the only way we had to get a complete scan of Vorg's staff in so little time was to knock him out and put his staff in the thievery. It's still a good result, Lith said. After all, we never meant to make a duplicate of Vorg's staff. He's a master warden, and the enchantments that best suit him would be no good for you. Moreover, you are a skilled light master, whereas Vorg doesn't know the first thing about it. We are skilled light masters, Solus pointed out. Thanks, but the sage staff is your weapon, just like the Fury, Lith replied. The only thing that matters is what you are good at, not me. During the in-depth reveal, Lith and Solus had the full might of the tower, and Agitator's dragon eyes focus on the enchantments that linked the mana crystals floating above the staff to its power core. Everything else was of secondary importance. Vorg's staff had been crafted by royal forgemasters to emulate true magic and allow a non-awakened to use impossible arrays. Solus was an awakened, and needed no help for that. Most of the enchantments of Vorg's staff were bound to be redundant for Solus and waste runes that she could employ to make up for her weaker core. Mom made a few untimely yet valid points in the past, Solus said. We should consider adding spirit crystals and decide whether we want to use Balor Eyes for the second set or just mana crystals. I'm on board with the spirit crystals. That's an excellent idea, Lith nodded. The Balor Eyes instead present a few issues. Zelix is full of Balors, but unless we go grave robbing, getting our hands on the silver, orange, and yellow eyes we miss might be difficult. I know, Solus replied. Luckily for us, that won't be necessary. We got a full set of Balor elemental eyes after we defeated Stargazer, remember? We got what when? Lith tilted his head in utter confusion. One of the three cursed objects that attacked me, Nika, and Tista in the Empire, Solus replied, yet Lith gave no sign of remembering those events. We fused to defeat them. They were a sword, a staff, and a shield. Now I remember, Lith nodded. We tried our anti-cursed object tactics on them, and one of them worked quite well. That's the part that stuck with you? She asked in disbelief. Never mind. The staff was called Stargazer. Malishka kept the Yggdrasil wood and gave the Balor Eyes to us. Which means we have 3 to spare, Lith nodded. Yet even though we have more than enough Balor Eyes, there is still the problem of how to arrange them. Enchanted or not, eyes are frailer than crystals, and without a proper spell, they would soon start to rot. Chapter 40, 137 Manadian's Heir, Part 2. Yeah, there's no way to make them float above the sage staff, Solus pondered. Anyone with half a brain would shoot them down first and disable the staff. Not to mention a bunch of flying eyes would be creepy and disgusting. It would terrorize the children. Off the top of my head, I say we should fuse all 6 Balor Eyes in the Yggdrasil wood. They are both living tissues, and the same enchantment that preserves the wood would preserve the eyes. It also offers you the ability to have the eyes sink below the wood's surface when we are not fighting to hide the sage staff's true purpose and make it less creepy. Lith nodded. Moreover, with the ability of Balor's Eyes to draw in large amounts of elemental energy, the staff would have the next best thing to a breathing technique of its own. It should help you sustain your human form longer while away from a mana geyser. Something like this? Solus conjured the hologram of a version of the sage staff, with the Balor Eyes arranged in a vertical line along the haft, with a spirit crystal between the orange and yellow eyes. 7 more crystals arranged in the same sequence rested on the head of the staff, floating in the air and orbiting in perfect sync from time to time. "It looks perfect," Lith said. "It looks awful." Menadian appeared from his shadow and clicked her tongue. "This is a private conversation, Mom," Solus replied. "I'm not here as your mother, young lady, but as your forge-mastering teacher." Menadian's eyes narrowed. "Or did you change your mind and don't want to inherit my legacy anymore?" "Point taken. Sorry, Mom. It's just that you are so nosy and bossy that I forgot about our arrangement. I thought you were just meddling as usual." The honesty in Solus' words stung Menadian more than any insult could. "I'm not nosy or bossy and I don't meddle," she snarled. "That said, how would you grab that thing? Would you be okay constantly touching one or more open eyes during a fight?" "No, I wouldn't," Solus retched at the idea. "Then what about this?" In Menadian's version of the hologram, the sequence of the Balor eyes was the same, but they were arranged horizontally in a circle, matching the resting position of the floating crystals. With this configuration, the 6 eyes channel the 6 elements in the same point at the center of the sage staff. From there, it only takes a spark of your life force from the spirit crystal to turn them into mana ready to use. "That's brilliant." "I'm not done." Menadian raised her hand with the palm out, gesturing for Solus to wait. "Also, by aligning eyes and crystals, you can establish a solid framework for your mana flow that should improve the stability and output of the sage staff's enchantments compared to Vorg's." Menadian flicked her fingers, and the mana crystals in the hologram formed a Silverwing's hexagram. Instead of forming a circle like Vorg's staff would, the mana formed a frustrum, with a smaller hexagram passing through the Balor eyes. The miniature array exerted no effect in itself, but shaped the mana and arranged the runes in the proper order like a mold. It allowed the upper array to form faster and be easily repaired in case the mana it held was damaged. "That's brilliant, Mom," Solus said, and this time Menadian didn't interrupt her. "Thanks, sweetie." Menadian smiled and then turned to look at Lith. "How did you get the idea to lure Vorg at the Indech reveal?" "He was the best candidate, and we needed his staff." Lith shrugged. "Solus' deep violet core is too weak to conjure a proper blade spell, but I thought that a full set of Balor eyes and a complex power core might do the trick." "Just one thing. You know that you don't need more than one weapon to cast different blade spells, right?" Menadian asked. "I know," Lith replied. "My goal is to craft something capable of bringing Solus' mana core to at least the violet level for blade spells. Without one, she won't be able to face divine beasts, let alone Jorel's tower." "Yeah, I don't want to rely on the bleed," Solus said. "Its energy supply is limited, and the people we sacrifice to fill those tanks still weigh on my conscience." "Yet without the bleed, the Dryad's blow would have sapped Lith's strength to save you, and Jorel would have killed him," Menadian said, making Solus' conscience turn quiet. "My conscience is clear instead," Lith snarled. "We didn't pick on random people, but the bastards who tried to kidnap Mom. If not for the bleed, I would have left them in Grandma's pits of agony for the rest of their miserable lives. If you ask me, they got off easy." Lith had sacrificed 10 awakened to the bleed, and the result was 3 tanks filled with a prismatic liquid comprised of mana and life force that matched Solus to perfection. During the fight with Jorel, one of the tanks had consumed about 1/10 of its content, and an empty space was now visible at its top. And that only thanks to the uncanny constitution that Solus' bond with the tower granted her and Protector's timely rescue. Otherwise, she would have suffered much more serious injuries and potentially consumed more than a tank. "By my mom, I love having my body back, but life was so much simpler when I was just a ring on your finger, Lith," Solus sighed. "We can go back to that arrangement if you want," Lith shrugged. "But that means that you can't fight by my side and must prioritize hiding your presence. If you're okay with providing me intelligence and spells, I am too." "No, I'm not," Solus gritted her teeth. "I suffered too much and waited for too long for the moment I could be more than a voice in your head. I won't throw everything we fought for away just because my life isn't perfect." She closed her eyes and leaned her forehead against the partially empty crystal tank of the bleed, taking deep breaths to calm down. "Let's get back to work." After a few seconds, Solus straightened herself up and looked Lith in the eyes. "What's our next move?" "First, we need to dismantle your sage staff, but that's not something we can do on our own," he said, and she nodded for him to continue. "Creation magic only works on inanimate materials, whereas Yggdrasil wood and Balor eyes are organic. Necromancy might do the trick, but it will also decrease their magical potential. To do this right, we need Grandma's help, if not even a lesson about her rebirth magic. Let's get going then. Solus nodded and warped the Starforge Tower to the Blood Desert. They could often talk to Salark in the mansion when it was her turn taking care of the babies, but she wouldn't help them there. Lucia was still part of the Griffin kingdom, hence Tyrus turf. The Overlord refused to meddle in foreign affairs or risk that her Griffin friend might be tempted to take a peek at her work. If Lith and Solus came to her in the desert, instead, they were inside Salark's turf and her honored guests. Chapter 40, 138 Teacher and Student, Part 1. The laws of hospitality allowed the Phoenix Guardian to do as she wished without anyone meddling in her affairs. I heard everything, Featherlings. It was the reason they found Salark waiting for them outside the tower as soon as they reached the Blood Desert. You did the right thing coming to me. Creation magic alone wouldn't cut it. Do we also need rebirth magic, Grandma? Solus asked, causing an involuntary spasm in Menadian's left eye. This still feels so weird, Riffa thought. I share no blood with Sally, and we weren't this close back in the day. And if you call me Sally out loud, I'll beat your ass. The Guardian's voice echoed throughout Menadian's head. No, you don't, Salark replied. Creation magic can remove the crystals and runes. To restore the staff's original structure and remove the eyes, however, you'll need a few healing spells. Before that, do you mind examining these Balor eyes for us, Grandma? Lith took 6 slimy, squishy eyeballs out of his pocket dimension and handed them to Salark. They are quite ancient, and I'm not sure they have been properly preserved. We trust Malishka's ability with creation magic, but the cursed staff Stargazer was an ancient relic. We are worried that the outdated method used to extract the Balor eyes and fuse them with the staff might have damaged them. A reasonable assumption. Salark put on enchanted leather gloves before touching the ingredients, but unfounded nonetheless. The idiot mage that Forgemastered Stargazer knew their craft. I can't find any flaw in them. They will serve you right. She handed the 6 eyeballs back after studying them one by one to make sure she hadn't missed anything. Thanks, Grandma, Solus nodded. Now take the sage staff, but don't do anything with it and don't speak for a while, please. She moved the Yggdrasil staff from the armory to the Guardian's hands, and Lith, Menadian, and Solus flinched, shaking their heads for a few seconds. They had gotten so used to enjoying the staff's mind-focusing abilities that every time they were separated from the Yggdrasil wood, they needed a while to get used to their lowered mental capacities. The 3 of them felt as if they had a mild hangover that slowed their minds and let countless random thoughts distract them. Man, this is never nice. Menadian conjured some water and splashed her face. I don't think I'll ever get used to it. Yet you should, Salark said with a thin smile. Don't fall for the temptation to mistake the properties of your equipment with your talent. It never ends well. Are you ready now? Yes, Lith recovered first since he never carried the sage staff into battle, and was used to handling most situations by himself. Not yet, Solus groaned. You are right, Grandma. I always have the sage staff with me, and I'm almost addicted to its effects. I promise that once we get back home, I'll deactivate the armory from time to time. A wise choice, Featherling. Salark ruffled Solus' hair and cleared her mind with the Tier 1 rebirth magic spell, Cleanse. A few words before we start. When you are dealing with organic materials that are not going to be refined into pseudo-cores, you need to treat them the same way as a patient with prosthetics. Monocrystals and runes are foreign objects on the patient's body that you must remove with creation magic. But to fix the permanent scarring left by the Forgemastering process, you need healing magic. What about the Balor eyes? Lith asked. Still healing magic, but this time a mix of light and darkness magic, Salark replied. If removing a monocrystal is akin to taking off a prosthetic, removing an eye is no different from harvesting an organ. Put on the eyes of Menadian and look carefully at what I do. The Guardian used Dismantle to split the sage staff from the runes and monocrystals while conjuring the healing spell, Second Life, at the same time. Salark used the light element and her own vitality to amplify the lingering life force of the Yggdrasil wood. The now-alive staff recognized the Balor eyes as a foreign organism and rejected them. The Guardian assisted the Yggdrasil wood in the process by severing all ties with the eyes and forming a layer of darkness magic to insulate them. Salark performed the cuts with finesse, but always at the wood's expense. This way, the removed Balor eyes were mostly unscathed, and Second Life allowed them to consume the little tendrils that had previously connected them to the sage staff to fill the gaps in the sclera. After checking there was nothing wrong with the eyes, Salark immersed the heel of the staff into wet, fertile soil, giving it everything the wood needed to heal. "This is the most crucial part," Salark said. "You must make sure that not only do you restore the lost mass and remove the traces left by the mana circulatory system, but you must also cleanse the material from external mana and life force. The prolonged imprint and flow of foreign mana has left a deep mark in the Yggdrasil wood. This is not an issue while an artifact is in use because the mana matches the owner and helps them to control the enchantments. Yet during a second forgemastering process, it would be no different from not cleansing the old enchantments with origin flames. You would fail right off the bat at the preparatory phase and make things even harder to fix." Thanks to the eyes of Menadian, Lith, Solus, and Rifa saw clearly how Salark used her breathing technique, mother-son, to scan the Yggdrasil wood for foreign energy signatures. Removing the small gaps left by the artificial mana circulatory system was the easy part. Nutrients and healing, magic allowed the staff to heal the scars and restore the grain to its original state. Dealing with the lingering energy instead required a different approach. Whenever Salark spotted a sack of soulless mana, the Guardian recalled her breathing technique and invigorated the surrounding wood with world energy. It fueled and reinforced the natural mana flow of the staff, so that it could purge the foreign mana like a living creature suffering from mana-poisoning wood. Salark removed the energy left by the crystals, the runes, the Balor eyes, and Solus imprint before handing the staff back. "Take your time examining it and take note of everything I've done. This is what a perfectly cleansed sage staff must look like," Salark said. "Why didn't you ask us to do the same with the Balor eyes earlier?" Solus asked. "Silly featherling," the Guardian chuckled. "I already told you that the eyes Yaga gave you are perfect. You can always study them to see what they are supposed to look like. Even if you went and consumed 6, you would still have 3 eyes left to examine." "You're right," Solus said, beaming with joy. "Thanks, Grandma, you are the best. Also, don't think I have missed the double standards here." Menadian clicked her tongue. "We've been friends for decades, yet you never taught me anything like this. Not that I'm complaining, but why do they get the free lessons?" Chapter 40, 139 Teacher and Student Part 2. "Because my featherlings treat me as their grandmother and their teacher." Salark's eyes narrowed in annoyance. "They ask, not demand, knowledge from me and accept it with gratitude when I grant it to them. You instead acted all high and mighty for being my teacher," Salark snarled. "Don't think that I've forgotten all your casual remarks about the so-called god of forgemastering being less knowledgeable than a young genius woman. Even after I graduated from my apprenticeship under you, Rifa, you treated me like a rival. I don't exchange secrets with my rivals, especially the smug, boastful ones who never let me forget I was their student." "Gods, was I such an insufferable prick?" Menadian was flabbergasted. "You were, but I didn't hold it against you. None of the Guardians did," Salark sighed. "With Thrane's death and your shaky relationship with Effie, forgemastering was all you had left. I didn't resent you for your harsh treatment, Rifa, but you can't expect me to reward it either. There's a difference between a good friend and a glutton for punishment." "Fine, I get it." Menadian scratched her head in embarrassment. "I'm sorry for how I treated you in the past, Salark. I may have gone through a lot, but you deserved much better from me. My past behavior is inexcusable. Please accept my apology." Menadian tried to bow, but the Guardian stopped her. "Don't worry, Master Menadian," Salark chuckled. "It's fine. I'm not so petty that I'd bring up a century-old grudge, that's your thing." "Gods, I walked into that," Rifa laughed. "Thanks for the lesson, Master Salark." "You are welcome," the Overlord nodded. "Do you need anything else, featherlings?" "No," Lith thoroughly studied the staff, observing how its mana flowed smoothly without a single hiccup. "I can't believe I missed this application of Second Life. Falul taught me this spell, and I've used it many times, but never like this." "Gods, I think we have come too far and too fast," Solus pondered. "This is just like our version of creation magic before taking Mom's lessons. We know everything we need, but our foundations are shaky." "That's why I was about to ask Grandma to assist with our experiment," Lith said. "It's the first time that we use the ears to craft a hybrid artifact, and I'm afraid we might encounter unexpected complications. The smallest flaw would be enough to hinder your mana flow and prevent you from casting blade spells, Solus." "Experiment," she echoed in puzzlement. "We've crafted several versions of the sage staff. We've gone quite good at it." "Yeah, but until a while ago, we had no ears, no storage, and no Rifa. Not to mention your deep violet core that allows you to use body casting." This is going to be huge. Soulless eyes widened in understanding. I'll gladly assist, but I can't promise you anything, Salark replied. There are mistakes you must make by yourself and overcome by yourself. I'll do everything I can to support your growth, but nothing that would stunt it. That's more than enough, Grandma. Lith gave her a deep bow. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you, the Overlord smiled. I always wanted to see the ears at work. I'm considering crafting my own tower, and this will allow me to gather priceless data. A tower loosely based on mine, I bet, Menadian grunted. First, this is Soulless Tower now, Salark replied. Second, Bitra already made quite a few improvements on the original pieces of your set, Riffa. Am I less trustworthy than her? Quite the contrary, Menadian sighed. Gods, I stand corrected. I wasn't an insufferable prick. I am an insufferable prick. She turned around, noticing that everyone was nodding. That's rude. You should have consoled me and praised my outstanding character, Menadian grunted. I'm sorry, Riffa, but I'm not a glutton for punishment either, Lith replied. Still, admitting you have a problem is the first step to becoming a better person. I know that well. If you need help, I'll happily point out your many flaws. Thanks, she said, yet it sounded like a curse. What about you, Effie? I'm content with no one staring at me while using the word glutton, Soulless replied, making everyone smile. Does our experiment need helpers, or can we do it ourselves, Lith? We'll call the other for the real deal, he said. This much we can handle, at least I hope. Is this a good moment for everyone? Yes, Soulless and Riffa said. No, but it's a problem that's easy to fix. Salark snapped her fingers, conjuring a dimensional spell. Hold the fort for me, baby girl. I hate you, Mom. Sinmira, the Phoenix of Darkness, found herself warped from the warmth of her bed to the coldness of the Overlord's desk, flooded by paperwork coming from all over the Blood Desert. I love you more, Salark chuckled. What a silly featherling. She chose to be my second in command. The role comes with both perks and duties. Thank Boer I rejected every command position that has ever been offered to me. Lith smiled on the outside, but sweated bullets on the inside. Okay, here's the plan. He warped everyone inside the forge. Riffa will take care of conjuring the world energy and controlling the mana circle, while Soulless and I focus solely on the forge mastering process. That's usually the role of an apprentice, but fine, Menadian sighed. Thanks, Mom, Soulless said. You have no idea how much this means to me. I actually do, or I would never accept this, Riffa grunted. Moreover, we're going to increase the number of pseudo-cores that comprise the power core to 7, 1 for each element. Lith ignored the friendly quarrel. We'll use a specific ingredient and the elemental storage to craft them. Lith conjured the holograms of the future Sage Staff and the magical resources he planned to use. There was a frost dew, a fire spirit, a thunderstone flower, a handful of root sand, a shadow veil, a moon lotus, and a vial of soulless blood from the spark. My blood is going to make for a great amplifier for spirit magic, Soulless nodded. Yet why use a shadow veil and a fire spirit when we could replace them with your scales and feathers? She knew how stingy Lith was, and how precious those natural ingredients were. Please, not even I am that stingy, Lith snorted. Besides, we worked hard to purchase them, and Dad worked even harder to grow so many different kinds of natural treasures in the greenhouse. I'm not going to wait until I'm dead to enjoy the fruits of our labor, and Dad will be happy to know that he contributed to keeping you safe. More importantly, the Sage Staff is your weapon, Soulless. I want it to be all about you. Thanks, she nodded. When do we start? Right now. Lith put on the ears of Menadian, connecting the artifact with the Yggdrasil staff and Soulless. I need to record your mana flow to use it as a reference during the forge mastering process. Cast your favorite spells. Don't worry about their destructive power and focus on how conjuring them with your body feels. Chapter 40, 140 Right but Wrong, Part 1. Soulless weaved one spell for each tier of light mastery, going from mere holograms to heat rays and lastly to constructs. She had her fun with them, shape-shifting the hard light in the form of the people she loved. Menadian had to hold back a tear when she saw her image and Thrain's, and a frown when she saw the constructs of Alina and Raz. Soulless quickly moved on to basic forge-mastering spells that grew in complexity until they evolved into creation magic. She kept spirit magic for last, using it to conjure emerald rays that one moment destroyed, and the next could heal the most grievous wounds. Soulless used her mana to shape defensive walls and deadly weapons, seeking the thin balance between strength and violence. Her breathing grew heavier with every spell she cast, until fatigue made it impossible for her to continue. Why didn't you stop me? Soulless panted like a bellows. My mana core is almost empty. Because you looked like someone who was having fun, Lith replied as he handed the ears to her. Also because I collected all the data we need. I forgive you only because you're right. She reviewed the footage and jotted down the subtle changes in her mana flow as she conjured the different elements. I wouldn't have been able to let myself go so much if I also had to suffer the burden of the ears. Thank you, Lith. Don't mention it, just focus on recovering your strength. He shrugged, extending his hand to have the artifact back. Also, think about the enchantments we're going to use while I search for the best configuration for the Balor eyes and runes. Solus returned the ears to him, and Lith had it form new connections with the 6 Balor eyes. Even while disconnected from the Yggdrasil wood, the ears of Menadian perceived the individual mana flow of every eye, and how it would affect the staff based on where each one of them would be positioned, and in what order. Do you need a hand? Menadian noticed a deep frown appear on Lith's face, as he gave up on bonding the eyes to the staff one at a time, and paired them up in all the possible combinations. Thanks, but as Grandma said, there are mistakes we must make on our own, he replied. We'll gladly accept your help if we can't find a solution even after doing our best. Menadian echoed. I'm using our bond to study the interaction between Yggdrasil's staff and Balor's eyes via Lith's mind, Solus replied. I get all the data and none of the stress so that I can recover faster. It's definitive. No combination works. No combination works as it is. Lith conjured his personal spell, Harmony, to alter the world energy surrounding each Balor eye. Harmony filtered out their respective elements and let the other 5 seep into the eyes until they reached a balance, becoming no different from a biological mana crystal. A Balor's eyes naturally drew in and amplified their corresponding element, leaving little space for the rest. Without the spell, the black eye would have made the Yggdrasil wood rot, the red eye would have burned it to ashes, and so on. Once Lith found the proper order to bond the eyes safely to the staff, he conjured a white crystal from the workshop. He turned it into a spirit crystal and connected it to the ears as well. Damn, the configuration you devised is very powerful, Mom. Solus had a hard time believing the ears' readings that were appearing in her mind. Maybe too much. I'm afraid the Yggdrasil staff is going to blow. Don't be silly, Effie, Menadian replied. Wait until Lith applies the runes and the second set of mana crystals before talking. Lith and Solus tried to apply up to 6 different rune patterns on the staff, but no matter how carefully they positioned them, the ears' warnings about the critical energy overload never stopped. I guess that's why the kingdom only has one staff like Vorg's, Solus grunted. They must have crafted it out of pure luck. I doubt it, Salark replied. Yggdrasil wood is rare, but not that rare. The kingdom had enough to forge a master 3 different staves, and they all came out perfect. You are just missing the full picture, Featherling. Lith took the hint and conjured 7 more crystals from the workshop, turning them into elemental crystals one at a time. The moment he placed them above the staff, the excess energy that until a moment ago would have overloaded the Yggdrasil wood into bits found its way to the crystals. The pressure the Balor eyes exerted on the staff dropped immediately, and the 7 gemstones received such a vigorous flow of elemental energy that it would keep them stable even from a great distance from the artifact once enchanted. Grandma is right, Lith whistled in admiration. You have underestimated your mother's disciples among the royal forgemasters, Solus. They know what they are doing. And we didn't, Solus sighed in relief. I don't want to think about how many times the sage staff would have blown up in our faces without the ears. Sure, we would have wasted no materials thanks to the workshop, but it would have taken us countless hours of hard work, tears, blood, and sweat. Solus, what do we always say about jinxing the task at hand? Under the ears of Menadian, elemental crystals and Balor eyes formed a robust circuit that could withstand powerful attacks without breaking, yet fluid enough to change its shape and size at will. The configuration we have just found only solves the issues we've encountered in the preparatory phase. We have yet to harmonize the staff's mana flow with yours, and then we have to do the same with the power core. Let's get to work then, she sighed. You take care of the mana flow. I'll look into the most suitable pseudo-cores for me and how to arrange them in a power core. Lith nodded and focused on his task. He and Solus worked for hours, alternating in the use of the ears when one of them couldn't progress further without the artifact's help, or when they needed a break. Even with the boost from the tower, the ears took a great toll on the user, which became even greater when Lith and Solus also needed to employ the eyes. The ears of Menadian could only read the flow and rhythm of the prototype's mana. They couldn't tell Lith how strong the final result would be, or if there was a flaw in his current design. He needed the eyes of Menadian for that. Solus faced a similar situation, but she also had to conjure ingredients from the workshop and refine them into pseudo-cores to see if her theories worked or if she had missed something. Solus couldn't tap into the elemental storage without consuming precious energy that they would have to replenish after every failed experiment, so she had to rely on her own mana. Lith and Solus asked Riffa for help only when they faced a wall they couldn't overcome, and only after trying everything they could come up with. Each question stung Lith's and Solus' pride as Forgemasters, but it saved them many hours. Chapter 4141 Right But Wrong Part 2. Besides, I spent years wishing Mom was by my side to guide me and teach me her secrets, Solus thought. Now that my wish came true, it would be beyond stupid to reject Mom's legacy and act like she's not here. I'm not asking for handouts or to be spoon-fed knowledge. I'm expanding my limits with the help of my mentor. Menadian loved watching her daughter at work and loved helping Solus even more. The former allowed Riffa to learn more about the subtleties of modern magic than any book would, while the latter was her own lifelong dream come true. I always dreamed about this moment. Menadian had a hard time holding back her tears. Working together with Effie without arguing every time I correct her, looking at each other without the shadow of Thrane's death lingering between us. I already taught Effie most of these subjects 700 years ago, but the experience was nowhere this enjoyable. She now loves and respects me. She doesn't merely tolerate my presence for appearance's sake in front of the other disciples. Salark remained silent the whole time. No one asked for her help and she didn't offer it. It's amazing how far those two have gotten without a proper mentor or a bloodline legacy, she thought. The tower helped Lith and Solus a lot, and my creation magic allowed them to practice to their heart's content, but it's rare to find such a mix of talent, hard work, and dedication in one person, let alone two. Lith and Solus used the tower as a crutch, but they never stopped trying to understand how to walk on their own. They don't depend on the tower. They rely on it until they find a way to overcome their current limits, and then they use it to master their craft until they reach another wall. The more the Overlord watched her featherlings work, the prouder and more envious she felt. Seriously, this is straight cheating. She frowned at the speed with which Lith's and Solus' creations improved. It took me a long time to learn how to craft blade weapons, and it's still a chore to this day. The ears skip all the most boring parts and save you weeks of trial and error. As soon as Riffa's tower is done rebuilding itself, I'm going to ask Lith and Solus if I can make myself a shameless copy. Just because creation magic allows me for infinite retrials during my crafts, it doesn't mean that I enjoy failing for days to achieve a single success. Suddenly the lights in the forge flashed green, and the ring of a bell broke the silence. What is that noise? Salark flinched in surprise. Is someone attacking your family in Lucia? No, that's the lunch bell. Lith wiped his sweaty forehead with the back of his hand. We have 5 minutes for a quick shower and return home. The sage staff is important, but so is our family. Also, I can really use a break. Solus' hair was held up in a ponytail, yet sweat glued it to her shoulders and back. My head hurts, my mana core is empty, and my stomach hurts because it's just as empty. I'm hungry enough to eat a phoenix. I see. The Overlord noticed how sweat also made Lith's and Solus' clothes stick to them like a second skin. Yet while Lith had a toned, lean body, Solus had a softer frame. How much does she eat to have belly fat despite her awakened metabolism and her rigorous practice of the mystical arts? She should burn more calories than a furnace in winter, Salark thought in amazement. They returned home in time to set the table and returned to the desert an hour after lunch. Lith and Solus spent that time with their family and digesting the hearty meal Alina had prepared for them. Mom's cooking is always the best, Solus sighed while patting her bloated stomach. Too bad I had to hold back. I get sleepy if I eat too much. And you call that holding back? Menadian was flabbergasted. You know that you weigh as much as a divine beast because of the tower, but you are not one, right? Mom, not in front of Grandma, Solus replied. Don't worry, Featherling, Salark said. I know that when you say you're hungry enough to eat a phoenix, you mean it. Grandma, Solus became beet red. Enough teasing Solus about her eating habits. We have work to do, Lith said. Thanks, she grumbled. At least someone here knows how to keep the workplace professional. There are only a few hours until dinner, and if we don't feed her on time, she's going to pick our bones clean. Lith's straight face and serious tone only made the jab worse. Very funny, Solus snorted while Menadian and Salark chuckled. If you are done mocking me, I'd like to get to work. The sage staff won't assemble itself. It took Lith 2 hours to adjust the mana flow of the staff to resemble Solus, and she needed 1 more hour to complete the power core. Sorry to make you wait, she panted. Finding 7 pseudo-cores that match my energy flow and assembling them was harder than I thought. The thought that everything we did until now might be for naught only made it worse. Please don't jinx it. Lith took the power core from Solus' hands and connected it to ears and the staff. Use invigoration, please. You know I can't move on to the next step without you. Solus took a few deep breaths with Sky Blessing, replenishing her mana core and restoring her mental focus. At the same time, Lith checked how the power core fit with the other enchantments and the changes in the overall mana flow. Once she was done, she took the Yggdrasil staff. The runes, eyes, crystals, and power core followed it without breaking their connection to the ears. I'm ready when you are, Lith said, and Solus began to cast her blade spell, Menadian's Wrath. She drew the energy from her armor, fury, and rings with ease, but the pseudo-sage staff provided her an irregular flow of mana. I knew it, Solus groaned. It stutters, they always do. All this work to craft something that matches my spellcasting rhythm, only to discover that we've placed the right runes in the wrong place. It's the same thing that happened when we crafted our equipment, and that of my sigil demons. Lith shrugged. At least with the ears it won't take us weeks of crafting prototypes with the factory and testing them in the firing range to find the solution. He took off the ears, and they reviewed the footage of the eyes, discussing for a bit before resuming their work. You just focus on the eyes, Solus put on the ears. I'm going to take care of the staff from now on. Solus conjured the first runes of Menadian's Wrath and immediately stopped. She shifted the position of the various components of the enchantments a bit before giving it another try. Her first attempts lasted a few seconds. The sage staff contributed little to the blade spell, providing a mana flow as smooth as pulling teeth from a man without putting him under anesthesia. Chapter 4142 over 10,000, Part 1. Yet with each change, Menadian's Wrath grew stronger, and Solus weaved more runes before encountering another obstruction and being forced to stop. By dinner time, she could almost cast the blade spell to the last rune. I'm beat, even with you keeping the elemental crystals and the eyes stable. Handling the data flow of the ears and a blade spell is exhausting. Solus leaned on the sage staff like it was a walking cane. I'd say we stop here for today. Just a few more seconds. Lith took a thorough scan of the final configuration of the various components of the pseudo-sage staff before dispelling them. Done. I'll compile the data and leave it in the library. If the tower finds a way to improve on our current design, tomorrow we'll find it waiting for us. Gods, I can't believe that just until a few months ago we had to come up with a crafting method for each prototype and rely on the factory to manufacture dozens of variants, until we found one that worked. Solus stored the Yggdrasil wood in the armory, enhancing the tower's computational abilities. It took us weeks just to make the same progress we've achieved in a single day with the ears. Lith nodded. With a bit of luck, tomorrow we can already move on to crafting a working prototype. Why a prototype and not go straight for the real deal? Solus asked. Because we've never put together so many pseudo-cores, nor do we have any idea how powerful the setup of Vorg's staff is, Lith replied. I'd rather start small and see how it works than go big and be too focused on saving my life to worry about what went wrong. Isn't this jinxing it? Solus said. Solus, do you remember the last time we crafted a masterpiece on our first try? I don't, because that never happened, she replied. My point exactly, Lith shrugged. I didn't jinx anything, I was just stating the obvious. Space. The following day, it took Solus most of the morning to find the perfect configuration for the sage staff. Once she was done, the mana flowed from the power core and through her body like an extension of her mana core. She could use the power coming from the staff to cast spells, to strengthen those conjured by her mana core, or to sustain her blade spell. Lith recorded every change she made to the runes and adjusted his calculations accordingly. There's not enough time to work on the crafting method, Lith said as he checked his pocket watch. We'll resume this later. Great idea, Solus nodded. I'm going to take a bath, you clean this mess, please. Several pieces of paper recording Solus, impressions about the new version of the sage staff, and her suggestions for further improvements were scattered all over the room. Lith stored them all inside Soluspedia, and discarded those regarding outdated designs or theories that had already been tested and proved wrong. When they returned to the tower after lunch, Their mana cores were full again without the need for invigoration. This is always my least favorite part. Lith sighed as they worked on the elemental crystals. It's so much easier using those conjured by the workshop. Yeah, too bad they disappear the moment you bring them outside the tower, Solus replied. To turn a simple white crystal into an elemental one, the crystalsmith needed to take control of the world energy stored inside the crystal and split it into its single components. Then the crystalsmith had to amplify the element of his choice and add more from his own core. Altering the balance of the world energy inside the white crystal required great strength and finesse just to overcome the resistance of the other elements. Once foreign mana was injected into the crystal, the resistance became rejection, and the slightest mistake of the crystalsmith would undo all of his work. Lith had to keep empowering one element while weakening the others, forcing them into a new balance until the color of the elemental crystal went from muddy to clear. I could use swirling wind to make things faster and easier, but I have no idea how my indetch wings work with crystalsmithing, and I don't want to waste time with more experiments, he thought. Lith took care of the fire and darkness crystals, since he was naturally attuned to them as a Tiamat, while Solus prepared the light and earth crystals. The air and water crystals were assigned at random, since neither of them had a natural affinity for those elements. This is my least favorite part instead. Solus groaned as she held the white crystal that was supposed to become a spirit crystal. And we have to make one each, Lith groaned back. The only good thing about this is that we have to do it only once. Crafting a spirit crystal required replacing the world energy it contained with pure mana. Once properly stabilized, the life force stored in the spirit crystal allowed it to absorb world energy and turn it into mana. It was a tiresome process that demanded releasing mana non-stop for hours. Days, if the crystalsmith weren't skilled enough. Lith and Solus cheated with spirit dominance, using their emerald eye and hair streaks to remove Mager's energy signature from the world energy and replace it with their life force. In just a few minutes, the crystals were filled with mana that offered no resistance to them. What they had saved in time, however, they had spent in sheer mental focus. They had to find and destroy every shred of Mager's consciousness from the crystal, or as it absorbed fresh world energy, it would slowly revert to a white crystal. If that were to happen, the fine-tuned balance of the power core of the artifact bonded with the failed crystal would crumble with explosive consequences. Best-case scenario, the artifact would explode before Lith and Solus could dismantle it with creation magic and retrieve the materials. Worst-case scenario, the artifact would explode during a fight to the death, and the loss of the materials would be the least of their problems. Thank Mom for the eyes of Menadian. Solus scanned the spirit crystals until the eyes confirmed there was no trace of Mager's energy signature left. Thanks, Riffa, Lith said. Don't mention it, she chuckled. You keep the elemental crystals stable, Solus, Lith said. 2 Balor eyes and their crystal counterparts must be bonded at the same time or the staff will explode. This is going to be tricky. First, Lith used the harmony spell to filter the light element surrounding the silver eye and the darkness element from the black eye, neutralizing their powers. Once they became stable, Lith conjured the Forgemastering spell, Bonding, for the silver and black crystal, and the necromancy spell, Lingering Soul, on the Yggdrasil staff. Tendrils of blue energy connected the elemental crystals with the wood, while a drop of Lith's blood gave the staff the vitality it needed to come briefly back to life. The wood fibers seeped inside the eyes, replacing the blood in their vessels with lymph. As soon as harmony faded, the 2 Balor eyes started to absorb the light and darkness elements, injecting them at the center of the staff where they met and clashed with each other. Chapter 41-43, over 10,000 Part 2. The elemental crystals already bonded on the top of the staff, siphoned the conflicting energies and neutralized them. Normally, elemental crystals needed to process world energy to replenish themselves, but the Balor's eyes absorbed so much light and darkness elements that the crystals acted as exhaust ports, taking what they could and discharging the rest. Don't worry, it's working, Solus answered to Lith's worried look. I've checked with the ears and eyes thrice. Lith nodded and repeated the process 2 more times. When the final elemental eyes and crystals merged with the Yggdrasil wood, the power they conjured produced an audible hum. This never happened during the simulations, Lith said via a mind link not to waste time while he cast the bonding spell for the spirit crystals. There is no trace of the network that should link all the eyes with all the crystals. That's because you always connected them at the same time as the spirit crystals. Solus saw the conflict between the elemental energies grow more violent by the second. If I'm right. She was. The moment the spirit crystals fused with the sage staff and completed the circles, the Balor's eyes stopped clashing with their opposite twin. The energy of the 6 eyes now flowed into the emerald gemstone, which redistributed it evenly among them until they matched. The elemental crystals on top of the staff, instead, became capable of redirecting the excess energy they received from the Balor's eyes into the spirit crystal, forming a mana circuit. It was a permanent mana circle that only needed one or more proper sequences of runes to become an array. Wow, this amazing, much better than our previous version of the sage staff, Solus said while checking on both the sets of eyes and crystals. The elemental crystals fuel the mana circuit with no burden on the wielder or the staff itself. The extra energy produced by the Balor eyes is now channeled into the circuit instead of being discharged out of the staff. Not even a speck of world energy goes to waste. Royal Forgemasters can teach a thing or two even to ancient awakened bloodlines. Please, Effie, you're making me blush, Menadian said, blushing as if she were the inventor and Forgemaster of Vorg's staff. The best part is that even though we don't have any legacy to guide our work, no offense, Riffa, Lith said. Much taken, she snarled. We have one advantage even on the Royal Forgemasters, and I'm not referring to the spirit crystals. That's something any awakened can do. Lith ignored her remark and continued. Take a good look at the Sage Staff's new mana circulatory system. Solus blinked a few times in confusion until the realization dawned on her. By my mom, you're right. How could I forget about that? She activated her breathing technique, Sky Blessing, to observe how much the Yggdrasil wood had changed since the last time she had taken a good look at it. When bonded to magic metals, mana crystals created a unique mana circulatory system based on their position, number, the shape of the metal, and the impurities it contained. The Yggdrasil wood, however, had once been part of the world tree, a powerful awakened who had constantly refined their body for almost 10,000 years. Bonding the eyes and elemental crystals to the wood had revitalized the dead branch. The world energy naturally flowed through the wood fibers without encountering any resistance, because the Yggdrasil staff already had a perfect mana circulatory system. One that had been refined by the world tree first, and then by the tower's spark. It's not that you forgot about it. There was simply no way to notice the changes in the sage staff. Salark shook her head. As long as it was enchanted, the flow of mana was forced to move along the old mana circulatory system because it was the most stable configuration. Dismantling the staff removed the runes, the power core, and everything that was in the way of the new and improved mana circulatory system, formed by further refining the branch in the spark until this moment. Yeah, that's also the reason finding the proper configuration for the eyes, crystals, and runes gave me such a headache. Lith rubbed his temples at the memory. Everything we've learned about our piece of Yggdrasil wood has become useless. I had to redo everything from scratch with the ears. How old is our branch now? Solus asked. A little over 10,000 years, Salark replied. I can't tell you exactly how much because it's already beyond what any world tree can reach in their natural lifespan. I have nothing to compare it with. Now it's time to apply the rune sequences, Lith said. Do you want to do the honors? Gladly. Solus split the eyes with Lith and donned the ears of Menadian before moving on to the runesmithing phase. The first sequence of runes she applied was something they had devised after their first failure in enchanting Yggdrasil wood. Unlike magical metals that rejected the foreign mana that formed a power core, Yggdrasil wood absorbed it like a dried sponge with water. While dealing with the Yggdrasil wood, a Forgemaster encountered the unique challenge of fighting to keep the power core from being sucked inside its vessel, instead of struggling to push it in. For that reason, the first sequence of runes Solus engraved in the wood had the ability to regulate the affinity of the sage staff for her energy signature, instead of just enhancing it. It would allow Lith and Solus to alternate between attracting and rejecting the power core during the Forgemastering process, depending on the circumstances. As soon as the runes covered the wood, world energy and mana alike entered the sage staff in rhythmical pulses, as if it were breathing. More mana vessels and capillaries came back to life across the staff, but that was not all. Solus could already perceive a subtle change in the monotone flow of energy coming from the eyes and crystals. If before it had been akin to a constant, uninterrupted note, now it had a cadence. The second set of runes would amplify the effects of the pseudo-cores that would assemble into the future power core lodged inside the staff. It granted the artifact the ability to boost not only its single enchantments, but also their combined effects. Something that the Yggdrasil Wood's properties and the mana circuit on top of the staff would bring to a unique level if the Forgemastering were completed successfully. Once the second set fell into place, the rhythm of the energy flow became more complex, but also filled with flat notes. The third set of runes could act either as a safety valve or as a recharge tool. Whenever too much mana was channeled through the staff, or the simultaneous use of many enchantments would overload its mana circulatory system, the runes would discharge the excess energy before it could build up to dangerous levels. While the sage staff was at rest, instead, the runes would absorb the surrounding world energy and reduce the time required to recharge and stabilize the power core fully after prolonged use. Many flat notes faded, and the rhythm of the energy flow started resembling Solus. Chapter 4140 For the Ruler's Curse, Part 1. The fourth rune pattern Lith and Solus had derived from the legacy left behind by the fifth ruler of the flames, Tavar Sinek. By itself, it looked like a bunch of complex and powerful runes that yet formed no enchantment. Yggdrasil Wood had the ability to mix the energies and spells it was imbued with, so the fourth set of runes could be applied to all future spells. By carving the most complex and time-consuming among the common runes on the sage staff, Solus wouldn't have to weave them when casting a spell. She only had to activate the fourth pattern and infuse the runes she needed with mana to conjure their power. At this point, Solus could recognize the beat of her own mana flow mirrored in the one produced by the Balor's eyes and the elemental crystals. "I remember Sinek," Menadian said, "a pompous jackass who never stopped bragging about making all the crafts of us previous rulers of the flames obsolete. The idiot had no idea that I just had to ask Yaga for a round of creation magic to reforge everything and incorporate his legacy in my works. That and the fact that he unknowingly contributed to my plans to save your life, Effie, is the only reason I didn't join the other rulers of the flames when they went to kick his ass." "Was he really such a pompous jackass?" Solus chuckled. "He was," Menadian nodded. "Sinek was right, of course, which only made everyone much angrier, especially Bytra and all those who had just bought a priceless artifact just to have to recommission it again." "But he was not the only one, Featherling," Salark replied. "Being a pompous jackass is the curse of being a ruler of the flames, and your mother is no exception. Sharing a majestic legacy with the rest of Magar always grants a ruler of the flames lifelong bragging rights, which of course makes them pompous. They also become jackasses because they tend to rub their success in everyone's face, but especially in the other rulers. Your mother resents Sinek because he mocked her the most. Between Bytra and him, most of Rifa's legacy became obsolete." Menadian's growl was all Solus needed to know that Salark was telling the truth. "Thanks for the funny anecdote, but I need silence now," Solus said. The fifth rune pattern was something Salark had never seen before, and which had no apparent purpose. It was a combination of forgemastering and healing runes that formed what looked like an oblong structure connecting the core of the staff to the nearest bark. Interesting, there was no material or enchantment on Magar that Salark hadn't forgemastered. She needed only a few glances to understand what the purpose of the fifth sequence of runes was, and it piqued her curiosity. Menadian already knew about it and said nothing. The sixth and last set of runes covered the entire sage staff, often overlapping with the other five. It was the best cloaking system that Lith and Solus had devised after studying those of all the artifacts they had scanned with the eyes of Menadian. It would hide the sage staff's energy signature, and shield its structure and enchantments from every attempt to probe at it with dragon eyes, invigoration, life vision, or forgemastering spells. Without a unique set of cloaking runes, a skilled forgemaster only needed time and opportunities to steal the secrets of Lith's and Solus' workings. "Do you need to take a break, Solus?" Lith asked once she was done, and all the rune patterns became invisible to the naked eye. "Just a minute," she said. "I didn't consume much mana, but the focus to place the runes was no joke. The preparatory phase should now be complete. No matter how many attempts forgemastering a perfect power core is going to take, we won't need to dismantle the runes, crystals, and Balor's Eye. Yet I can't judge the quality of my own work. What do you think?" "A perfect job." Lith studied the sage staff for a bit before handing it over to the experts, "at least according to my standards." "Flawless," Menadian nodded and passed the staff to the overlord. You did everything according to our design, Effie. If there's something wrong, then the three of us share the blame for it. Don't worry, Riffa, there is nothing wrong with this, Salark said. It's really a good piece. A little amateurish, but with less than 8 years of experience as Forgemasters, I can say that Lith and Solus did an outstanding job. I'm proud of you, Featherlings. You'd make many old coots in the Awakened Council eat their hearts out if they saw the Sage Staff. What do you mean 8 years? Menadian snorted. I've taught Effie since she was a baby, and I helped her and Lith to the best of my abilities. Too bad that Solus forgot everything, and your knowledge is outdated for over 700 years. Salark snorted back. Your contribution shows in the overall balance and the innovative design, but that's it. Even if you're now caught up with modern magic, that's just theory. How many hours have you spent in the forge to put what you've learned into practice? Not as many as I could, but as many as I wanted. Menadian shook her head. I didn't come back to be a great Forgemaster and a poor excuse of a mother again. I'm here to be by Solus' side. And that honors you, Riffa, but doesn't improve your skills. Salark nodded. So take the compliment and keep your pride in check. Easier said than done, Menadian sighed. As I said, I wasn't an obnoxious prick. I still am an obnoxious prick. Stop moping, Mom, Solus said. I don't care if this isn't a superb masterpiece. We have time to improve the Sage Staff together. We have time to do whatever we want, Mom. That's the only thing that matters. Thanks, Effie, you're right. Menadian held her daughter between her arms so hard that she squeezed the air out of Solus' lungs. Also, we need your help for the next phase, Solus yelped, trying to escape the vice-like embrace. Time to Forgemaster. You can count on me, sweetie. Menadian let go of her daughter, but not before ruffling her hair and peppering her face with kisses. Mom, not in front of the others, Solus whined, turning beet red in embarrassment. Not so funny anymore, is it? Lith clicked his tongue. That will teach you a lesson about laughing at my expense. Shut up and work, she grumbled. They wore one monocle of Menadian each, while Menadian donned the hands, the mouth, and the ears of Menadian. She wasn't going to take part in the Forgemastering process directly and could handle the strain of using the 3 pieces of her set. The hands allowed Menadian to conjure extra world energy in case the one channeled by the tower wasn't enough. The mouth granted her the ability to keep multiple Forgemastering arrays at the ready and switch between them with surgical precision. The ears, instead, would allow Riffa to study and record the energy flow of the Forgemastering procedure for future studies, without compromising Lith's and Solus' focus. Chapter 40-145, The Ruler's Curse, Part 2. The first circle is ready. A wave of Menadian's hand conjured the basic Forgemastering formation from the heart. It filled the space surrounding the adamant forge in the middle of the room with world energy, and primed the Sage Staff to be enchanted. We're going to take things nice and easy, Lith explained to Salark. This is just a test run for the real power core. We'll conjure something weak because our goal is to study the process and learn what kind of issues are going to arise when we go all out. This way, we can take our time and find the optimal solutions instead of scrambling our brains on the fly and hoping for the best. Yeah, and that's why I'm going to lead, Solus slouched. My mana core is too weak. If I were to craft the final power core, I would lack the strength to take part in the actual Forgemastering. There is no rush, Featherling, Salark said. Your strength is returning every day. Yet I'm still at the deep violet. Solus sighed and conjured the thunderstone flower from the workshop. It looked like a dandelion carved out of ferromagnetic stones after being hit by a thunderbolt. Small arches of electricity formed between the petals non-stop, giving it a gentle glow. Solus injected her mana into the flower, collecting all the mystical energy the thunderstone contained before freeing it from its shell. She then arranged the pure air element in the form of an incomplete sphere that was the first pseudo-core of 7. It was another teaching left by the 5th ruler of the flames. The hardest part of assembling a power core was overcoming the repulsion between the pseudo-cores that increased with each added core. Sinak had discovered that while conjuring a perfect pseudo-core made them stable and easier to maintain during the early stages of the Forgemastering process, conjuring an imperfect pseudo-core made it unstable, but easier to merge with the others into the power core. The secret lay in choosing pseudo-cores that shared a few runes and conjuring only part of them for each pseudo-core. This way, once they fused to assemble the power core, the missing runes would click into place like pieces of a puzzle. Keeping an incomplete pseudo-core stable was harder, but Sinak's method allowed to align the pseudo-cores into the proper configuration more easily. It also greatly reduced the repulsion between them, since adding a new pseudo-core would stabilize those already part of the power core. Solus then refined the rest of the ingredients one by one, keeping her hair for last. The power core formed by assembling the 7 pseudo-cores was small, barely holding 10% of Lith's full power, but it was more than enough for its purpose. As the power core neared the sage staff, Lith and Solus hit their respective adamant forges with their furies, initiating the mana well technique. The enchanted metal held and amplified their mana with world energy, and they recalled it with a second stroke of the hammer before their energy signature diluted too much. Once it was restored, they hit the forges again and the process started anew. At the same time, the power core and the Yggdrasil wood interacted with growing intensity. The staff would have already swallowed the power core if not for the first set of runes, while the power core grew in size and strength by resonating with the staff. Lith and Solus used the eyes to study the phenomenon, and exerted their will to keep the staff and the power core apart until the latter stabilized. The amplification effect is over. Effie's mana can't take in more world energy without collapsing, Menadian said. The power core's energy has risen to 30% of Lith's full power. That's a 3-time increase for all 7 cores, Lith pondered. All considered, it requires 210% of my strength to imbue it inside the sage staff safely. Between you, me, and the tower, it's not that hard, Solus shrugged. Besides, we already know that all the best forgemasters need the help of their assistants to craft something really powerful. Sure, but that's feasible because we have a tower, Lith pointed out. Makes you wonder how the Royals' forgemasters did it. It's not like they are going to tell us. Are you ready? Solus asked. On your mark. Mark, Solus said, and the forgemastering process started. As soon as the power core and the sage staff touched, the Yggdrasil wood tried to swallow the power core whole, while the first rune pattern pushed it away. The interaction between the conflicting forces formed bumps and indentations on the power core's surface. Instead of rushing to fix them, Lith pushed the runes to their limit to delay the advance of the power core for as long as possible. Ready, Solus said once the eyes finished collecting the data. Ready, Menadian confirmed as the ears recorded the cyclic pattern of the mana flow inside the deformed power core. Only then did Lith and Solus proceed to fix the imperfections and let the power core move forward. Each blow of the Furies was as powerful as precise, delivering only enough energy to restore the power core to a perfect sphere with a blinding flash of violet light. Every time new imperfections appeared, Lith and Solus used the first rune pattern and sheer force of will to halt the process and record the changes. Then, they fixed the imperfections, and the procedure resumed. It took them 5 more stops before the power core disappeared below the wooden surface of the staff as a perfect sphere. This is it, Lith said, fingers crossed. As he had predicted, the 5th set of runes activated, forming a quasi-8 pseudo-core that enveloped the power core. Yet it wasn't really a pseudo-core and didn't attempt to integrate itself into the spell matrix. It simply guided the power core along a precise path while also shielding it from external influences. The 5th set of runes ensured that the power core reached its intended destination quickly and retained its shape now that the forgemasters couldn't fix it anymore. The 5th rune pattern carried the power core in the exact point where once the auxiliary core of the world tree had been, at the heart of the mana circulatory system that Lith and Solus had revitalized. Then the carrier runes became inactive, letting the pulsing energy mass of the power core connect with the enchanted Yggdrasil wood of the sage staff and become one with it. The Balor's eyes and the elemental crystals blinked in random order while the mystical runes became visible to the naked eye again. The exchange of energy lit the sage staff from within, the grains in the wood burning with mana as if the staff were about to burst. The eyes and crystals shone in unison only once before the merging succeeded, and the sage staff became cold to the touch. It looks like a success, but looks are deceiving, Lith said. Yeah, only one way to find out. Solus grabbed and imprinted the staff, receiving in return much more mana than she had sent. This is a good start. It feeds me with mana, not just with purified elemental energy like the old staff. I don't need to consume sparks of my life force anymore. Let's see how the rest goes. Chapter 4146 Something Off, Part 1. Solus warped everyone to the firing range, where she had all the space she needed to swing the newly reforged sage staff freely. She felt the mana stored inside the Yggdrasil would answer her call just a little less smoothly than her own core. Solus could use the mana she received from the sage staff to empower herself with fusion magic, to cast spells, and even blade spells. It's almost perfect, she clicked her tongue. The power core offers a bit of resistance compared to my mana core, but we expected as much. All those breaks in the forgemastering process were bound to affect the staff's mana conductivity negatively. Then why do you say it like that? Manadian asked. Looking at your face, one might think the forgemastering process failed. Because there is something off with the sage staff, Lith shrugged. Not wrong, mind you, just off. Yeah, Solus nodded. As if we are forgetting about something as important as obvious, yet no matter how much we think about it, we can't put our finger on it. Nonsense, Manadian replied. Don't be like me, kids. Don't let your pride cast a shadow even on your success. We should celebrate this. I agree, Salark smiled warmly but didn't comment. You should be proud of yourselves. Do you mind resetting it, Grandma? Solus offered the sage staff to the Overlord. We know it would be perfect practice for us, but I'm tired. With pleasure. Salark removed only the power core, leaving the mana circulatory system untouched and ready to merge with a new power core. How strong will the sage staff be? We can conjure 8 copies of the Fury, and we have 7 violet cores we trust, Solus replied. The start should be around 50% of Lith's max strength, so after the amplification, the power core will reach 150%. That's for each pseudo-core, Salark pointed out. With 7 pseudo-cores, it makes 10-50%. Even with 9 Liths, you have only 9 times his strength. True, but if you consider that the tower will boost us all, that Rifa will take care of the mana circles, and that we already know what kinds of imperfections form at every step of the process, we can do it, Lith replied. Even if we fail, we can always try again, Solus shrugged. Practice makes perfect. In other words, I make you perfect, Salark chuckled. You can say that, Lith replied. Without your creation magic and the opportunity you give us to experiment without worrying about losing priceless materials with each failure, we would have never gotten this far, Grandma. He and Solus tried to bow to her in gratitude, but she stopped them with a spark of spirit magic. Don't you dare do that with me, Featherling, Salark said. I appreciate your gratefulness because no one likes being taken for granted, but no baby bird should bow to his mother just because she feeds him until he can leave the nest and get his own food. Grow strong, master your skill, be wise, that's all I ask of you. We'll do our best, Grandma. Solus went for a hug since Salark refused the bow, and she accepted it. Good, the Overlord gently caressed Solus' hair. Now let go of me before your mother has a stroke out of jealousy. I'm not jealous. Manadian snarled with a voice so full of pain that no one would have been surprised if she started to bleed. She was grateful to Salark for taking care of Elfin in her absence, yet their relationship hurt Rifa's motherly pride as much as Solus' relationship with Alina did. I wasn't there for Effie when she needed me the most, and it's all my fault. If I weren't so foolish, I would have never abandoned Effie's side before she made a full recovery. Because of me, she suffered alone for 700 years until she died a second time. Baitra stabbed Effie, but I killed her for good, and now there's only Solus. I wasn't there for her as she grew up, and there's little of me in her techniques. Lith, his family, and Salark have replaced me in every aspect of Effie's life, and I can only blame myself for it. I may have saved her life and preserved my legacy for her, but I destroyed everything else. Sure, Lith said, feeling Manadian's distress and eager to change the topic. Do you need a few days of rest before crafting the new version of the sage staff, Solus? She could have resumed working in a few hours, but Lith was giving her an excuse to spend time with Manadian. No, Solus shook her head. Let's arrange our notes after lunch and then call everyone. I want to finish the sage staff as soon as we can gather. I understand Lith's worry, but the divide that exists between my mother and me isn't something that can be healed with a long talk, crying together, and a hug, she actually thought. Only time and the strengthening of our relationship can fix it. Once they returned home and requested the help of their friends to forgemaster the sage staff, everyone agreed eagerly. Yet Lith and Solus received several complaints. Why didn't you invite me? Tista grumbled. I would have loved to spectate and help however I could. I know that probably I wouldn't have contributed much, but I sure could have learned a lot. They had moved to an isolated room of the mansion, away from all those who didn't know about the tower. Auntie is right, Lyria doubled down. You could have brought us along and we'd have been silent. Aaron, the triplets, and too many voices joined Lyria in expressing her grievances until Solus gestured for silence, and the room went quiet. Tista, kids, I'm sorry for leaving you out, but there was a lot of work to do. If we brought you along, we wouldn't have got anything done, and we'd still be in the tower, answering your questions. Lith and I needed peace and quiet while we learned from Grandma Riffa and Salark. If you had to stand there in silence all the time, you'd have understood nothing and gotten bored out of your skull. We didn't invite you because we can't teach you what we have yet to learn ourselves. You're right, sorry for nagging at you, Tista said, and the kids nodded but still pouted. What about us? Quilla said. Don't think I missed how you didn't consider us at all. Today we have put our latest forge-mastering theories into practice and employed our best spells, Quilla, Lith replied. All things I'm not going to share with you, just like I don't expect you to share the Urna's techniques with me or Fria, Fallul's secrets. You can bet your scaly ass that she won't, the Hydra grunted. Now that the cloaking runes are in place, and we have decided on the power core's structure, there is no risk in involving you, and we can bring you guys to the tower safely, Lith concluded. Fine, but I'm still offended, Quilla sighed. Also, who are the chosen seven, because I haven't recovered enough to do more than spectate. Chapter 4147, Something Off Part 2. Of course it's, Lith pointed at Fria, Fallul, Morok, Naland, Protector, and Tista. Damn, I didn't think about that. We are one person short. What about Master Adjutor? Morok asked. I'm not going to invite someone with dragon eyes, Lith snarled. I might as well hand him a blueprint of the power core. Bytra then, Fria said. Please, no, Solus shuddered at the thought. I know she's not the one who killed me, and our relationship has improved over time, yet the idea of having her so close to me while I'm helpless makes me want to puke. Why not just ask Riffa to join us? Protector nodded at her. She's the first ruler of the Flames and Solus mother. No matter how rusty she is, most of us are nowhere near Riffa's level of skill. Thank you for the offer. There's nothing I'd want more, but that's not an option. Menadian clenched her hands in frustration. I draw my power from Lith. Even if he gives me 7 eyes, I won't be able to replenish my mana fast enough if something goes wrong. I'll be in charge of handling the forge-mastering circles and the tower. I can do that much without any trouble. Then it's settled, Fallul said. It's either my mother or Baba Yaga. They both know about the tower and are trustworthy. Let's go with Firwal, Solus replied. I love Malishka, but there's no telling how much someone as skilled as her might learn just by watching and feeling the flow of energy in the forge. I'm a forge-master first, and I don't like to expose my secret unless it's absolutely necessary. Well said, Auntie, Aaron nodded. You must preserve the Verhin bloodline legacy for its rightful heirs, us. His words were met with an explosion of cheers from the triplets and Lyria. By the way, since you're bringing all these people along, can we come too? Falco asked. We won't make a peep, Turian said. We promise, Lennart said. We can't let you in the forge, or keeping the wild energy surges in check to protect you would drain too much of our focus, Solus said. We can make the floor of the living area transparent and you can watch from there, yet we need someone to keep an eye on you. I'll do it, Tryon said. Let me help in the only way I can. I'd love to spend some time with our little ones. And I'll join you, Quilla sighed. I'll explain to you the little I understand so that it won't just be a light show. Light shows are fine, think of it as fireworks, Falco grumbled. Not another lecture, Turian said. They need silence, Aunt Quilla. Lennart cleared his throat in embarrassment. Ungrateful brats, Quilla snorted. Fine, I'll keep my mouth shut. We'll take the lecture, we'd love to learn from you, Auntie, Aaron said. We know nothing about forge-mastering, so even the basics are fine, Lyria nodded. Nice save, she caressed Aaron's head. Also, thanks, it's nice to feel appreciated. Still, I think this is a wasted opportunity, Morok said. No offense, but Orion would do a much better job than Naland or me. None taken, the Agni shrugged. I just know enough about forge-mastering to be more of a help than a hindrance. It is, but we can't share with Orion anything that we don't want Gianni to know, Lith replied. Even if he doesn't tell her anything, she's smart enough to figure it out once he starts disappearing and refusing to answer her questions. We love your mother, girls, but we don't trust her with the existence of the tower, Solus bowed to Fria and Quilla. Not with the risk that the threat of the Jernoff makes her desperate. Don't worry, we don't trust her either, Fria said. Space. Firwal had quite a lot of work to do between her role as beast representative and matriarch of the Hydra bloodline, but she made time for Solus' request. I love both Riffa and Effie, and this is an excellent opportunity to rekindle our friendship bond and form one with Verhin, she thought. I don't care how much Fanny denies it, I bet that Rifa's tower contributed to Agetor's success in becoming a true dragon. She met up with everyone the following day in the forge. Lith and Solus had already compiled their notes about the previous day's experiment, storing in the library only what their assistants needed to know to perform their role. "This is amazing," Fria said as the knowledge became ingrained in her mind as if she had studied it for years. "You gave us very precise instructions and split them into detailed steps. Did you use the ears to collect the data?" "Yes," Solus showed the Elder Hydra the modifications that the forge had undergone after recovering the last piece of the Menadian set. "I'm sorry, but I can't get into the specifics of this craft." "And I wouldn't ask you to," Fria shook her head. "I'm a Forgemaster too, which is why I would like you to consider letting me use the forge and the Menadian set from time to time." "Sure, be my guest," Lith replied. "Just keep in mind that the eyes and ears will record everything you do and leave the collected data available to anyone who uses them in the future. There is no way to delete the information they add to the tower's database, and even if there were, I wouldn't do it." "I changed my mind," the Elder Hydra said. Meanwhile, on the ground floor, Quilla was explaining to the kids what every piece of equipment in the forge was and the purpose it served. While Tryon and the triplets just nodded from time to time, Lyria and Aaron took notes and sketches. "Remember your role and perform only the parts assigned to you," Solus said. "Don't worry about the others. If someone makes a mistake, we can always stop and start over." Those words were met with a barrage of silent and loud curses that the Guardians had to filter out. "Don't help your neighbors, it would only mess with their rhythm. Focus solely on mastering your task. Lith." "On it." He turned into his Indetch form, taking several deep breaths until he conjured enough vital storm for everyone, their copy of the Fury, and their forge for the Mana Well technique. "Will you use it on the power core as well?" Tista asked. "No way, if its strength triples we won't be able to handle it," Lith replied. "Moreover, it would be a waste. Once vital storm runs out, the power core would go back to normal. This way, instead, I can ensure everything goes all right." "Has everybody gotten used to their amplified abilities?" Solus asked as the others swung their hammers and experimented on their mana flows. Once everyone gave her the okay, she took the real ingredients out of the greenhouse. This time, however, after refining them with her mana, Solus turned them into pseudo-cores by calling upon the elemental storage. She conjured the 7 pseudo-cores without consuming a drop of mana or a shred of focus. Solus had programmed the elemental storage before the start of the experiment, and the tower floor did everything that she had done manually the day prior. Chapter 4148 Staff Meeting, Part 1. The elemental storage shaped the pseudo-cores out of the purest elemental energy without exposing a single rune, and kept them stable as they assembled into the power core. "Damn, I can't see a thing," Fria said, her life vision blinded by the storage's raw power. "That's the idea," Solus nodded. "Mom." On it, Rifa conjured the first Forgemastering circle and filled it with the world energy coming from the mana geyser. The air inside started to crackle, and the amplification process began. The sage staff and the power core orbited around each other like twin stars, dancing in the air until the power core tripled its original size. Each pseudo-core carried the full might of Lith's power core, something that it would have been impossible to handle for the 9 Forgemasters if not for the vital storm boosting their abilities. "On my mark," Lith said, "mark." The Forgemastering process as a whole was long and complicated, so Lith and Solus had broken it down into short, straightforward steps and divided it among 9 people according to their skill level. Menadian switched the Forgemastering circle every time that the procedure entered a different phase, easing the burden on the mages and weakening the resistance that the power core offered to their mana. She also used a mind link to signal everyone when and where an imperfection in their assigned section of the power core was about to appear. The bumps and indentures formed with the same pattern as in the test run, but this time they were fixed as soon as they appeared. There was no permanent distortion in the mana flow, and the power core lost its perfect spherical form only for a heartbeat at a time. The hammer blows fell in a frenzy, painting the forge with a violet light that rarely abated. At some point, the kids even forgot that the stone walls of the tower were supposed to be gray. Even though they understood little of what they watched, the display of pure might and elemental fury captivated them to the point they failed to notice the passage of time. It took hours to make the power core disappear beneath the sage staff's wood, but when the hammers stopped their song, it seemed to the kids that only seconds had passed. This time, as the power core settled where the auxiliary core of the world tree was supposed to be, the Yggdrasil wood shone with such a strong inner light that it turned bright orange. The Balor's eyes and elemental crystals emitted pillars of elemental light instead of just shining. For a moment, it seemed like the Yggdrasil wood's thin frame wasn't enough to contain the power core and was about to blow. The moment passed, and the sage staff returned to normal. If not for the heat haze surrounding it, one might have thought they had just imagined everything. "Good gods," Quilla said from the peanut gallery, "that was one heck of a light show." "Can we come down now, big brother?" Aaron asked, but Lith couldn't hear him. "You need to push this button, dear." Salark pointed at the intercom-like grill on the wall. "Sure thing," Lith replied after Aaron repeated his request. "And I'm imprinting this?" Solus grabbed the sage staff the moment fire vision told her it was no longer dangerous and injected it with her mana. "Let's see how it works." She spun and swirled the staff, having the 7 crystals on its crown bolt into the air. Runes filled the empty spaces along and within the magic circle, forming several arrays in quick succession. "Farm," Solus said when she tried and failed to move the elemental crystals after they had formed an array. "The position of a magical formation is fixed anyway. No elemental flow for us. I can move the crystals only after dispelling the runes." "It's still a work of art," Lith shrugged. "It's also too similar to Vorg's staff. There is no way people are going to miss the resemblance," Fria pointed out. "Aren't you afraid of what the royals might think when they see the sage staff changing so drastically right after my wedding? What if they suspect you of stealing state secrets?" "Who, me?" Lith replied with the most mock-offended tone he was capable of. "First, I've met Vorg a few times in the past, and my skills as a Forgemaster have never taken a sudden leap forward just because of that. Second, why would they suspect me when they have Riffa?" Lith pointed at her. "I just invited Vorg to the demonstration of my Indetch abilities. I never asked him to put on such an outstanding performance. It's not my fault if Riffa Menadian, genius Forgemaster and founder of the Royal Forgemaster Order, was so impressed by the staff developed from her teachings, and decided to craft something similar for her only living heir." "Wow," Quilla said in amazement. "I've known you for years, and I still can't believe how quickly you can spin these kinds of stories off the top of your head. I can almost hear Vorg getting blamed for the sage staff." "He should have been more careful," Menadian laughed. "Everybody knows I'm just that good." "Poor Vorg, though, this could put a dent in his career." Solus almost felt guilty for the Major General. "We'll try to keep the new staff a secret for as long as we can, but no promises." Then she felt the steady flow of mana coming from her brand-new weapon, and the guilt was gone. "Great job, everyone," Lith said. "Except that for Fearwolf, Falwell, and Quilla, dinner is on me." "Hey," Quilla said while everyone laughed at her expense. "That's not funny." "Cookies," the sage staff roared with a voice akin to the popping of dried wood thrown in the fireplace. "Me want cookies for dinner, ice cream too." "It talks," Fearwell was flabbergasted, staring at the 6 blinking eyes that looked at the tower and its occupants with curiosity. "Who cares about that?" Solus whined. "What really matters is that I got a talking weapon, and the first thing it spoke about is food. You can play shocked all you want, but I know that you'll never let me hear the end of this." "She does have a point," Lith nodded. "Grandma, how is this possible?" "Congratulations on achieving such a rare feat, Featherling." The Guardian appeared out of thin air as if she had been there all along and had just walked through an invisible curtain. "Very few can give personality to a weapon. To do that, the Forgemaster must be incredibly skilled and pour their heart and soul into their masterpiece." "Yeah, right," Solus grunted. "What about the food part?" "Well, that's on you, Featherling," Salark chuckled. "You crafted the 7 pseudo-cores, you chose the spells, shaped them with your mana, and then let the Yggdrasil triple whatever spark of yourself you poured into them." "Less talking, more yumming." The sage staff's voice became softer, resembling the rustling of leaves. "Me hungry, Mom hungry." "I'm not," Solus, words died in her throat as the 6 eyes became misted with tears. "I mean, sure, I am your mother, just don't say it around. Bad people want to hurt me." Chapter 4149 Staff Meeting, Part 2. "Congratulations, Auntie." Aaron needed sheer willpower to hold back his laughter as he hugged her. "It's a staff." Space. To avoid any future trouble, Menadian introduced the new sage staff to the rest of the family. Everyone who knew about Solus' real nature understood the truth and avoided glancing at Gianni and Orion before congratulating Riffa. Ryla and Garrick had little understanding of the Forgemastering arts, Yet they still found in poor taste the use of Balor's eyes for the artifact. "Yuwa," the young farmer said. "That's disgusting, Uncle Lith. Balors are still humans, you know." "Meanie," the sage staff sobbed, shedding fat elemental tears from its eyes. "Garrick no friend, Garrick bad." "It talks," everyone said in surprise. "Yes," Solus scratched her head in embarrassment. "It's still young, so cut it some slack and don't be surprised if the staff says something silly." "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to offend you." A talking staff was nothing big in Garrick's life. He was already used to making small talk with Ragnarok, Grimlock, and Skywarp. "It's just your eyes." "No like them?" The staff rushed into Solus' bosom, whining like a puppy. "Me ugly or he mean?" "Neither," Solus patted the top of the wood. "Let him finish." "I mean they belong to a Balor." Garrick didn't know how to express how he felt without sounding like a monster. "Someone like my mother and me." "So we relatives." The sage staff jumped to him like a person on one leg. "Sort of." Garrick gave up and caressed the Yggdrasil wood, which emitted weird purring sounds upon contact. "Mind if I take a look?" Orion couldn't stop his hands from shaking in excitement. A talking weapon with a design worthy of a royal forgemaster. This is truly the proof of the unbound talent of Master Menadian. "A look, no, a spell or breathing technique, very much so." Riffa raised an eyebrow. "Nothing of the sort, I promise," Orion sighed. He was secretly tempted to take a peek, but he was a huge fan of the first royal forgemaster. The idea of betraying his idol's trust and losing any opportunity to receive her teachings was more than his pride as a forgemaster could bear. "It's a wonderful piece." Even without spells, Orion could feel the smooth mana flow of the artifact and appreciate the groundbreaking configuration of its elemental crystals. Poor Vorg. Once this beauty becomes public knowledge, he'll never hear the end of it. "Thanks," the sage staff replied. "You cute too." "Then I'll try to put in a good word for him," Menadian replied, taking the staff back. "I only took inspiration from his brilliant performance. I didn't crack the cloaking runes of his staff, and for sure I didn't copy its enchantments. To be honest, I didn't expect it to come out this well, let alone to develop a sort of sentience." She mixed lies and truth to spin a believable story, like she had learned from Lith over the years. After all, the enchantments were all original spells Lith and Solus had come up with. Even Gianni suspected nothing, but the events still brought up questions. "I've lived in the mansion and in Lith's home in Lucia for a long while now, yet I haven't found a single clue about the location of his lab," she pondered. "They are located somewhere else. A place he has easy access to, and that is known to the vast majority of his family. I know every mage protects his secrets, but why does Lith hide his lab from Orion and me, even though my daughters and their husbands know about it? What could it possibly contain that so precious Lith thinks it might arouse our greed and bring us to renege on our alliance with him to get our hands on it?" "I never doubted the originality of your craft," Orion nodded. "I was wondering, how did Ragnarok react to the newest member of the family? I mean, this is the first quasi-sentient weapon that didn't come from my forge. The other 3 semi-sentient weapons considered themselves siblings, yet they didn't care much about each other's existence. They lived and sparred together, returning to their respective masters as soon as they could." "It didn't," Solus cleared her throat. "We have yet to make the introductions." She stared at Lith, silently begging him to keep the angry sword under control and not humiliate her by disclosing the staff's first words or solace: motherhood. Her worries proved to be unfounded, because Ragnarok had plans of its own. "Stand back, master." The angry sword's latches clicked into a growl as it placed itself between Lith and the sage staff. "Intruder bad, I protect." "Me bad, you bad," the staff hissed in anger. The 3 Balor eyes facing Ragnarok looked daggers at it, and the angry blade's hilt crystals glowed in what was unmistakably a glare. "Monster abomination," Ragnarok growled. "Poisoner carrion eater," the staff barked, and pun intended. "Enough," Lith felt like someone stepping between a dog and a cat ready to tussle. "Ragnarok, this is the sage staff, soulless weapon, be nice to her." "What?" The angry blade was flabbergasted and moved a bit closer to sniff at the wood. "Soulless, smell, confirmed, I'm sorry." "Staff, this is Ragnarok, Lith's weapon." Solus noticed the staff's hesitancy to reply. "What do we say when someone apologizes sincerely?" "You suck," the staff gloated. "You wrong me, right?" "Not that." Solus blushed too hard for those words to be something other than her own inner thoughts. "The other thing." "Oh," the sage staff's eyes squinted in sheer focus, trying to remember the alternative. "Apology accepted, we friends." Ragnarok looked at Lith, who nodded before replying. Friends. Space. During dinner, it turned out that the sage staff could actually drink any liquid poured into a flower pot, and eat any food if finely powdered and mixed with the soil. Oddly enough, after trying several kinds of foods, the sage staff mostly drank water and ate salad, making the kids snicker many, many times at Solus' expense. After the meal, Tista invited Solus to her quarters, and she gladly accepted. Your new weapon looks amazing, Solus, she said, pouring a cup of tea for her friend. Thanks, too bad that now I'll need more grueling sessions of training to learn how to use it. Solus inwardly thanked her friend for making no mention of the salad accident. I got used to the old staff, and the new one is literally a different beast. I need to forget most of what I know and learn from scratch. Tell me about it, Tista replied. Firefang is a battle claw similar to Sunder, but I'm not used to its enchantments. Urgek says that the fire dragons use the ears to make it, but I haven't been able to conjure a single blade spell. That's because using the ears to forge-master something is not the same as using it to forge-master a blade weapon, Solus pointed out. Even if the fire dragons did their best, it might not be enough. I know, Tista groaned. Still, if Lith is busy and you need a sparring partner, you can count on me. Divine beasts are tough opponents, and you can't afford to get taken down in one hit the next time you fight an upper. Chapter 40, 151 Chance, Part 1. Solus stiffened at the memory. Not because she didn't like being reminded of her mistake with the eyes of Menadian, but because Tista was kindly glossing over the fact that it had almost cost her own life as well. Nobody knew about the bleed, so when the upper had defeated Solus, Tista had rushed to finish off her own opponent, afraid that the tower would have drained Lith's vitality to heal Solus' wounds. Best-case scenario, Jorel would have killed the weakened Lith. Worst-case scenario, Lith and Solus would have both died, or so Tista thought. I'll take you up on that. Solus looked down at her tea, as if it contained the key to solving the mysteries of life. Why so glum? Everybody gets her ass kicked from time to time. Tista smiled, trying to cheer her friend up. Even Lith is not undefeated. That's not the problem, Solus shook her head. Give me a second. Her gaze went blank, like it always happened when Solus talked with Lith via their bond, or she spaced out. There's the black light in her irises, Tista thought. She's talking with Lith. It wasn't the first time the two discussed the matter of the bleed, but Solus hoped it would be the last. You are the first person Lith ever introduced to me, Tista, Solus said after her eyes focused again. Until that moment, my existence was a secret he guarded with his life. All those who discovered my presence tried to kill him, me, or both. I remember that, Tista nodded, surprised by her friend's somber tone. Years ago, Lith put our lives on the line to save yours, and a few days ago you did the same for us, Solus said. We think you deserve to know the truth. We couldn't forgive ourselves if something happened to you just because we kept a secret from you. Another secret? Tista was flabbergasted. Also, what's with all the wheeze again? Don't tell me that Fenrir is right and you are pregnant with my nephew. Please don't ask me to choose between you and Kami. By my mom, how many times do I have to tell you guys that I'm on a diet, and I've already lost some weight? Solus blushed hard. No, I'm not pregnant and you don't have to pick a side. A snap of her fingers brought them both to the tower, in front of the bleed's door. I know this place. Tista looked around in confusion. This is the only door of the tower that's always locked, and only you and Lith can open it. Are you finally going to reveal to me what it does? Yes, there was no enthusiasm in Solus' voice, only worry. It's the secret I mentioned before. I need you to stay calm and not judge me for its contents. Please, don't judge any of us until you hear the full story. Any of us? Tista echoed in disbelief. You mean I'm not the first person you bring here? Correct. Solus opened the door, revealing a room similar to the elemental storage. Lith, Camilla, and Menadian were waiting inside for them. That's it, you had me worried for a moment, Solus. I was expecting a love nest or a nursery. Tista tried to lighten the heavy mood. I'm sorry, Tista. Solus didn't smile and took her friend's hand. You had every reason to worry because what I'm about to show you is much worse than everything you imagined. She used a mind link to share with Tista the circumstances in which the bleed had been restored along with the master ears during Solus, imprisonment in the world tree's fringe. Solus hid nothing from Tista. She showed her friend how the bleed worked, how it had saved her life back then, and how Lith later had filled the 3 crystal tanks in the room with the prismatic liquid. Forbidden magic, Tista muttered in disbelief. This whole floor is built from forbidden magic. Yes, Solus nodded. You can understand why I'm not proud of this and why I kept it a secret to protect my mother's reputation." Those words snapped Tista out of her reverie. "You built this horror?" She pointed her finger at Menadian. "You are a magus and a ruler of the flames. You are supposed to be a role model for all mages, awakened and not. How could you craft something that goes against your own teachings?" "How could I not craft something like this, you mean?" Menadian kept her eyes low for a brief moment before returning Tista's gaze, but her voice held no trace of shame or remorse. "I had already lost my husband. I lived half of my life grieving Thrain's death, and the other half fearing that I might lose Effie as well. Why do you think I dedicated so much time to building and perfecting my tower? Why do you think I was so obsessed with my work? It was all to protect Effie's life and ensure that even if something happened to me, she would be safe." Riffa took a short pause to let her words sink in and Tista mull over them. "Judge me however you want. I don't regret my actions. If you want to go public and destroy my reputation, do it. I don't care. The only thing that matters to me is that Solus is alive and well today." "Did you?" Tista couldn't muster the strength to complete the phrase. "Did the bleed?" "If you are asking me if I used the bleed to put Effie in stasis after Bytra killed her, or if it played any part in stabilizing her condition back when I was alive, the answer is no," Riffa replied. "The bleed was a last-ditch measure, in case everything else failed. I built it because I wouldn't have been able to live with myself if I hadn't tried everything I could to save Effie, but I hoped never to have to use it. I never filled a single tank and always kept the floor sealed just like it is today. The bleed didn't play any part in Solus' life until the world tree gave her the ears. You have witnessed with your eyes what happened to Solus. You know what the power of the bleed allowed her to endure, and you can easily imagine what the Yggdrasil would have done to her if she didn't have a way to fight back and resist their attempts to break her will. I was there. I saw my daughter scream in agony and cry in fear for days, clinging to the scraps of energy collected during her escape attempts. My only regret is that I didn't make the bleed powerful enough to suck that bastard dry from the inside and spare Solus all the suffering the world tree inflicted on her." Riffa's voice lowered in a snarl as she talked. Her eyes steeled in a glare, daring Tista to challenge her. Tista remembered all too well how the Yggdrasil had tried to kill her brother to take Solus, and the secrets of the tower for themselves. She had witnessed everything through Solus' eyes right after her rescue, and could easily picture what would have happened if the world tree had broken her mind before Lith stormed the fringe with his allies.